just sit back and relax, if you can.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. We live by, swear by, and die in a technological world. Yet more and more people find that science does not explain life. With one hand it has blessed us, with the other it has polluted our planet. And so many have turned for their peace of mind to psychic phenomena. Our tale today concerns one man's desperate attempt to make real the world of the occult before it destroys his life forever.
Gwen, what's that sign on the floor of the tool shed?
It's called the Devil's Mark. It's as old as the Druids.
I can see it's old and faded, but what does it mean?
When a witch is initiated into the Devil's service, Satan puts that mark upon her as a token of his authority over her.
What do you suppose it's doing on the floor of the tool shed?
Robbie, that is something I hope never to find out.
Our mystery drama, The Toolshed, was adapted from a story by Henry James, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars John Vickery. I shall return shortly with Act 1.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of dietary fiber to help the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber. No chemical stimulants. That's why doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil instant mix in regular or orange flavor and save 50 cents. Look for the coupon in June's Reader's Digest. Read label and follow directions.
Master Mechanic tools sold exclusively by True Value hardware stores are an unbeatable combination of quality and value. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you the Master Mechanic 6-gallon wet-dry vacuum is designed for heavy-duty cleanups in your garage or workshop. It picks up water as well as nails, ashes, and other debris, and comes complete with accessories, all for just $52.28. Plus, it's backed by the Master Mechanic promise of satisfaction or free replacement at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
It's athletes versus MS, multiple sclerosis. This is Frank Gifford spreading the word about a dynamic new team which is banding together to help stop MS, the terrible crippler of young adults. Multiple sclerosis is a crippling disease of the central nervous system, which generally strikes in the prime of one's life, from 20 to 40. But the sports world is fighting back against MS. People like Hank Aaron, Tom Seaver, John Havlicek,
and Joe DiMaggio, Frank, that's me. Baseball has always been a big part of my life. It's a game where you learn quickly about the MS, multiple sclerosis. Athletes like Billie Jean King, Hank Aaron, Muhammad Ali, Lee Trevino, and so many others all are spreading the word that MS is their cause and asking everyone to join the fight against MS. There's no cure yet, but there's hope through research. Join us. Support your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society.
Turn back the clock 100 years. Even then, the secret art of the metaphysical was already centuries old. The leading exponent of that esoteric science is the British author Martin Haseltine, who has just published a book that has raised Victorian hackles, eyebrows, and fears, which is why our curtain rises on the sanctum sanctorum of the London Times, the office of its distinguished editor, T.R. Purcell.
Robinson, have you completed your feature story on Epping Forest?
Yes, I have, T.R. Queen Victoria gave a nice speech, said that from now on Epping Forest was the preserve of all the English people, a gift from the Crown, etc., etc.
Ah, how did the old girl look?
Considering she's 71, she's in fine health and great spirits. Said something interesting, that the world should go back to nature, to the natural. that we're too preoccupied with the strange and secret arts. And I think she was talking about Hazeltine's mumbo-jumbo.
Mumbo-jumbo?
Yes, all that mumbo-jumbo in that book he wrote that's spreading like wildfire.
That's why I called you into my office. I went to school with Hazeltine. Actually, I was just graduating as he was entering, but I know him. I have arranged for you to go down to Dover to get an exclusive interview. The first he has ever given to anyone.
That's a fabulous assignment. I've always wanted to meet him.
I think he'll take to you, Robinson. Start with his current novel, Gods of Egypt. There's no question it is influencing the growing cult of adherence to black magic in England and through the continent.
Black magic exists in America, too, I understand.
I hear that certain passages in Hazeltine's book are being used by worshippers of the occult, and more have begun to practice the Black Mass.
Is that evil?
Check the files, Robinson, for unexplained suicides. That will tell you. Practitioners who have jumped to their death from bell towers, even from the Dover cliffs where Hazeltine lives.
There's no explanation.
The ones who have survived claim they believed they had wings and would fly.
Opium?
Possibly.
When do I go?
Hazeltine expects you down in Dover tomorrow, so catch the earliest train you can. And, Robinson...
Yes, T.R.?
Disabuse yourself of the notion that all this is mumbo-jumbo, as you call it. It is very real.
Crane! Robinson Crane, is that you?
Mr. Hazeltine, sir. I didn't expect you to meet me at the station.
Why not? The morning trains are always on time. Good trip?
I was reading Gods of Egypt. Time went very quickly.
Ah, good man, good man. Doing your homework?
No, for pleasure. It's the third time.
You don't say so. How's Purcell? Oh, T.R.
Just fine, and he sends you his regards, and he's grateful you're giving the Times this interview.
I can't think why he didn't ask me before this. I've been in print for 20 years. Come along, we'll walk it. Can you manage that bag?
Oh, yes, sir.
And you'll have to stop calling me sir. Call me Martin. I gather quite a tornado has blown over Gods of Egypt. It's all history. I set the novel against what happened, what people used to believe in. Don't know why they make such a fuss over it today.
Actually, what I'd like to do is a kind of short biography, a profile of you.
Not full face. The author at work, I know that kind of thing. Now, my door is open to you. You will meet my wife, my secretary. I have a little boy, marvelous child. He's 7 and... Well, write whatever you wish to write.
You said too much attention was being paid to the Gods of Egypt.
Misdirected attention. That's why I agreed to have you come by. I want to set the record straight. I don't believe in witchcraft. Once scrap, never did. It never will. But there is a purely historical background to my novels.
I'll certainly be glad to help you, as you say, set the record straight.
Oh, no. This is our house. One thing more, Robinson. You may find my little family have some peculiar beliefs, habits, quirks, things that appear different to you. Take them at the face value. Don't interpret their actions. Well, here's the gate.
What a view. The channel's very calm today, isn't it?
Uncommonly so. Gwendolyn, come and meet a top-notch feature writer from the Times. That beautiful girl walking toward us, believe it or not, is from America. She's my secretary. Very good, too. Helps my wife with the housekeeping, taking care of the little boy. Gwen, I'd like you to meet Robinson Crane. He's going to write about us.
How do you do, Miss...
You can call her Gwen. Everyone does.
Yes.
Oh, how do you do? You mind if I call you Robbie?
Not at all. I suppose you Americans give everyone nicknames.
Martin, may I see you alone a moment?
No, you may not. You may talk to me here and now.
No, but...
There are no buts.
It's about Dorothy. If you'll excuse us, Robbie.
He will not
and I will not. I told this young man he is to write about us as he sees us, warts and all. No secrets, nothing held back. Dorothy is my wife, and Gwen here acts as a kind of mother hen. Dorothy is a very nervous person.
Your boy, Hermes, has run off somewhere and Dorothy can't find him.
Come along, Robinson. I'll introduce you to Mrs. Hazeltine, and we'll have a go at finding Hermes. Gwen, my dear, lead the way.
I'm beside myself with worry, Martin. Hermes has disappeared.
Well, Gwen will find him.
If I can't find him, she can't.
We'll see. Remember, Dorothy, my telling you about T.R. Purcell? We shared Cambridge briefly. He left as I entered. The editor of the London Times. Well, he has sent this young man to observe us in our native habitat and write a feature. His name is Robinson Crane.
How do you do, Mr. Crane?
As you can see, Robinson, Dorothy is the most formal member of our little tribe. And now, Gwen, where shall we look for our little truant?
Dorothy, what about the toolshed? The toolshed? I looked in there. Besides, Hermes has been warned not to go in. He wouldn't. It's worth another try. Let me go. I'll do it. I'm the boy's mother, thank you. If I find him in there, I'll give him what for.
Of course, she won't do anything like that. She won't even scold him. She'll kiss him and make a great fuss. My wife is devoted to our son, and I don't take that lightly. You see, our boy was born mute.
Mute? That is sad.
Yes. We've taken him to every specialist in England and Europe. They can't find anything wrong, organically. It's a puzzle. But they don't even hold out any hope for Hermes.
His name is Hermes. Hermes.
Actually, the name was Gwen's idea.
It's the Greek for the Egyptian god Thoth. You might say Hermes was the very first god of the occult. It's a very pretty name.
Let us get into the house. And I'll show you your room where you can unpack, and I will open the bottle. What's your preference? The grain or the grape?
The Scotch will be fine. But I wasn't planning on staying. I thought we'd talk all day, and then I'd take the evening train back to London.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. What kind of a profile do you think you could do on Martin Hazeltine in a few hours?
Matter of fact, I did come prepared for the weekend.
Come in and join us, Dorothy. Bring your little friend. Gwen, Robinson and I are enjoying a taste of the Highland pot still. So you found the little runaway, did you? Gwen, be a good girl. Pour Dorothy a tumblerful.
No, thank you. Nothing at all. Oh, Hermes, darling, sit still on Mummy's lap.
You're right. He's a handsome little boy.
We think so.
And he's 7 years old.
Just. Aren't you, Hermes, darling?
Hermes, this is Robinson Crane. He's from the London Times, a very big, influential newspaper. He's going to do a story about us. Where were you, son?
In the toolshed, just as Gwen said. Sitting on the floor. I can't understand it. He wasn't there when I looked before.
It's his magic carpet. Wish I had a place I could disappear from sometimes.
Is there something about the tool shed that's dangerous? Oh, how stupid of me, of course. Sharp garden tools.
He's right. We should keep it locked up.
What garden tools? Nothing is stored in there.
Oh, Dorothy, you know it's completely empty. Always has been. Hermes just likes to go there and sit on the floor.
Hermes, come to your father. Dorothy, let him go.
Well, if you won't put a padlock on the door, I will.
Dorothy, did you hear what I said? Let the boy go, so that he can come to me.
I'm taking him upstairs to bed. Up we go.
To bed? It's not his bedtime.
Time for his nap. Mr. Crane, I hope you enjoy your stay with us. Martin will have a lot to tell you about his books, I'm sure.
Mrs. Hazeltine, I think the Times readers would like very much to know the feelings of the wife of a great writer, especially what you think of his books.
I'm sorry I shan't be able to accommodate you. I have not read any of them, and I don't intend to. Well, Robbie, what do you think? You've been here most of the day, had dinner with us, and observed the Hazeltine family at home.
I don't know what to think, Gwen. Martin said you'd been working for him for 7 years.
Mm-hmm. Since I was 18. I came as a replacement typist and stayed on.
Gwen, while it's still light, I'm fascinated by the tool shed. Could you take me to see it?
Certainly. We better take a lantern. There are no windows and it's dark in there. Interesting you should want to see it. Do you know why you do?
Curiosity, I guess. It's as though something inside me tells me this story on Martin Hazeltine begins in the tool shed. Don't ask me why. I couldn't tell you.
I'll get the lantern and we'll go see for ourselves.
Has this tool shed been here for a long time? I mean, is it old?
A few hundred years. In the 1500s, it was built by a widow. She lived in this tiny room. She was accused of being a witch and was stoned to death. And then, a few hundred years later, it was repaired and became a dairy for the people who owned the house.
A dairy?
Mm-hmm. Where the milk was separated and they made butter. The local farmers will tell you every time the milk was brought here, a cow died. And finally, the family who lived here gave up and, well, it became a tool shed.
Smells musty in here.
I shouldn't wonder.
No, not musty. More like incense. Something was burned here.
Who knows? There are those in the village who won't visit Martin because of this little building.
They're still associated with cows dying.
Oh, you know how country people are. They say the vicar should come and exorcise the devil here. It's haunted. Cast the spell.
Does Mrs. Hazeltine believe that?
I don't know what she believes.
Gwen, would you shine your lantern on the floor over there? I thought I saw... Gwen, what's that? That design on the floor.
Oh, it has some Kabbalistic meaning, but there's not a book I can find written about it.
I can barely make out an 8-pointed red star in 3 circles of black. Quite faded. It must have been here a long time. And you haven't any idea what that sign represents.
Oh, I didn't say that. I said there's no book on it. I do know it's as old as the Druids. It's called the Devil's Mark.
Never heard of it.
The Devil's Mark was acquired by a witch at her initiation into the Devil's service. It's the mark that Satan places on a witch as a token of his authority over her.
And what do you suppose it's doing in this tool shed?
To coin a bad pun, I'd say, mystery loves company. A young English newspaper writer has stumbled upon what may be the heart of a mystery. A tool shed containing a satanic sign. Does it dominate an author, his wife, their mute child? The only way to find out is to stay with us until the curtain rises again on Act 2.
Hello, my name's Victor Kaya. I was a dedicated blade shaver until my wife bought me a Remington microscreen shaver. They told her it shaved as close to the blade or she could return it with the sales slip within 30 days and get her money back. Remington has 2 microscreens. The first microscreen shaves incredibly close. The second microscreen shaves even closer. I was so impressed, I bought the company. The Remington microscreen shaves as close as the blade, or I'll give you your money back. Available at all Kmart stores.
For over 3/4 of a century, Buick has enjoyed a reputation for having fine, luxurious cars. We're very proud of that. It's a reputation that grows every year. 1982 was no exception. There was the introduction of the new Century and the small Buick Skyhawk. And while each Buick lives up to the name, there are refinements and improvements on everything from the full-size Electra down the line. You see, the Buick reputation isn't just something we ride on. It's something we build on.
I'm lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song about child abuse was written by a man who has served time in a state prison. It tells how he felt growing up as an abused child. Many of the social problems in America today spring directly from child abuse. Yet, with enough knowledge and enough money, child abuse can be prevented.
Help us get to the heart of the problem. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690. Message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
It's a good question to ask oneself. How much should one dabble in the unknown? Dig at the mystery of the supernatural. Probe into the paranormal. Back 100 years in the England of Queen Victoria, avant-garde author Martin Hazeltine did just that. Was it worth it?
Ah, Robinson. Mind if I poke my head into your room?
Not at all, Martin.
I'm glad you're still up. Would you like to come to my study and have a start at the formal interview?
I certainly would.
Not too late for you.
I'm used to late nights. By the way, I hope you don't mind. After dinner, I asked Gwen to show me the toolshed. I hope you won't regard it as snooping.
I promised TR you would have a free rein. So she probably showed you that primitive drawing on the floor.
The devil's mark.
Gwen is quite a bright girl, but about that, she is mistaken. Let us go to my study.
So it's not the devil's mark, as Gwen said.
Similar, yes. The star and circles. But the real devil's mark was always found on a person's body. In the old days, in these parts, actually, any birthmark was considered a sign of Satan.
Does Mrs. Hazeltine believe the toolshed has some mystic powers?
I doubt it. The only fetish she subscribes to, and you've observed that, is her complete, how can I put it? Her complete subjugation of our son. No one else can come near him. And it's been that way since he was a baby. It's as if Hermes was Dorothy's captive.
Is it true she's never read any of your books?
So she says. I've no way of proving it. They're all over the house.
Where did you meet Mrs. Hazeltine?
In Egypt. Her parents were missionaries who turned to archaeology.
But your wife didn't follow in their footsteps?
Oh, yes, she did. But just 1 week after I arrived, she suffered the terrible shock of seeing both her parents fall from the top of an Egyptian tomb to the edge of the Nile below.
They died?
A terrible tragedy. The fall broke their necks. I hoped Dorothy would recover when she returned to England. I saw something of her, started writing, and then lost track of her. Then one day I went to the British Museum where she was working, and I asked her to marry me. Now you can understand her reluctance to dip into the pool of the unknown. Excuse me. Gwen, what on earth are you doing up at this hour?
Martin, I think you should go to the boys' room. There's something wrong.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I will be back as soon as I can, Robinson.
Would you like to continue the interview in the morning?
Not at all. I do my best thinking at night. I hope I won't have the same trouble with Dorothy I always have.
What does he mean, Gwen? The same trouble he always has.
The same trouble. It's a constant battle between those two. Has been ever since Hermes was born. Oh, Dorothy's always been afraid the boy will fall under his father's influence, particularly his writings.
But he's not nearly old enough to read those complicated books yet.
She's never explicit about her fear. All I can say is, Dorothy believes the boy's mind will be damaged by any association with his father.
Such a beautiful child. Hard to believe nothing can be done about his affliction.
Oh, but Hermes can hear and understand everything you say. It's just that he's unable to talk.
Gwen, pour me a drink.
Is the boy all right?
I am not to know.
Not to know?
Dorothy has locked herself into his room and will not let me in.
Oh, not again.
I think this has gone about as far as it can.
Martin, what are you going to do? What can you do?
Tonight, instead of sleeping, I shall try to come up with a plan of action. Children,
I bid you good night. Oh, before I forget, Robinson, here is the first chapter of the new book. I thought of calling it Demons of the Mind. I'd like you to look at it. Now, my chickens, off you go to roost. Martin Hazeltine needs to be alone, and action is what is called for. Good night, good night. And close the door after you, will you?
Good night.
Oh, he's being bitter, resentful, sardonic. He's deeply unhappy about all this. He loves Hermes. He adores the child.
Why does his wife do that?
Do you know that she's never asked for one page he's written?
Yes, she mentioned it. It's hard to understand.
I hope your visit will help.
Me? Being here?
Well, for one thing, Robbie, you are the very first person he's ever let see any work in progress. There's a sympathy between you, I can tell.
He certainly has my sympathy. I'm honored to read this.
Perhaps it's not too much to hope that Dorothy will also come to like you. Maybe you can be the catalyst that brings the two of them together.
What's that? I smell smoke. Smoke? Where's my other slipper?
Robbie, what are you doing up at 3 in the morning?
I could ask you the same question. I was reading and suddenly I smelled smoke.
So did I.
Where's it coming from?
Outside.
You mean there's a fire out there?
Well, I checked the kitchen. It's not in the house. There's a double lock on this front door. Here, let me. It's coming from down there, where the toolshed is.
Let me open the toolshed door. Could be dangerous. I don't understand this. I smelled smoke. I know I did.
But as soon as you opened the toolshed door, it went. No smell of it. Wait till I tell Martin about this. If you weren't with me, he wouldn't believe it.
Why wouldn't he?
I don't know how much you know of Martin's books.
I've read every one of them.
Well, then you know with what reality he portrays the alchemy of time and sorcery. It was Martin who discovered that sign on the floor. But he disowned it. Said a devil's mark was only found on a person's body. Something was happening here just now. I wonder if we ever shall know what.
Who knows? 3:30. Might as well get back to the house and use what's left of the night to sleep.
Good morning, Mr. Crane. You're up earlier than I am. I'm always the first to come down to breakfast.
Good morning, Mrs. Hazeltine. I just made myself some tea.
Did you sleep well?
Oh, yes. Right through the night. Like a top.
What is that you're reading?
Mr. Hazeltine gave me the great privilege of the first chapter of Demons of the Mind, his new book. It's the most beautifully written introduction to life after death I've ever read. He introduces his characters from two worlds. He believes there's another world existing at the same time as ours, and we don't die. It's to that world that we depart. The same with birth.
Mr. Crane, I want you to stop. I don't wish to hear, I don't wish to know.
You told me that yesterday, and I told you I'd like to ask whether the wife of a great author accepts or rejects his work, and why.
I can tell you categorically, this wife does not accept.
But you've never read one word he's written.
Never. Nor shall I.
What is it you're afraid of?
Penetrating question. My parents were greatly interested in the occult of Egypt. They died strangely, unaccountably, fell to their death as if they were pushed by an invisible hand. And since that time, yes, I have feared the unknown. I don't think Martin should write what he does, and he knows how I feel. It contaminates anyone it touches.
But if you were to read these few pages, only 20, it's so clearly and poetically written, it proves that there's nothing to fear. It would help you, Mrs. Hazeltine.
Would it?
I swear to you. I may be very young in your eyes, but there's an unhappiness in this house. And if you'll forgive my saying so, it could be put to rights if you'd let it.
Robinson Crane, you are quite convincing.
Please read it.
Good morning, Dorothy. How is the boy?
Not very well.
What does that mean? How unwell? Does he have a fever?
He seemed a little flushed and warm when I was in there.
Dorothy, how long are you going to continue this drama? Locking yourself in his room, locking the door when you leave. I couldn't get in there just now. Now, why are you making a prisoner of him? I'm going out now to fetch Dr. Cook.
We don't need him. I am perfectly competent to take care of my own son.
I'm sorry you think so. I'm sorry about a lot of other things, too. We're going to talk about them when I come back with the doctor.
Yes? Who is it?
Gwen, it's me, Robinson Crane. I'm sorry to disturb you.
Oh, what is it, Robbie? I was just coming down for a late breakfast. Our trip to the toolshed last night must have made me oversleep.
It's been a morning of terrible scenes downstairs, and I don't know what to do. Hermes isn't well, feverish. Martin went for a doctor. The doctor wasn't there. He left word for him and came storming back. Now he's in his study. I tried to go in to talk to him about an hour ago. He called out to leave him alone.
The child is worse? Oh, Robbie, look at you. Where have you been? Your feet are covered in mud. Oh, Dorothy isn't going to like that one bit.
I know it wasn't my place, but I became alarmed. After Martin went to his study, I went out thinking I'd get to the nearest house. Perhaps they'd know of a doctor. I walked round and round. I was lucky to get back here at all. I was lost.
Oh, Robbie, the nearest building is the railroad station. Today being Sunday, it's closed down. Whatever made you suddenly go chasing for a neighbor?
After Martin wouldn't talk to me, I listened at the door of the boy's room. I could hear Mrs. Hazeltine speaking to him in a kind of strange sing-song voice. It was all very peculiar. I tried the doorknob. It was locked. Then something came over me.
One of your premonitions.
I knew I had to talk to you, so I came straight down to your door.
With your muddy feet. Oh, don't panic, Robbie. There have been these set twos before, where Dorothy wouldn't let anyone come near the boy and nursed him herself. He's not a well child. I'll go see. She'll let me in.
If there's something really wrong, you'll come right out and tell me, won't you?
Dorothy? Dorothy, it's Gwen. How was Hermes this morning? Dorothy, are you in there? Oh, it's open. It's not locked. Dorothy?
She's not in there.
Oh, the room's empty. Oh, she's taken Hermes into her room. She sleeps in a separate room from Martin, 2 doors down the hall. Dorothy? Dorothy, are you in here?
There's no one in this room either. She's gone.
Oh, she's gone with the boy.
Could they be somewhere else in the house?
There is nowhere else. If you came in downstairs, you would have seen them. She's taken Hermes with her. She's never done that before.
On the wind-swept-over coast stands a house, inside of which lives a novelist, his wife, their 7-year-old son, and a young secretary. There is no other house for miles. This house, with its vacant tool shed, adorned with cabalistic signs, is like a world unto itself, alone. What is the key to the mysterious actions of those we have met? I am not revealing too much when I tell you it lies in a boy who cannot speak. Perhaps a reincarnation of the god after whom he was named. I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Weekdays on CBS television. Wake up to comedy with One Day at a Time.
You really think you're hot stuff, don't you, Schneider?
Ladies in this building don't call me super for nothing.
Then, keep laughing as Mel lays down the law on Alice.
There is only one rule in the restaurant business, Vera. Get them to swallow it.
And The Price is Right with the priceless Bob Barker. That's One Day at a Time. Alice and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Sid Hermel, Topol user. You are a,
pipe smoker, fairly heavy.
Does it affect your teeth?
You always get this tar, this stain, this discoloration.
He used Topol Smoker's tooth polish.
It certainly removed the accumulation of these stains and tars.
Topol Smoker's tooth polish with 3 ingredients to clean and polish helps remove ugly tobacco stains. Gentle enough for everyday use.
My wife said, look at your beautiful teeth now. You're kissable.
Topol, fluoride in red or mint flavor in the blue package. Use only as directed.
Hello, this is Max Moran. Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? I've got good news for you about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. Every other month, Choice Magazine Listening will send you, free, on phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines featuring writers like William Styron, Joyce Carol Oates, John McPhee, Kurt Vonnegut, Art Buchwald, many others. So if you are blind or unable to read regular print, or if you know someone with this problem, write to Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. We'll also tell you how to get the special record player provided free by the Library of Congress as part of its Talking Book program. So, write Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050, or telephone 516-883-8280. That's 516-883-8280. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund.
The mystery of the boy and his mother who disappeared from a house on the coast of Devon has not been solved. The police are called in, Scotland Yard is asked to help, and finally, Robinson Crane, feature writer for the London Times, unable to complete his assignment, returned to the city. Weeks pass.
Robinson.
Yes, T.R.
I called you in this morning because there's been a development in the Hazeltine affair. I just got word the boy was found, but the mother is still missing.
Fantastic. How is he?
That's one of the things I want you to find out. Take the first train out of Victoria. Get yourself over there.
Have you read what I wrote on him and his family? I did the best I could to give it an ending.
Yes, I went over it last night. The only trouble is it ends with a question mark.
After I get down there, maybe I can change that question mark.
I'm hopeful. It needs an exclamation point at the end. Why did she keep her son from his father?
I touched on that.
Oh, barely. You never explain what's behind her fear. And finally, now that the boy has been returned or found or whatever, where was he? And who kidnapped him?
T.R., the child is mute. He can't talk.
Tragedy. But he can hear.
Oh, yes. Nothing's wrong with his hearing.
Is he old enough to write out answers to questions?
I don't know. Maybe. Simple answers. I only saw him once.
You will be seeing him again in a matter of hours. I wish you well.
It's a strange house filled with strange people in a very superstitious part of England. Just wish me safety.
Robbie, it's me.
When?
Robbie, I never expected to see you again. What are you doing in Devon?
What are you doing at the station? You didn't know I was coming down here, did you?
This is unbelievable. Martin sent me.
Martin said, go to the noon train. Someone's arriving, and I want you to meet him. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, yes, it does. He's psychic. He knew.
Is it true Hermes was found? How is he?
I'm not going to tell you. You'll see for yourself when you get to the house. Come on, let's walk.
Gwen, you can at least tell me, is the boy in good health? He was sick when he disappeared with Mrs. Hazeltine.
It's as if nothing happened to him. He's bright and cheerful. It makes such a difference.
What does?
You did know they haven't found Dorothy. She's still missing.
How did they find Hermes?
They didn't. The police were amazed. I'll show you where it happened.
And Martin, how is he?
A changed man. His son is with him all the time.
And you, Gwen? How are you?
I'm not sure, Robbie. It's a little like living on a tightrope.
Why do you do it? You're a sensible girl. Could get any kind of work anywhere.
Nice of you, Robbie, to care about my future. But I couldn't leave here.
You're going to spend a lifetime being Martin's right-hand man? I mean, woman.
If you'll let me.
But he's married. You'll never mean that much to him.
I know that.
Are you hoping she'll never come back?
For now, I can take very good care of both the men in the Hazeltine family. The little one and the big one. Robbie, before we go into the gate, I want you to know that I love Martin. Well, maybe he's much older than I am, but that doesn't matter to me. So long as I can be near him, that's all I want.
I respect that, Gwen. Sorry if I talked out of turn. This isn't the way to the house. Why are we turning off?
You asked me where Hermes was found. That's where I'm taking you.
He was found right here, on your property.
Hmm? Down there.
He wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Yes.
In the tool shed.
Sitting in the middle of the floor as if nothing had ever happened. As if weeks hadn't passed. As if the tool shed hadn't been combed through a dozen times. As if the whole countryside hadn't been searched. There he was.
Incredible. When did you say the police looked there last?
Exactly what Martin wanted to know. You know what the constable told him?
Haven't a clue.
The day before, the very day before we found him, they even placed a tape across the door, which we pulled off.
Unbelievable. But I do believe you.
That beautiful little boy was sitting right in the center of that star and the circles. Oh, I needn't tell you, Martin still won't acknowledge it's a devil's mark.
I'm anxious to talk to him. Let's go into the house.
Yes, Robinson. I am a changed man. That is, to some degree. I still worry about Dorothy. Did she leave of her own accord? Did someone take them both?
Can't you get an answer from Hermes in some way?
It's hopeless. He actually knows nothing. It's as if that little boy's mind went blank for all those weeks he was missing.
By the way, where is Hermes? I was hoping he'd be right here in your study, sitting on your lap, Martin.
That's where he generally is, on the lap of his papa.
I put him to bed for his new nap. But I think he'd like to wake up and greet his Uncle Robinson.
I told Uncle Robinson where we found him.
In the tool shed, as if by miracle.
You're right. It was definitely a miracle. That must be the workman. I'll go. If Robbie's staying and hasn't eaten, will you do something about that, Gwen?
Yes, I will. Go along.
I have eaten, and as for staying, I plan to until I can wind up this story. I know that between the two of you, there are a dozen things left unsaid.
Oh, don't fret, Robbie. You know enough about the great Hazeltine to write 3 stories.
But not what my editor wants to know.
By the way, that manuscript chapter you read of Demons of the Mind, he tore it up and started all over again. It's much less fearful and more hopeful.
Do you mean he now feels that one can make contact with that other world?
Yes. And all those people in the darker ages of man who were persecuted for being sorcerers and witches actually did step into our world from another.
Gwen, is that the secret? Are you saying that that's where Dorothy and Hermes disappeared to? They stepped into another world?
It would explain a lot, wouldn't it?
Why the boy's mind is a total blank. Does Martin believe it?
That's what he's been comforting himself with all these weeks. Oh, Martin, what is it? You look white.
They found Dorothy. She's dead.
Oh, where? Well, not in the tool shed.
At the foot of the cliff. Straight down from the rock facing the water. Her neck broken as if she'd fallen from a great height. Gwen, it's the irony of it.
You mean because that's the way her mother and father died in Egypt?
Maybe it's not a joke of fate at all, Martin. Maybe it was preordained.
I knew there was a reason we hit it off so well, Robinson. He sounds like one of us, doesn't he, Gwen? He's got that intuitive reasoning.
May I see Hermes?
Gwen, our roving reporter is in for a surprise, isn't he? Give me 2 minutes to wake him and wash his face.
Didn't I tell you he was a magnificent father?
And I want to tell the boy he's about to be interviewed by the London Times. 2 minutes, and then you two come in. All right?
My notebook and pencil will be ready.
You can come closer, Robinson. You've met my son Hermes before.
I certainly have. I heard you were away, Hermes. I'm glad you're back.
Thank you.
Did he speak? I mean, did he actually say thank you?
I have an exceedingly polite son.
Oh, yes. Hermes can speak, and speak he does very well. Don't you, my angel? Oh, no. Wayne, he knows my name.
This is fantastic.
Papa. Papa.
Yes, my boy. Papa is here. He will always be here.
Martin and I were the ones who found him. Suddenly we were sitting here, and we had this feeling, right here in this room. It came over us so strongly. And without saying a word, we found our...
That's what he said. His first words. Of course, he'd been hearing them for years, but he never said them.
Have you told any doctors about this miraculous...
Not yet. Gwen and I have been too busy enjoying his new ability to speak. Now I shall dress our little friend, and we shall meet you outside in, say, 10 minutes. And the four of us will take a walk.
Hermes, it was a great pleasure for me to see you so well. I'm going to have to go back to London now, but I look forward to my next visit.
You're really going, Robbie?
Yes, back to write that happy ending and try to give T.R. the answers he wants.
I'll walk you to the gate.
I'll have to guess. I realize I'll never know where the child appeared from and why he speaks now, any more than why he could never speak before.
It's the kind of miracle one prays for. And when it happens, you shouldn't look too closely. I could, I suppose, give you Martin's explanation.
I'd like to hear it.
He's always said that what was on the floor of the toolshed was not the devil's mark. Hermes had such a mark when he was born. Martin found it. A tiny star inside a tiny circle in the crook of the infant's elbow. Was it placed there by an evil power in some other world? And that's why the boy remained mute? Possibly. Who can be sure?
It doesn't explain why suddenly he can talk now.
Oh, but it does. You see, the mark on Hermes is gone now. It's disappeared.
So it'll be a new chapter, T.R.
For Martin Hazeltine.
In fact, a whole new book. That's the way I'm going to finish off the profile. You know that manuscript of the beginning of the book he was writing? The one he gave me to read, called Demons of the Mind. It was a personal statement.
Huh? Who was he writing about?
My guess is it was his wife, Dorothy. She must have exercised some kind of dark magic on Hazeltine, and when they shared the making of a son, she tried to keep the boy away from Martin's healthy mind. If indeed Dorothy was controlled from the wrong side of the mirror, she failed. Martin's torn up the old chapters and the old life and is starting over.
Any idea what the new book will be about?
About a man beginning again. No spooks, no cults, no strings with the past. A man who found his voice and learned to speak. A book about Martin and his own son.
A strange story, and yet one full of directional signs to follow. You wonder, at least I do, how many of these marks of the devil are meaningful, or how many are just plain superstition. After all, in Russia, in Turgenev's day, a little mole on the left cheek was regarded as an evil omen, and we know man has been persecuted for less than that. In other words, conclusions are something which, even today, we shouldn't jump to. I shall return shortly.
If you'd like to take advantage of the current high interest rates in today's money market, but want your money available when you need it, take a moment now to call this toll-free number, 800-228-5000. Ask the operator to send you information on Dreyfus liquid assets. Find out just how much income growth you can get from one of the world's largest money market mutual funds. With Dreyfus liquid assets, you have the advantage of making withdrawals by phone, or paying larger bills with free redemption checks and continue earning high yields, compounded daily till your check clears. You can put money in or take it out anytime with never a sales charge or a penalty. But call now, 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. 800-228-5000. Study the prospectus carefully before you invest and learn how Dreyfus liquid assets can help you get the lion's share from today's high interest rates. 800-228-5000. Toll free, 800-228-5000.
Henry James, whose story we have paraphrased on today's Mystery Theater, once advised the Martin Hazeltines of this world to, quote, live all you can. It's a mistake not to. It doesn't so much matter what you do in particular, so long as you have your life. If you haven't that, what have you had? I agree. Our cast included John Vickery, Bernard Grant, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
He wouldn't take me into his confidence. I knew he had another life, but he kept denying it.
What made you so sure?
Well, he couldn't account for hours and days of his time. He'd pack up and not tell me where he was going or when he'd be back.
Couldn't it have simply been some project for the War Office?
The last time he was away, I called the War Office and I spoke to Sir Robert. He said Bill had asked for leave, and he was surprised that I didn't know where he was. So you see, Bill could have had dealings with half a dozen red-faced men, and I'd know nothing about it.
Of course, the two of them meeting on the train could have been a coincidence and nothing to do with Bill's death.
Why do you say that?
That's what I hope. If that red-faced man had a hand in it, then he knows I saw him and I would give evidence he was on the train. So he might not hesitate to do away with me as he had Bill. It wouldn't be safe for him to let me live.
Oh, no, Everett.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is Nat Wright. Stay tuned for the Dawn Patrol flight, where we'll be playing your songs all night long after the news. It's midnight. This is WIP, Metro Media Radio, in Philadelphia.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Is there any one of us who does not long time and time again to get away from it all, to find a Shangri-La or a Bali High, some mystic island? Tom Reynolds was no different from all of us, except that he found not only his island retreat, but a lot more mystery than he bargained for.
Hold it. Where are you going, Lieutenant?
To search your cabin, Mr. Reynolds.
I want to see a search warrant first.
In this area, a search warrant is not mandatory.
The island is owned by an American.
Correction, leased for 99 years. But it belongs to my government. In any case, might makes right, does it not? So you will not. You have no right to. And you cannot stop me.
Our mystery drama, The Magic Key, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Tom Reynolds is a man paying the price for achieving the American dream. In his mid-30s, he has all the rewards of success. Executive vice president in a highly competitive business, married to his high school sweetheart, 4 children ranging from just pre-college age to Dinah, the little one, just about to enter kindergarten. A house in the suburbs, a summer place inaccessible enough to be exclusive, but cosmopolitan enough to be ultra-smart. Everything a man could possibly ask for, except inner peace.
The pressure of every day. Isn't it enough? All that noise and a long, rickety train ride before I can make it home.
try to relax if the kids are quiet. I can't take it anymore. I wish I could fill my ears with wax like Ulysses did for sailors, or blot out my brain with some non-drug that gives a man release without bad after effects. And more, the nearest thing to that is Benny's Compound, the quietest bar in New York, dedicated to men like me who seek escape in controlled but dedicated drinking.
Hey there, Tom.
Hey, Josh.
You ducking the 454 too?
Yeah, I couldn't face it tonight without some inner fortification. Grab the 525.
Yeah, me too.
I thought nothing got to you psychiatrists.
If we weather the patients, there's always other psychiatrists. You mind if I join you?
No, be my guest. But the way I feel, you could turn out to be my private shrink.
Oh, perish the thought. I value our friendship too much.
Well, you won't be able to unless I get away from this rat race. Whew, I'm coming apart at seams. So, what do I do about it, Doc?
You, get away from it all.
Oh, well, that's a lot of help. So the family moves to Martha's Vineyard for the summer, and I finally kill myself off making the extra commute to be with them weekend.
No, that isn't the idea. I mean, really get away.
Oh, where?
Would you believe it that I have an answer? Bat Island.
Bat Island? You gotta be kidding.
Oh, I didn't make up the name. There aren't any bats there I know of. It's just some old sea dog thought it was shaped like a bat.
Yeah, well, where is it? What is it?
That's a good question, so I'll give you a good answer. It's a sandbar in the Caribbean with some lovely vegetation. Nothing lives on it except sand crabs, clams, and other unsophisticated species of life. But it has a charming villa a rich man built, a generator for light so you can use gasoline lamps, and absolute and complete and total isolation. You can be Robinson Crusoe. And except for old Doobie, who ferries you over by boat with your supplies, you don't even have a man Friday.
Oh, I don't believe anything like that exists in this day and age.
Oh, yes, it does, and it belongs to a patient of mine named Brewster. Presently off to the Far East, searching for his soul in other ways. But it's vacant, available, and free. So you're square on the spot, Tom. You really want to get away from it all?
Josh, I kid you not. I'll have to go or go real bananas.
All right, then grab the chance.
Hey, you got me all fired up. I'll talk to Martha about it.
Hey, aren't you going to fix your drink?
Yeah, who needs it? I got to catch that 525. It all had seemed so wonderful and so right on the train going home, but then getting home and being with Martha and the children became a ridiculous notion. I decided I would drop the whole idea, and then, of all people, Martha revived it. We were on the way back from dinner with the Coltons.
You all right, Tom?
Oh, I'm just terribly tired, Martha, that's all.
You want me to drive?
Oh, we were any further away from home, yeah, but not this close.
Tom, you worry me.
Huh?
You work too hard. And the children and I make too many demands on you. I wish you'd take some time off, have a rest.
Hey, that's funny.
What?
That's just what I've been thinking of. Only I didn't know just how to broach the subject to you.
Well, do you have somewhere to go?
Yeah, an island, sand, sea, nobody else on it. We could maybe just go native.
Oh, no.
What do you mean, no?
Well, first, because I can't. And the boys don't need me anymore, but this summer the girls do. It's a social time for Lisa. And believe it or not, a mother is of some use getting her off the ground.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd only go for 2 weeks.
No, you should take the whole month.
Well, we'll see.
But you're going. We've settled on that.
Oh, I guess you have.
Oh, Tom, don't try to con me. You know you had to go to begin with. All I'm trying to do is to tell you I'm with you. Or, I mean, you're doing the right thing.
The right thing. Go away without Martha. I tried to imagine the two of us running naked on a forgotten beach. I keep in pretty good shape at the health club and with tennis, and Martha's incredible. 4 children. She still wears the same size dress she wore in high school. But the thrill is gone. Somehow I don't care. I don't care about anything. Just wheeling and dealing. Even that is beginning to fail. inside at 44, I'm a dead man. Unless I find some way to start living again. So, that's how, some weeks later, I found myself on my way to Bat Island. How far is it, Doobie?
Oh, 25 minutes on the clock, if you count time. Or maybe better say beyond the horizon, the other side of the world.
Oh, it's nice, huh?
I am a 20th century man. But if I listen to my blood, my ancestors will tell me I have forgotten how to live. I should go find my own Bat Island.
Hey, you're quite a philosopher.
No. I only envy you, Mr. Reynolds. A man needs peace to find himself. You are going to have that chance. You are one lucky man.
All right, thanks, Doobie. But maybe I'm not as tough as you. What do I do if the solitude scares me to death?
There is a shortwave radio, but I don't know how well it works. Perhaps it is best if it does not.
Why?
If you want to find yourself, you must take some risks.
Maybe I don't want to find myself, really.
Why not?
I might not like what I find. Man loses so much with the years.
He can also gain wisdom.
I wonder. I crossed away from Doobie, up to the bow of the boat, letting the wind drift drive in my face as the bow flung up the spray. My head was full of business pressure, worries, regrets that I had walked away from my work, fears of losing all I'd gained. Like a giant pressure cooker, everything pressing out against my skull as though it would blow it apart. Where had all the real things gone? Love, youth, laughter, just the sheer zest to be alive. For a moment, I was ready to step off the deck and down into the sea. And then I got my first view of the island.
You hand the supplies to me. I will wait with them ashore.
Okay, here's the first bale. I think I'll come ashore, too. We can unload later. I want to have a look at my new kingdom. The house was small. 2 bedrooms, a cozy living room with a fireplace, an amazingly efficient kitchen, and a huge porch, or lanai, that fronted on the sea, looking off to the west. The island itself was a semi-tropical paradise. Australian pine and palm trees, passion flower, hibiscus, and bougainvillea, making a riot of dazzling color against the tans and greens. Even a small and incredible stream that welled up from a spring down from the volcanic hill that rose in the middle to make the body of the creature from which it took its name. The wings were 2 great coral reefs that shielded most of the beaches, and the head was the estuary of that little stream, a garden in a wilderness.
You like what you see, Mr. Reynolds?
So far, it's everything that was advertised and more. Does Mr. Brewster, whatever his name is, own this whole island?
I don't know.
Surely if he doesn't, there would be other settlers here, or some of your own people, you even.
I told you. Doobie is a 20th century man. I have too many interests on Main Island. I suffer from the same virus as you have.
You want to stay and share this heaven?
No, but I thank you.
No guts?
I said I was 20th century man. That is not altogether true. I have deep ties to my ancestors. And what is heaven can be very close to hell. This island is for me and my people taboo.
Taboo? That has an ominous sound.
Not really. We have our own legends. You know the Lorelei?
Yeah, the legendary nymph of the Rhine who lured sailors to their death by her singing.
Yes. And her earlier sisters, the Sirens.
Who tried the same trick with Ulysses. Doobie, you're a fraud. You're no shrimp boat man.
Only by choice. Life is better and simpler. I am Harvard, class of 42. I am also Doobie Montesquieu Robert Faniel. And my mother was a Vaudin.
A voodoo priestess? What are you trying to do, Doobie? Scare me right off this island?
No, sir. I believe maybe you will find here what you seek. I will make it my own desire to have you find what you desire. But do not be surprised at anything which might happen here. This key is an island of powerful magic. And now I must go before the dark comes.
Doobie, incredibly tall and straight, the color of mocha, not a hair grows on his head. I watch him stride away toward the setting sun, lifting the anchor from the sand. He wades to his boat, and in one easy, graceful movement, pulls himself aboard. He starts the engine, and incredibly quickly, the boat has melted into the twilight, and I'm alone. Suddenly, it's very cold, and I go to bed. I have been on the island for 3 days now, and I am the only living creature except for sea things. I'm not happy. I've learned too many things about myself. I'm jaded, burned out. Love is dead in me. I'm guilt-ridden as I face the fact that all the glowing, wonderful love I once had for Martha, the girl I married, is dead. All love is. The worst thing is the terrible coldness of being alone. Alone. I walk the crescent of the beach. The only footprints are mine. Alone. And then I see her. For the first time, half in and half out of the water. The waves breaking over that exquisite body, swaying her hair like seaweed, motionless and incredibly beautiful. Is she real? Or is she illusion? I run toward her.
So, there is a stranger in paradise. But is she alive or dead? Which is a speculation that seems obvious and simple enough on the face of it, but which is actually amazingly complex, as you will begin to discover if you return with me shortly to Act 2. The air is balmy and the water gently warm, but the castaway lady from the sea, for all her beauty, is cold to the touch. Her lips are slightly parted, showing the gleam of perfect white teeth. But if she breathes, it is imperceptible. There is no mark of violence on her flawless body, and not one stitch of clothing. Tom tries to revive her with artificial respiration, then mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, then finally picks her up and carries her to the cabin, wrapping her warmly in blankets and trying to make use of the shortwave radio.
This is call letter XLB 59er Bat Island on emergency frequency 268. Do you read me? I need medical help. I need help.
Asking for help for me. I don't need it or want it.
Hey, you mean you're all right?
I'm fine.
I thought you were... Hey, let me shut this off. Is there anything I can get you?
There's something to drink, please. Some water, please.
Oh, sure. Here we are.
Oh, thanks. Oh, that's good. You have some more?
Yeah, sure. All you want. What can I get you to eat? Some eggs? I have all kinds of frozen meat, a veal steak, chops, pork.
Do you have any fish?
I have a bucket of clams I just dug. Want me to steam them for you?
No, fresh. Just as they come up from the sea.
Coming right up. Hey, look, you sure you should be eating anything? I mean, let me try to raise a doctor on the radio.
No, that's no use.
Well, what do you mean, no use?
I don't need a doctor, and the radio won't work.
How do you know?
Well, you tried it, didn't you?
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
Yeah, but I'm not accustomed to using it, and...
Are the clams ready? Have you opened some clams?
Yeah, sure. Here. Let me get you some lemon juice, some Tabasco sauce.
No, nothing. I just want them the way they are. Fresh, living, straight from the sea.
something dainty about the way she ate those clams. This lovely, delicate woman wolfed them eagerly, voraciously, or as fast or faster than I could open them, licking her fingers after each with hungry enjoyment. The color was returning to her cheeks, and her eyes were shining now. They were a deep, deep sea green, and big enough to drown in. Well, that's the last clam in the batch, lady. You want some more?
No. No, thanks. But you saved my life. I was ravenous. Oh, I feel so sleepy now.
Hey, wait a minute. Before you go to sleep, don't we talk a little first?
About what?
Well, it isn't every day I discover the most beautiful woman I ever met in my life just washed ashore in the Altogether and lying as if she were dead on the sand. Where did you come from?
I don't want to answer that.
Why not?
Oh, for sufficient reasons. You called me and I came.
I called you? What does that mean?
It isn't time to explain yet.
Yeah, but what am I supposed to do with you? Don't I notify someone where you are, that you're all right?
No.
Well, you must belong to someone. There must be someone looking for you.
For this while, I belong to you. If you want me.
Well, I don't know. I've got this crazy notion I must be losing my mind. Maybe I have already lost it. Are you really here?
I'm here. Till it's time.
Time?
Time for you to go. No, I must sleep. I must rest.
But look, can't we at least exchange names? I'm Tom Reynolds. Well, don't you have a name?
I want you to give me one. Your name for me.
I must be asleep. I could wake up and find this is only what it's got to be, a dream.
What is my name?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, okay, wait, let me see. What day is it today? Sunday. Fine. What was good enough for Robinson Crusoe's good enough for me. Better. All he got was a Man Friday. Look at me. I come up roses with Our Gal Sunday. She was asleep before I remembered faintly that somewhere, once, there was a radio program called Our Gal Sunday. I'd have taken the name back, but it was too late. So, Sunday she became. And like the day itself, the Sabbath. It became a sort of gateway to heaven. The next few days, how many? Gee, I don't remember, were peace and joy, and I was in the Garden of Eden. As long as I didn't ask questions. We'd walk and wade and swim, and she'd tell me things about sea creatures. Her knowledge was encyclopedic.
This time of year, the tides are particularly low and high because the moon and the sun are directly in line with the earth. So at low tide like this, you can see a lot extra.
What's that seaweed on the rocks?
Well, this is rockweed.
Uh-huh.
But this is sea moss. And the long, lovely flowing green is sea lettuce.
Could you eat it?
Of course. Everything under the sea can be eaten. But some things only if you know how. Oh, come on. Let's swim. Then we'll lie on the beach.
She swam like a fish. I never could keep up with her. And it seemed at least half the time she was under the water. When we lay on the beach, the sun and the wind dried me in moments. But I would glance over at Sunday, and that glorious body never seemed to lose the sparkling sheen of the water, almost as though she had some quality in her skin which preserved the droplets, so that she wore them as an opalescent dress. And then the inevitable interloper came to our paradise. We had been swimming together that morning far out towards the reef.
Look, Tom.
Where?
Out, beyond the reef. Dolphins.
Yeah, crazy. Whole school of them.
How would you like to ride one?
What? Sunday? Who are you? Who are you, really? What are you?
Why must you keep asking?
Because you can't be real. Hey, how would I like to ride on a dolphin's back? You could do that, couldn't you?
Well, anyone can, you know. Under the right circumstances.
What circumstances?
Seaplane.
Where?
Can't see it yet, but it's coming. Oh, don't let them know I'm here. Not yet.
Sunday! I went down into the green depths after her, but clear as the water was, I could see her nowhere. I couldn't stay down long. I wasn't in that good condition. I kept surfacing and gasping a breath and then diving again and again and again. Nothing. By the time I was so completely winded that I knew I couldn't dive anymore. So I surfaced for the last time, and the seaplane was veering away from the island. I lost it in the sun. Not that I cared about it or anything at that moment. And then I looked at the shore, blinked the sun dazzle out of my eyes. Climbing out at the beach was Sunday. And heading for the cabin, I started to swim the shore as fast as I could. What the devil was the idea of pulling a crazy stunt like that, Cindy? You almost give me heart pain.
Sorry, I just didn't want anyone from the plane to see me.
Why?
It isn't time to explain yet.
Well, when is it going to be time?
It's going to land.
So what? It's a free ocean.
They'll be coming here. They'll be looking for me. I want you to promise me something.
Why?
No matter who it is, or what they want or say to you, that you won't tell them anything.
What can I tell them? I don't know anything about you, not even your name.
You know I'm here. Don't tell them that.
Well, for heaven's sakes, why can't I? What are you afraid of?
It's not what I'm afraid of. It's what you must be afraid of.
Well, what does that mean?
I can't explain.
Ahoy, the cabin! We are police, and we are armed. If you are inside, come out and show yourself.
Police?
They won't harm you, and they can't find me. Go out and promise not to tell about me.
I'd still like a reason.
Will this be reason enough? If you do, I'll be gone.
We know you are in there. Do you come out? Or do we come after you with guns?
Yeah, hold it. I'm coming out.
Just hold very still till my co-pilot checks you for weapons.
In a beach coat and swim pants?
I prefer not to take any chances.
He is not armed, sir.
Good. Keep him covered while we talk. Who are you? And what are you doing here?
I'm a guest. I'm on vacation.
A guest of Mr. Brewster's?
I believe that's the name of the owner, yeah.
And you also have a guest?
No, I'm alone here.
I do not think that is the truth, Mr.
Reynolds. Tom Reynolds. Well, who are you to come here throwing your weight around?
Lieutenant Jeffrey Tarrant, area police. We're looking for someone. Barbara Cody. You know her?
No.
Perhaps under one of the other names. Smith? Harrington? The Countess Perenchio? Princess Suleiman? Codicus?
No, look, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't believe you, Mr. Reynolds. I don't believe that anyone could not be aware of one of the richest women in the world. Or that she has been abducted and disappeared into thin air with every available ship, plane, yacht, both civilian and police or army, searching for her. I think I am the lucky man who has found her. Watch him, Sims.
Hey, hold it. Where are you going?
To search your cabin.
I'd like to see a search warrant first.
Mr. Reynolds, in the area, a search warrant is not mandatory.
This island is owned by an American.
Correction, it is leased for 99 years. But it belongs to my government. In any case, might makes right, does it not? So you will not. You have no right to. And you cannot stop me.
Under the circumstances, Tom Reynolds is powerless to interfere. And all the warm glow of happiness and freedom and peace that has been banishing his shattered nerves, and the feeling that he had died inside, turns cold with fear. One way or another, it looks as if he is to lose this woman who has become all his life. This woman who either has no name or far too many. I shall return shortly with Act 3. Time seems endless as Tom Reynolds, the unwavering gun of the co-pilot covering him, listens to the opening and closing of doors from inside the cabin. Any moment, Sunday will be discovered, and some instinct deep inside him spells a warning that when she is, he will have lost his battle and will to live. Then suddenly, as the lieutenant returns, he can feel his heart lift with a wild hope.
Sir, she is not in there. Where is she, Mr. Reynolds?
I don't know who you're talking about.
It's quite Eustace. We know you are not alone.
How?
When you were swimming a short while ago, from the air, my co-pilot saw another head beside you in the water. Right, Sims?
You are right, Lieutenant Tarrant. I would swear I did.
You're not sure. Yeah, you know you're not. Hell, you came and buzzed me, didn't you?
I wonder if we could have been mistaken. We will search the island, of course, but...
But what?
You can't put your gun away, Sims. Mr. Reynolds, you said you did not know the woman we are looking for.
Yeah, well, when you asked me, I honestly didn't, nor did I want to. All those aliases, I figured she must be FemLib's latest and greatest triumph, a dame heading the 10 most wanted list. But then, that first name you gave me, Barbara Cody, isn't she the heir to the Cody tobacco interest?
That is correct. And some feel, after at least the last 3 of her husbands, almost certainly the richest woman in the world.
Yeah. She's about what now, 26? She's gone through 5 husbands? She doesn't seem to have much luck with her men.
There are many who say they are the ones without the luck. Your American press have given her a name taken from her natal one, Barbara Cody. The beautiful Barracuda.
Yeah. That's probably because she doesn't like photographers. Isn't she always smashing cameras and suing the men behind them?
Yes, correct. That's why when she was abducted, many people were not surprised that no ransom note followed her disappearance.
Then why would she be abducted?
It is thought one of her enemies might have decided to exact his or her own revenge.
How?
She was in Nassau. She is an accomplished pilot. She took off in her own private plane or was taken and never returned.
Then she could have just crashed.
It is possible, but the weather was flawless, and we have seen no signs of wreckage. And even if she had to ditch and was alone, she was a strong swimmer.
How about sharks?
Anything is possible. Even that you still have her hidden on this island, Yes, we shall have to search.
I spent the rest of the day chewing my thumbs, and whenever I was out of sight of the police, doing my own searching. We both came up empty-handed. And finally, with many apologies, the lieutenant was gone. I was alone again in paradise, which, all of a sudden, was a tomb in which a dead man lived, the promise of joy snatched away from him by unlucky coincidence. Or was it coincidence? The sun was settling lower and lower as disconsolately but compulsively I roamed the curve of the beaches, calling her name, and answered only by the mocking seabirds. And then, suddenly and incredibly, walking out of the sun, and as if on top of the surf itself, was Sunday. Sunday! Sunday!
Mom!
Oh, I thought I'd lost you. I don't know what I thought. That you'd carried out your threat.
My threat?
If I told about you, you'd be gone.
But you didn't.
No, of course not. But they searched, and you were gone, and I couldn't. Oh, how did you get away?
Oh, my darling, learn to accept what is. Forget the past and the future. There's still time for us. Do not do anything to lose a minute of it.
For the moment, having found her again, I could promise anything. But with morning, lying together in each other's arms, the sun drenching the world with light, the questions came back. I told Sunday all about the lieutenant's visit, what he had told me, and I tried to face her with the need to end all the secrecy.
Do you really see me as a spoiled heiress, gobbling up men like small fish, slashing and wounding with my teeth like your Lady Barbara? A barracuda.
No, but come on, face it. It is quite a coincidence.
You think that I plummeted into the sea, either pushed out of a plane or because I decided to end it all, and by chance got washed up on your island?
Well, where else did you come from?
Maybe from sea chambers, buried in the ocean's depths. My hair spun from glittering rock spume where the waves break. My sisters, Sylvans and Sylphs. And perhaps I am the one called Undine. Did you check me very carefully to make sure that, like the sailor's mermaid, I was not half fish?
Well, I know that isn't true.
But how can you be sure that I'm not Undine? Wouldn't it be really terrifying?
Why?
Because I could be that most terrifying creature spawned by the sea, the woman temptress with no soul, who could only find one by stealing it from a man. You want me to be Undine?
No, but...
Then ask no further questions. Let us make the most of the time we have left.
So the last 2 weeks of my vacation were spent in a kind of dream. A state of suspension during which I could imagine the ridiculous notion that some things were growing inside me. The way perhaps a woman carrying a growing child might feel. The shaking hands, the need for alcohol, the tunnel view of life, the blinding pressure, headaches, the death wish were all gone and forgotten. And then came that strange, wonderful, awful, inexplicable day.
Tom.
Yeah?
I have to go away, Tom. You know that.
No,
Shh. Don't open your eyes. Drink in the sun. That's your medicine. Remember, it's part of what you came here for.
I came here to try to find something. I found you.
You came here to find yourself.
That's the same thing.
No. This is not your life, my dear one. This is only a projection of what your life should and could be. Remember the legend of Undine and her sisters. They were born with no soul, and the only way they could find one was to marry and bear children for a mortal.
What has that to do with us?
You are married. You do have children. And no matter what there's been between us, I couldn't touch your soul. I told you long ago that I would be here until it was time for you to go. The time is now.
No.
I stole as much of you as I dared, but I couldn't steal your soul. When you came here, you were like me, empty and lost inside, and all I could bring you from the sea was enough to fill up that emptiness, to give you back your soul. Your soul and your hope for the future.
Did I fall asleep in the sun? Or was I lulled to sleep? When I woke up that last afternoon on my island seclusion, I was like a man after an operation, still drugged and only half aware. But inside me was an inner peace. And what should have been an unbearable ache was only a lovely memory. Doobie picked me up the next morning.
Well, that's the last of your possessions, Mr. Reynolds. You are leaving a lot lighter than you came.
In so many ways, Doobie.
You ready for me to cast off?
I guess. Nothing left for me to stay here for now. Was I ever really here? Did anything I think I might remember ever really happen?
I told you it was a magic key. An enchanted island, sir. And it is dangerous to sleep as I found you in the full sun.
Yeah. My brains are a little addled. Maybe too much sun.
Does it matter what is illusion and what is real? What is important is, did you find what you came for?
I don't think I found it. Somebody gave it to me.
You look like a man at peace with the world. Are you ready now to return to it?
I guess I am. Yes, Doobie. I know I am.
Here we are at Main Island, sir. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Lieutenant Tarrant wishes a word with you.
Yeah, I see him waiting for me.
Yeah, we're docked. You can talk to Lieutenant while I unload your gear.
Oh, thank you, Doobie. You looking for me, Lieutenant?
I have been waiting, yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Oh, excuse me, I guess I should say Lieutenant.
It is of no importance. What is that I owe you an apology.
Oh.
The lady I questioned you about. We found her this morning.
You found her where?
The plane was almost intact, lying in 30 fathoms of water, 180 feet down. Both doors sealed by the water pressure. No one could have escaped from that cabin. And Miss Cody was alone.
Dead?
Very. The doctor estimates at least 3 weeks, probably a few days more.
That would be about 3 days after I crossed to the island.
About it exactly, Mr. Reynolds.
She was a pretty woman, although what pictures we have don't do her justice, they say. Would you like to see the girl I was almost ready to believe you'd abducted?
No.
Maybe better yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Why?
I told you. I am the son of a Vaudin. I would like to know that you are altogether at peace. For always.
Yeah, well. Okay, let me see the picture. Yeah, she must have been a very pretty woman when she was alive. But now she's dead, huh? Completely dead.
So, everything is ashore, Mr. Reynolds. Time for you to go.
So it was all over. The picture. Perhaps. Perhaps not. It no longer mattered that Barbara Cody or some mermaid from God knows what deep green caverns in the sea. She, your Sunday, could never have existed. Never was. Had ceased to be. And what she came to steal, she gave back to me instead. My immortal soul. I'm home now, stepping off the ferry at Vineyard Haven and into the arms of a girl I thought I'd forgotten. And a love so intense and new bright again that my eyes are dazzled.
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Martha. Oh, my own love.
Oh, you haven't said that to me in years.
I'll make it up. I'll make up for it in all the years to come.
Oh, Tom, you're your old self.
A gift from someone?
Who?
Someday I might tell you. Or maybe never. All that matters, my darling, is I'm home. To stay.
A strange, complex, tender story with no answers except the last. Who stops to question miracles? And who really wants to know how an illusion is achieved? Once you know the mechanics, the magic is gone. I'll be back shortly. The first link in the long chain of man's evolution came to us from the sea. The richest and most nutritious foods we eat come from the oceans or are waiting to be harvested. So why not a presence, a something, a spirit clothed in whatever form you desire to nourish and feed the soul? The eternal sea, coming and going with the tides in an everlasting cycle. It is the embodiment of life itself. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Marion Seldes, Leon Janney, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser, and True Value Hardware Stores.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
KOIN in Portland. CBS News is next, and then CBS Radio Mystery Theater.
CBS News. North Vietnam's premier has thanked the Soviet Union and other communist countries for their help in the communist victory in South Vietnam. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Premier Phan Van Dong expressed his gratitude and said he thanks the Soviet people for playing an important part in the victories in the South. In Cambodia, the new communist government says it has begun to build what it calls a sound, clean social system based on agriculture. Radio Phnom Penh denounced the regime of former President Lon Nol, saying it had imported everything from abroad. Vietnamese refugees continue to arrive in this country. The refugee population of Camp Pendleton, California, has swelled to over 18,000. Arrivals are now being diverted to other camps in the Midwest and the South. The relocation of refugees in the U.S. continues to be controversial. Singer Eartha Kitt, who was an outspoken critic of the Vietnam War while it was going on, says America's minorities and poor should get priority over the Vietnamese homeless. Senator James Buckley, Republican of New York, says the nation should go ahead and accept the Vietnamese.
These people are desperate. They have nowhere to turn. They are the victims of a war in which we participated. But more than that, I think that the fears that seem to be expressed are way overextended. It is not conceivable that this nation, 210 million people, can't absorb 130 or 150,000, of whom fewer than 40,000 would actually be in a job market.
Senator James Buckley. CBS News continues in a moment.
In popular libraries, best-selling novel 34 East. A ceasefire line is drawn in the Sinai. On one side, Egyptian and Soviet troops. On the other, Israel and its American allies. Then, Arab fanatics kidnap the President of the United States, forcing the great powers to start the countdown for nuclear war. The suspense reaches a shattering climax in 34 East, the international bestseller, now in paperback. 34 East. Read it today while it's still fiction.
If you ever use a hemorrhoid preparation, you should know this. Vaseline Brands has news. It's Hemorrhoid ointment. Hemorrhoid works fast, helps protect with a proven medical ingredient for soothing occlusion. And Hemorrhoid gives you only this key ingredient, so it gives you more than the leading preparation. Now, at your first sign of pain, burning, and itching, turn to soothing Hemorrhoid. Hemorrhoid from Vaseline Brands. Use only as directed.
The strike by anesthesiologists at hospitals in San Francisco is starting to spread. Some of the doctors who work at hospitals in Santa Cruz County, California, now say they'll work only in emergency cases. The anesthesiologists began the walkout 10 days ago to protest skyrocketing costs of malpractice insurance. One physician involved in the protest, Dr. Sanford Marcus of the Union of American Physicians, says many hospitals could be in serious trouble if the problem is not solved soon.
Several hospitals in the San Francisco Bay Area are at less than 50% of occupancy. The hospital conference claims that they are losing over $400,000 a day, and we feel that if this situation is allowed to deteriorate further, several hospitals may become bankrupt.
Dr. Marcus says it is not a doctor's strike. He terms the situation a lockout by the insurance carriers. Near Ashland, Oregon, Friday, a bus carrying some high school students from California struck a car and rolled down the side of a mountain. 3 people on the bus were killed, 17 others hurt. 2 of the dead have been identified. They are the bus driver and a 16-year-old girl. The bus was transporting some students from Mount Shasta, California to Harris Beach State Park in Oregon for a weekend field trip. President Oren Lee Staley of the National Farmers Organization says the NFO will appeal a ruling by the Internal Revenue Service revoking the tax-exempt status of the organization. Staley says the IRS did so on grounds the NFO markets its members' products. Staley maintains the NFO acts only as a bargaining agent for members who actually make their own sales. The Agriculture Department Friday forecast a record wheat crop for this year. The winter wheat crop is estimated at 1.62 million bushels, up 16% from last year. Now this.
Hey, summer's coming.
Have a good year, America. Get on Goodyear now and save.
Get summer off to a great start with 20% savings on Goodyear Polyglass radial tires.
Get on Goodyear now and save.
Goodyear Polyglass radials are built to last up to 30,000 miles. And now through Saturday, you get 20% off the regular price at participating dealers and Goodyear service stores.
Have a good year, America. Get on Goodyear now and save. Have a good year.
Here's a riddle. Name a giant that lives in the ocean but can't breathe underwater. A giant that sings songs but has no vocal cords. Give up? It's a whale. One of the most fascinating giants that ever lived. And what's more, these giants have enormous brains and impressive intelligence. Let's use some of ours to save them from extinction. A message from the National Audubon Society and its local chapters.
After 8 weeks of talks, the UN Conference on the Law of the Sea ended the current session Friday in Geneva. Delegates remain far apart on revision of the laws governing the use of the oceans. Another meeting will be held next March. Doug Poling, CBS News.
The Oregon House Revenue Committee has cleared a bill to let people vote in the primary election next spring on whether the state gasoline tax should be increased by a penny a gallon. The House approved and sent to the Senate a bill to limit the total award in medical malpractice suits to $400,000, and the Senate approved and sent to the House a bill that would require lending institutions to pay interest on mortgage reserve accounts. A 40-year-old former Oregon State prisoner, Richard Marquette, pleaded innocent in Salem today to a murder charge in the death April 19th of Betty Wilson of Scioto, Oregon. Circuit Court Judge Val Sloper of Marion County set Marquette's trial for June 2nd. Mrs. Wilson's dismembered body was found under a bridge near Salem. Marquette was arrested 3 days later. A report by the U.S. Soil Conservation Service and the National Weather Service predicts excellent water supplies for much of Oregon this coming summer. The snowpack ranges from 50% above average in the northern portion of the state to 4 times the normal amount in the southern portion. And all of the state except the Central Cascades got more precipitation than normal during the past month. A research group says the Public Utility Commissioner's staff is not doing its job of representing the consumer's side in a rate increase request by Pacific Northwest Bell Telephone Company. The Oregon Student Public Interest Research Group made the claim in a report. It criticizes the staff's support of the telephone company's request to charge 20 cents for each call for directory assistance and for each call from a pay telephone. The weather for the Portland metropolitan area: variable cloudiness tonight, Saturday, and Sunday. Increasing chance of afternoon and evening showers or thunder showers. Little cooler Saturday with the highs in the middle 70s, lows near 50 degrees, highs Sunday in the middle 60s, light winds tonight, and southerly at 5 to 15 miles per hour on Saturday. Chance of measurable rainfall, 20% tonight, 30% Saturday, and 60% Saturday night. Right now in downtown Portland, the temperature stands at 63 degrees. That's KOIN News to 11:08. I'm Bill Garrity.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... I'm E.G. Marshall. The Bible speaks of a voice that cries out in the wilderness. And yet, there is an even vaster wilderness than the trackless, arid desert that is spoken of in the book. This is a wilderness so terrifying that it stretches out even beyond infinity. It is a wilderness of boundless, limitless space. But desolate though it may be, this is not a quiet wilderness, nor is it empty. It hums and buzzes and crackles with noise and sound, and even voices. Yes, there are voices that cry out in this wilderness, too. Voices that are not human, but voices that weep and laugh and threaten.
Where are those production schedules, Bert?
Production schedules?
Yes, production schedules. You're chief engineer.
I didn't make them up. I didn't think it was necessary.
What are you talking about?
We'll be out of business.
Out of business? How could we go out of business? We get more orders than we can handle.
That doesn't matter. We'll be out of business anyhow.
Why, Bert? Just tell me why.
Because the world is about to come to an end.
Oh. Where did you hear this?
On the radio.
The radio? I didn't hear it.
I know that. It's something that you can only hear on my radio.
Our mystery drama, The Voices of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
When you say bud, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say bud, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say bud, you've said the word that means you like to do it all. When you say bud, you say you care enough to only want the king of beers. There is no other one. There's only something left. Because the king of beers is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
When you dine at the Captain's Corner, you found the corner on excellent dining in downtown Portland. It's a select menu at our Captain's Corner, proudly served in a warm, friendly atmosphere. We feel quality service is just as important as a quality menu, and at the Captain's Corner, you get both. For a relaxing lunch, for that gracious dinner after 5, it's the Captain's Corner, downtown in the Century Tower building on Southwest 12th between Jefferson and Main, with free parking.
The newspaper reporter was almost in tears. Mr. Coward, she cried. Haven't you anything to say to the star? Certainly, said Mr. Coward. Twinkle. Noel Coward's wit and music breezes onto the stage in the Blue Room at the Portland Civic Theater. Oh, Coward, a new musical comedy review, is now playing on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday nights at 8:30. Call 226-3048 for reservations. Do your spring thing with Oh, Coward at Portland Civic Theater.
If you ever took one of those ordinary round 1-quart ice cream containers, a handful of paper fasteners, a couple of paper clips, some number 36 enameled copper wire, a small piece of silicone or galena, and a pin or two, and transformed it all into a radio set, well, you're not as young as you used to be. Unbelievably, it worked. You could hear the Paul Whiteman Orchestra and Will Rogers and President Coolidge. How unbelievably primitive your crystal set would seem now. But is it possible that your cat's whisker might still receive a message that simply is not getting through the marvelously sophisticated equipment we have today?
Yes, Miss Hastings?
It's Mr.
Cartwright of National Industries. He wants to congratulate you.
Tell him that I'm in a meeting.
And you've got 4 other calls on
Well,
hold.
tell them all I've gone to Outer Mongolia for the afternoon.
Oh, yes, Mr. Fowler. Oh, what should I say if they ask me why?
Oh, tell them I had to buy some yak butter. And, oh, yes, Miss Hastings, could you come in? Oh, wow. Now, Miss Hastings, would you mind retyping this letter? It's not very long. I've marked the words that aren't spelled right.
Oh, Mr. Fowler, it's not that I spell them wrong. It's just that I leave out the E in all words that have an I and an E. I write receive and believe. I don't know why I do that.
Well, maybe we better send you to a psychiatrist.
Oh, I'd be afraid to talk to one of those people. Mr. Fowler, now that you'll become president of the company, will you need me anymore?
Miss Hastings, what kind of question is that?
Well, I thought you'd want a new secretary. Somebody who looks like she might be a secretary to the president.
Miss Hastings, for 24 years we've been a team. When I get promoted, you get promoted. Now what's it doing outside?
Well, Mr. Davis would like to see you.
Oh, Arthur, send him in.
Yes, sir.
And remember, Miss Hastings, I before E, except after C.
Hi, Bert. Busy?
Now, what is this, Arthur? You feel you have to be announced now? I don't become president until tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
Yes, and even then, I'll probably still be the same sweet, lovable Bert Fowler. Now, what's your problem, Arthur?
Problem? Who says I have a problem?
Well, you look like a man with a problem.
Do I? Well, how are things, Bert?
Now that you've deftly changed the subject, I may add I'm being swamped with requests for my bio. Well, 2 of them, anyhow.
Why not? You're a famous man.
I will be after tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, I knew it would happen one day. I said it 25 years ago. Remember, Arthur? Do you remember 25 years ago?
Remember what?
Oh, you don't have a sentimental bone in your body.
Oh, how can you say that? I'm paying alimony to 2 wives.
We both came here the same week, didn't we? 2 raw youngsters just out of college. And we did pretty well.
Bert.
Yes, Arthur, what is it?
Well, I guess there's only one way to say this. You're not going to be made president of this company.
What? But I'm not?
The board of directors met last week. The decision was made to name Ron Anderson.
Ron Anderson? Oh, you can't be serious.
Now, the board wanted me to break the news to cushion the shock.
Oh, I see.
Because we're old friends.
Oh, it's quite perceptive and sensitive.
And everybody agrees that you're entitled to greater recognition and that, well, a special title will be created for you.
But it won't be the title I deserve. President.
And more money, a lot more money, stock options, bonus.
Yes, thank you, Arthur. Excuse me.
Yes, Mr. Fowler?
Take a letter, please. My personal stationery. Today's date. To the chairman of the board. Dear Frank, please accept my resignation, effective immediately. I'll sign it the moment you've finished.
But you can't do it.
I've just done it.
Now, listen to me. Please don't. Just please.
Mr. Fowler, did I just hear you say that...
No, now, Miss Hastings, please go back to your desk.
I want that typed immediately.
Don't you type one word. Now, everything's going to be just fine. You just go out to your desk, Miss Hastings. Now, Bert.
The board of directors. There was no board of directors 25 years ago. How high and mighty we've become. We now have a board of directors.
Just calm down.
I walked into this company 25 years ago, and it was going down for the 3rd time. This pathetic little 2x4 fly-by-night.
But you have to realize...
Whose ideas turned this company around?
Yours.
Whose designs made the difference?
Yours. Nobody denies that, Bert, but times have changed, and you don't have the right image for the president of the company.
Oh, really? Let's talk about images, shall we? Who worked out the circuit that enables this company to create the world's best image on a screen?
It's a new ball game.
Well, if it is, you can play it.
You represent the past. Bert, you're too old.
What? At 53, I'm too old?
No, it's the way you dress and the way you cut your hair and the way you impress people. You're just... Well, I guess the only way I can put it is that you're just too World War II-ish. Whereas Ronnie Anderson...
Ronnie Anderson is an idiot.
No, he's not really an idiot. It's just that he talks their language.
Whose language?
The language of the people who pull the buying strings today. It's the accent on youth. And he sports that long hair, and he wears clothes that are called mod or whatever. And well, he's just that fresh, bright, vibrant image the board thinks that this company needs.
But he doesn't know one end of a receiver from the other.
He doesn't have to, Bert. The engineers don't run companies anymore. You know that. It's all in the hands of the marketing people.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Arthur, I'd like to clear my desk and go home.
Where are you going?
You heard me. I said I'm going home.
Are you? Tell me, Bert, where's home? Where's home? It's here. And what's home? This company. It has been your wife, your kids. What else do you have?
Will you excuse me, Arthur?
You gave everything to this company. The company is all you have to show for your life. You can't leave it.
The company's leaving me, Arthur.
Ronnie Anderson is a temporary madness that's come over the company.
Oh, Ronnie Anderson. Who says God has no sense of humor? You want to go to lunch?
Well, Ronnie Anderson's invited everybody to be his guest in the penthouse.
I have a previous engagement. Why don't you go and score some points?
That was a low blow. I'll see you later, Bert.
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
Miss Hastings, call the garage. I want my car.
Thank you for lunch, Mr. Fowler.
Isn't it a beautiful day?
Oh, I can't remember ever doing anything like this before.
Anything like what, Miss Hastings?
Oh, driving out in the country during the middle of a working day. Oh, the woods are so beautiful.
Yes. Now, you've been my secretary for so many years, Miss Hastings, and well, I know so little about you. For example, why have you never married?
Well, because no one ever asked me.
You never married because no one ever asked you. And I never married because I never asked anyone. Why are all those cars parked along the side of the road?
Oh, well, according to those signs, it's a garage sale.
Oh, what's a garage sale?
Oh, people want to get rid of a lot of old things around the house, so they just hold a sale.
What a coincidence. I'm an old thing that was gotten rid of today myself. You know, I feel an affinity for this place. Let's stop and browse about. Oh, I've never seen so much junk.
Oh, usually you see some old books and pictures.
You see that stuff over there, Miss Hastings? It's typical of what you'd see in a home about, 50 years ago. Look, there's an old, broken-down, wind-up phonograph, a clothes dummy, a coffee grinder, and
Mr. Fowler? Mr. Fowler, are you all right?
No. Oh, no, it can't be.
Mr. Fowler, you're so pale.
But it's mine.
Mr. Fowler, something's wrong.
Miss Hastings, you see that thing on the table? It looks like a round container with some wire wrapped around it.
Oh, yes.
See what price is marked on it,
Oh, there isn't any.
Oh, the woman at the gate. Ask her how much she wants.
Oh, Mr. Fowler, you're shaking. Are you ill?
No. Find out how much she wants. I have to have it.
$1.
$1? Well, I'd have given her 1,000.
Well, now it's yours.
But it was always mine.
Mr. Fowler, are you saying you once owned this, whatever it is, and now, by I don't know what kind of coincidence, you just came across it again?
What do you think this is, Miss Hastings?
I couldn't tell you.
It's a radio.
A radio? Well, it looks more like a carton for ice cream or sauerkraut.
This was my first design. My very first design.
You designed this, Mr. Fowler?
My first design. My first prize. There was a magazine called American Youth, and it offered a prize for the best and most simple design for a crystal set. And, well, I submitted this one, and I won. I was 10 years old, and I won. The magazine printed the diagram for this, and youngsters all over the country copied their own sets from it. Just think about it. More than 40 years ago, a kid who lived in this house made this radio from my design. Oh, I still remember the prize. A gold medal. And on it was inscribed, "To Bertram Fowler, a great scientist of the future."
And it came true. You are a great scientist.
No, I never became a scientist. I just tinkered around with gadgets.
Do you mean a thing like this could actually work?
Oh, sure. Put on the earphones.
But how wouldn't it need a new battery?
No battery, no electricity. It works by itself. You see, it's just a coil of wire, a crystal detector, which is made of silicon or galena. Let's see, we need an aerial. Oh, we can use the metal clothesline the lady has stretched in her yard. Oh, this will be fine. Now listen through those earphones. All right. Now, what do you hear? Anything?
Oh, yeah, I do hear a kind of scratchy noise. Wait. Music. Yeah, I think I hear music.
Clearly?
Well, listen for yourself.
Yes. May I have those earphones? Why, that's
the music of Paul Whiteman, King of Jazz. It has been brought to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in New York City.
Whiteman? But it's not possible.
And now for the news. President Coolidge said today that he will call for a 3-hour naval conference in Geneva, Switzerland, to be attended by
Mr. Fowler, what's wrong? Oh, somebody help me. We need a doctor. Please. Oh, Mr. Fowler, don't faint.
Anyone would have a right to pass out if he tunes in the news and he gets the bad news of 1927. But why is he picking up that kind of news and that kind of music now? What kind of radio set did our friend Bert Fowler design, anyhow? I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Hi, I'm Burl Ives. You know, I've been telling you that Uncle Ben's long grain and wild rice is a wonderful way to make an ordinary meal a great meal, and to keep a great meal from becoming ordinary. That's because it's a delicious combination of Uncle Ben's rice, natural wild rice, herbs, and seasonings. It has a really distinctive taste just about every grown-up loves. But what about those everyday family meals? Well, now Uncle Ben's has a way to make them special, too, with Uncle Ben's new fast-cooking long grain and wild rice. It's flavored with a delicious but milder blend of herbs and seasonings, so it has a milder taste. It cooks in just 5 minutes, so it's easy to serve anytime. With anything, chicken, hamburgers, whatever's on the family menu. So try Uncle Ben's new 5-minute fast-cooking long grain and wild rice. The whole family will love its milder taste.
Hey, when's the last time you made a wish?
I wish I could get an A in geometry.
I wish for a place to live.
I wish I was in Omaha with my grandmother and grandfather.
Wishing is very important, you know.
I think I wish for all the children in the world to be well and healthy and have enough to eat.
I wish I could lose 100 pounds.
I wish I had a bike.
My wish is for good health.
Wishing means you hope for better things.
I wish we could find solutions to the crime problem.
I wish that we win every soccer game in our league.
I wish, and I really wish, the price of food would go down.
If you want hope, you've got to make a wish.
If I have one wish, it's to understand my children.
I wish that everything works out between my boyfriend and me.
I just wish for a job.
I wish all the lost children would come home to their fathers.
Because without a wish, there can be no hope.
Yeah, I wish there were more love and truth and less loneliness in the world.
From the Franciscans, with love.
I shot an arrow into the air. It fell to earth, I know not where, said Mr. Longfellow. But the fact of the matter is, the arrow did fall, finally, to the earth. There is evidently then a significant difference between arrows and words. When you shoot or utter or discharge, however you want to put it, a word into the air, apparently it never falls to earth again. It enters the ether and stays there forever. Or does it? How else may we account for the fact that Bert Fowler is now hearing words that entered the airwaves more than 45 years ago.
You say that you heard an actual Paul Whiteman broadcast.
And I heard a news broadcast, which could only have been made in 1927.
Why?
Because it was about the conference to restrict the number of battleships.
Mm-hmm.
It was called by President Coolidge. You've heard of him.
Yes. And you heard all this on that ice cream carton?
This ice cream carton is actually a variable inductance tuning coil, a crystal detector, and... look, Doctor, I don't want to get into anything here. I know what I heard.
Well, when Miss Hastings brought you here to my office, she said that you'd had a very shattering experience earlier in the day in your business affairs.
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, that was one shock to your system. And then you encountered this radio, which was made from a prize-winning design of yours. Now, you were only a child at the time, so that's a second shock.
All right, but what does all this have to do with what I heard?
Well, the present has suddenly become unbearable. And you're escaping back into a beautiful, promising past?
Now, what you're saying is that for one reason or another, I imagined all this,
Well, yes, that's what it comes to, Mr. Fowler. Listen, I put on these earphones. I scratched that crystal with the cat's whisker. All I got was static.
Doctor, am I okay otherwise?
Oh, you check out first rate. Hey, listen. Let me know if you raise any more of that 20s jazz, huh?
Mr. Fowler.
Yes. Yeah, what is it, Miss Hastings? Oh, let me take
Mr.
these earphones
Fowler.
off. Let me take these earphones off.
You're due at a meeting in Mr. Anderson's office.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You know, Miss Hastings, I'm hearing the strangest voices on this old radio of
What
mine.
kind of voices?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, Mr. Fowler, I wish I could hear the voices you say you hear.
They're there. They're loud and clear.
Bert, we're no longer competitive.
There's not a company in the world that can match our quality, Ron.
Yeah, but we've got to cut costs.
We can't.
You mean you can't?
If you know someone who can produce this quality for less money, well, I'll step aside.
How about less quality?
There goes the reputation of this company.
Well, don't you worry about our reputation.
I have to. I created it.
Why didn't you resign, Bert? You know, I'd have resigned if they'd named you president.
That would be the easy way out.
Well, you'll simply have to find some shortcuts.
If you put us back with the rest of the pack, why should people buy our product?
That's my job, marketing. You turn it out, I sell it.
Just like that, huh?
You're not keeping up with the current market. Neither is your friend, Arthur Davis.
What about Arthur?
Well, I almost fired him today.
Why?
He has a lot to learn about publicity. That little thingamajig of yours, that crystal set, just because it won a prize almost 50 years ago, he thought it was worth sending word to the press.
For that you'd fire him?
Here's that old magazine. It's dead and gone, and pictures of kids in short haircuts and knickers, and this crazy-looking carton with all those clips and fasteners. And you're our executive engineer.
Ron, you may have missed the point.
The image is old-fashioned. The direction is backwards. Nobody cares about yesterday, Bert.
Mr. Anderson's secretary just called. You're supposed to have a cost analysis ready for the meeting tomorrow morning.
Yes, I know.
Well, if you don't give it to me to type, they won't have it.
That's very well put.
And I know you haven't even started it.
That's right.
Now, Mr. Fowler, don't you think that
Zephyr and Aletha. Zephyr is a man's voice. It sounds like a man's voice. And Aletha, it must be a woman's voice, but who are they? Who are they?
Mr. Fowler, should I call back and tell Mr. Anderson's secretary the report will be ready?
Yes, you do that. Or else, Well, tell her it won't be ready. Any way you feel.
But, Mr. Fowler...
And now, Miss Hastings, you must excuse me.
Are you going to listen to that thing again?
It's time, Marita.
No, Zeta, give them a chance.
How many chances? How many?
One more.
You say one more. I give one more. Then they do something even more frightful.
The children of today, they are different.
There's so little space. So few planets that are green and cool and fertile.
Another chance.
Either you and I, we would use the space wisely.
What space? What space?
Young men and women, they will be different.
Wait for what?
Mr. Fowler, are you all right?
Why, what's the matter?
Oh, you've been shouting, wait. Wait for what?
Oh? Have I?
Now, Mr. Fowler, ever since you came across that thing...
You look at it as if it's some sort of poisonous snake. It's really a very primitive device. And it gave so many children in less affluent times a wonderful creative outlet. Hey, wait. The children. The creative children. Are they the ones Zephyr and Aletha were talking about?
Now, Mr. Fowler, you have to go upstairs to that meeting. They have been phoning for you.
Oh, yes, the meeting. Meeting.
I don't see where there's a reduction in any of these costs, Bert.
That's right, Ron, you don't.
I thought we agreed that we would cut costs.
No, as a matter of fact, I think we have to increase them.
You know what you're saying.
Certainly.
I'm the president of this company. I set the policy.
I am not aware that the board has canceled its commitment to quality.
I see. So you want to take this to the board?
Absolutely. You're supposed to be the hotshot, but how much ability does it take to sell cheap junk? If you're any good, you should be able to sell quality.
I would like to remind you that the board has already chosen me over you.
Then what are you worried about?
We have no right to take it.
We will make better use of it.
But it is theirs. It is theirs.
They will destroy it.
No, the children growing up today. Those children will save.
These are the children who will destroy it.
Give them a little more time.
How much?
A little more. Just a little more.
We have to stop. Do you hear, Miss Hastings? We have to stop.
Mr. Fowler, I don't understand you. What are you saying?
We have to stop.
Stop what?
Stop destroying the world.
Oh.
Miss Hastings, tell Arthur Davis I must see him in my office right away. Arthur, I want you to contact the science editors and writers of all the newspapers, magazines, and wire services.
What for, Bert?
What for? I'm going to hold a press conference. That's what for.
Well,
what?
Well, have you cleared it with Ron?
No, I haven't cleared it with Ron, and I don't intend to clear it with Ron either. Now, you just get these guys to meet with me, say, Tuesday morning.
You'd have to tell me why. And I would have to check it out.
Arthur, I'm asking you to do this for me.
Please, Bert. Ron calls the shots, you know that.
Sure. Yes, sure. Okay, Arthur, I'm sorry that I asked.
Look, Bert, I am on your side, but you understand my position.
Oh, absolutely. And so why don't you leave before we both burst into tears?
Yes, sir?
Miss Hastings, call the scientific editors of all the newspapers, magazines, networks, wire services, and tell them I'm having a press conference on Tuesday morning at 10.
Oh, but that's Mr. Davis's job.
I know, but he needs some help.
Wait, Zita, I beg you, wait.
Every day, they do further damage, wreak greater havoc, so sorrier destruction. It will be too late.
Give them just a little more time. More time.
Now, what I have just played back for you, ladies and gentlemen, is the tape recording of voices that were picked up on this old crystal detector. The message is clear. The world is in danger. It will be taken over by another race or kind, or call it what you will, unless...
What is this guy?
No, wait. No, wait, please. Don't go. Listen. Listen to me. Please listen. There's almost no time left. We're running out of time.
Now, please, Mr. Fowler, you can't get so excited.
They don't believe me, Miss Hastings. They don't believe me.
Well, do you believe him? The air of the night is filled with voices, and not all of them are heard by everyone. It is said that some men hear the rhythm of a different drummer. What about the rest of us? If we do not hear that drummer, does that mean he doesn't exist? Right now, all we're sure of is this. You exist, and I exist. And I shall return in just a few moments with Act 3.
There are times when you feel like rolling, when the whole world's standing by, and you know just where you're going, and you know you're riding high. When the rest of the world is flying, you hit the road and you climb, 'cause you're a free spirit, one of a kind.
There's a lot of free spirit at your Buick dealers. If you're thinking about a new car, he has lots of bright, shiny, free-spirited Buicks for you to choose from. If you're thinking used car, your Buick dealer has a good selection of those, too. If you want a checkup for your present Buick, or to get your car in shape for a trip, his service department has everything it takes. Free spirit at your Buick dealer. It's part of every deal.
Free spirit, one of a kind.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? Your Better Business Bureau knows.
Sam Spud, private investigator. Oh, Sam, I'm so glad you called.
You sound rattled, Angel.
I'm frantic, Sam. I went to buy the carpet for the office, and I got so confused. There are too many kinds. I didn't know what to ask or what to buy.
I'll help you, young lady.
Mercy, who are you?
I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau. Now, when you're choosing carpet, make sure you pick a long-wearing one that'll go with your walls, draperies, and upholstery. Beware of so-called fantastic bargains. And don't buy a carpet that isn't labeled as to fiber content.
Oh, Sam, now I know what to look for and ask before I buy a carpet.
You floor me, Angel.
Just another helpful tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Easygoing, amiable Bert Fowler is suddenly cast, or he seems to have cast himself, in the role of a prophet of doom. A role that is certainly alien to his nature, but one that he seems powerless to reject. Prophets of doom, historically, don't do very well. Indeed, most of them come to a rather unfortunate end. Is this the fate that awaits our Bert Fowler?
Gentlemen, this meeting was called originally to acquaint this board with some fundamental policy differences between Bert Fowler and me. But that is insignificant now. Anyone who has read the papers, who has seen or heard the news broadcasts, is aware of the fact that Bert Fowler has made this company a laughingstock. You had no right to call a press conference.
Gentlemen, please listen to me. We must put a stop to this.
Put a stop to what?
Put a stop to this exclusive pursuit of our own private interests.
And what does that mean, Bert?
We are in danger.
Of what?
Of running out of time to save ourselves.
From whom? Well, from whom?
It's here. You can hear it on this crystal detector.
Look, Bert, all of us have clamped on those earphones. All of us have humored
The
you.
voices are there. The voices are clear. And so I can only conclude that you do not wish to hear them.
Gentlemen, I recommend we relieve Bert of his duties as Chief of Engineering and Design and retire him on his very generous pension.
Now listen, we have to devote ourselves to peace, to the betterment of the...
Bert, you're out of order. Now, why don't you just leave quiet?
Take your hands off of me.
Bert, for your own good. I'm only take your hands off of me.
Not so good, Mr. Fowler.
Oh, I don't know what came over me, Doctor.
A fine crusader for peace you turned out to be. You slugged the first guy who disagrees with you.
Yeah. Doctor, what am I doing here in this hospital?
Well, you're going to be observed.
What does that mean?
Oh, well, this will give you a chance to cool off. I will write a high-sounding report filled with all kinds of technical statements that no layman could understand and no two doctors would agree on.
I do hear these voices.
Yes, of course.
Then you admit they exist.
I agree that you hear them.
Oh, Doctor, what am I going to do?
Face reality.
What I hear is real.
Well, there are many realities. The problem is, you have to get along with the one that's popular. Now, the voices you hear are your voices, Mr. Fowler. They remind you of a happier time.
No, I am not talking about the news and the music. I mean Zephyr and Aletha.
Ah, Aletha and Zephyr. Yes, A to Z. See, that's how you see your life. It's completely fouled up. It's no wife, no kids, no real fame. You know, it's a brilliant potential that was never realized.
That's how you account for it.
Bert, I'm on your side. I think the whole thing is absolutely wild.
According to Aletha and Zephyr, the young people of my generation should have turned things around. I guess we only made them worse. How about your generation, Doctor?
Well, we make a lot of noise, but we'll get older, too.
But, Doctor, if we do nothing, the world will come to an end.
You want to know what I think? I think the world came to an end a long time ago.
Welcome home, Mr. Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Hastings.
The company told me I should stay on as your secretary.
That's one of the bonuses you get at the end of the rat race, assuming you've been one of the bigger rats.
Although I don't know what my duties are.
Well, you come to the apartment every day at 9, and you're going to put in a full day's work. That is, unless you'd rather go get yourself another job.
Oh, no. No, Mr. Fowler, I'll never leave you. I'll stay as long as you want me.
Now, Miss Hastings, all our lives, we've been looking out for number one. You follow this?
Yes, sir.
And so, despite all the other theories, that is the basic reason the world has gone to hell. Do you agree?
If you say so, Mr. Fowler.
Yes. People have to start looking beyond themselves. We just have to do things that will turn the world around.
Yes, Mr. Fowler.
Now, this is something that has to begin at the top. Once the leaders understand what their true mission has to be, we can save ourselves. Now, I've drawn up a list of important people. After all, I was somebody myself.
There's no doubt about that, Mr. Fowler.
I have worked with people in government, in the military, in industry, and not just here, but also abroad. And I'm going to put it to these people. Now, here's the list, and I want you to put through some calls for me.
Admiral Chadwick on the phone, Mr. Fowler.
Oh, thank you, Miss Hastings. Hello, George. You got my letter? What do you mean, what's the punchline? But no. No, I'm serious. We all have to unite against this new menace. We have to change our self-centered thinking. Now, George, you know I'm not crazy. Oh, sure. Oh, yes. Yes, we'll get together for lunch one day. Right. Bye. Well, at least he returned the call.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fowler.
Now, who else have you tried?
Oh, Mr. Cartwright of National Industries. He always seems to be in a meeting. Mr. Taylor's out of town. I just can't get anybody. I'll see who it is.
Hello, Miss Hastings.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Davis.
What? Arthur, sit down. You like a drink?
No.
Well, what is it, Arthur?
I like to think that we're still friends.
If you like to think so, by all means.
But what you're doing is, well, to a person who knows you, it's heartbreaking.
Oh. And what am I doing?
You're making a damn fool of yourself. The way you write letters to people and the way you call them on the phone and try to waylay them in the offices. Bert, you look ridiculous.
Do I?
Bert, it's tragic to see you ending up like this, an eccentric, a crack brain, a nut. And besides,
Yes?
Well, there's the company.
Oh, but I've retired. I'm no longer with the company.
Your name will always be associated with the company. And so what you're doing is a reflection.
What do you suggest I do?
Oh, enjoy life. You're still comparatively young. You have plenty of money.
Arthur, friend to friend, if you were me, how would you go about it?
Go about what?
Go about getting people to listen.
Nobody wants to listen to what you have to say, Bert.
I know, but how can I dramatize my message?
You just answered your own question. Dramatize. Call attention to yourself somehow. Make people listen. Do something.
Yes?
Oh, I don't know. But something that would just explode all over the front pages.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Arthur.
But I want you to know we're still friends.
Oh, it's heartwarming to hear that, Arthur.
I wish you'd forget about those voices.
But how can I forget? I hear them so clearly. Now listen, put the earphones on.
I tried, but I just can't hear.
Or you don't want to. Miss Hastings, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm typing your letter to the President of the United States and a copy for the Premier of the Soviet and the Prime Minister of China.
Well, just hold off on that for a little while.
Oh, yes, sir.
Miss Hastings, you don't think that I'm crazy, do you?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, take the rest of the day off. I'm thinking of trying a different strategy.
Yes, sir.
Arthur was right. He said I should try something that would explode all over the front pages.
Now, what do you mean, Mr. Fowler?
I simply have to make people take me seriously.
Who's that? What? Bert, it's you.
Yes, Ron. It's me.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I got lonesome for the place. I thought I'd come by for a little visit.
At 10 o'clock at night?
Well, you're still here, Ron.
Wait. What have you got in that valise?
What do you think I've got?
I'm going to call a security guard.
I just saw him. He's asleep. But he's outside. He won't get hurt.
What have you got in that valise?
Fuses, wiring, for explosives.
Well, you're crazy.
Nobody wants to listen.
I'll have you thrown into jail.
Get out of here. I don't want anybody hurt, not even you. This place will go up in 30 seconds.
Well, you're a maniac.
Run for your life! You run!
Why are you standing there?
Because it's my company. I'll stay with it.
You're out of your mind.
Better run for your life!
How is he this morning, Miss Hastings?
Oh, he seems to be fine, Doctor.
And where's the crystal set?
Oh, he hasn't asked for it since I don't think he even remembers it.
Oh, hello, Mr. Fowler.
Hello? Oh, yes. Hello, Doctor.
Yeah. You treating you okay?
Oh, just fine.
Good. Between you and me, Bert, is that what it was all about? I mean, you were so completely upset at not being made president that you just blew up the company for revenge?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you're lucky to be alive. How you survived that explosion just defies all explanation.
She can explain it.
Miss Hastings?
Oh, that's not her name. No. Her name is Aletha. Aletha. And she loves me.
Oh.
You love me, don't you, Aletha?
Yes, I love you.
Because she loves me. That's the reason the world is still ours. She doesn't want me to be destroyed with everyone else.
Oh. Well, all right.
Do you understand, Doctor? I tried. Yes, but no one wanted to listen. And the world will only last as long as I live.
And afterwards?
Zitha and Aletha will take it for their own people. Isn't that so, Aletha?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Fowler. That's so.
Well, I guess it's up to me to keep you alive for a long, long time, Mr. Fowler.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I want to stay with her as long as I can, because I love her. I always loved her.
Let's hope he stays with her for a long, long time. Because if her name is Aletha, we are all only safe as long as Bert Fowler lives. Well, you must admit the end of the world could happen any time for any number of reasons. Just add Bert Fowler to the list. At any rate, I'm reasonably sure the world won't end before I come back in just a few moments.
In popular libraries, best-selling novel 34 East, a ceasefire line is drawn in the Sinai. On one, Soviet troops. On the other, Israel and its Americans. Then, Arab fanatics kidnap the President of the United States, forcing the great powers to start the countdown for nuclear war. The suspense reaches a shattering climax in 34 East, the international bestseller, now in paperback. 34 East. Read it today while it's still fiction.
Last year, this kid came close to being just a name on a tombstone. What saved him was Ellen Costigan. She knew what to do because we taught her life-saving. That's the whole business of the American Red Cross. Sometimes we do big life-saving jobs like sheltering 500,000 people. Sometimes they're little, like helping an old lady get to the supermarket. Life. It's worth saving.
What a shot!
Give us a hand.
All right.
The incredibly complex and sophisticated electronic communications of today sprang from simple pieces of wire and crystal. The fantastically complicated jet airplane originated in some pieces of wood, cloth, and bicycle wheels. Our age of technology has come into being within the memory of people who are still alive today. It is so new, so strange that we hardly believe it or understand it. Are we using it properly? What were we supposed to do with it? Our cast included Norman Rose, Mary Jane Higby, Earl Hammond, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Marvin Hale Prentice, M.H.P. In the poetry, all of Creston's writings, the first line always starts with a word that begins with an M. The second line starts with a word that begins with an H. And the third with a P. Well, that could be That could be what? Coincidence? Remember what I just quoted over the TV show. The first line begins, millions reach out. There's your M. Second line, here we are prisoners. And the third line, poetry. Only in poetry is, there's the P.
And the final three-word sentence, must hope perish. MHP, Marvin Hale Premise. Now, do you know why I feel V.K. Creston's reaching out to me? One man's thoughts reaching out across thousands of miles and touching my own. That's why I'm fighting this trade bill. It's for V.K. Creston.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Bright and beautiful music from midnight to 6. World and national news on the hour with CBS. Chuck Knopf has local news. From KOIN in Portland, my name is Bill Garrity. Have a good night tonight and a better day tomorrow. And have a lovely weekend, huh? It's 12 midnight.
CBS News. The numbers of Vietnamese refugees in the U.S. continue to swell, but getting them settled here is taking time. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. It's thought there are now about 113,000 refugees from Indochina in America. Temporary camps set up for them are jammed. Camp Pendleton, California, with 18,000 temporary residents, is so full, arrivals are being diverted to other parts of the country. One official says the relocation of Vietnamese into new jobs and homes around the country is going much more slowly than expected and could take up to 6 months. Leon Marion, head of the American Council of Voluntary Agencies, blames government red tape. He says only those Vietnamese with previously established American sponsors or relatives have started leaving the camps. A South Vietnamese refugee ship which survived a rocket attack while fleeing Saigon limped into Guam Friday with 700 persons aboard. The vessel had 3 holes in its sides and was still flying the South Vietnamese flag. Some of the passengers said about 7 people were killed when the rockets hit the ship. More news in a moment.
If you ever use a hemorrhoid preparation, you should know this. Vaseline Brands has news. It's Hemorrhoid Ointment. Hemorrhoid works fast, helps protect with a proven medical ingredient for soothing occlusion. And Hemorrhoid gives you only this key ingredient, so it gives you more than the leading preparation. Now, at your first sign of pain, burning, and itching, turn to soothing Hemorrhoid. Hemorrhoid from Vaseline Brands. Use only as directed.
The first big Hollywood film of 1975 will arrive on the scene next week, and of all things, it's a cynical look at Hollywood itself. I'm Shirley Dunphy, your host for Entertainment West, heard every Saturday over most of these CBS Radio Network stations. Tomorrow I'll be talking with director John Schlesinger about his film Day of the Locust, a grim story of Hollywood and the world in 1938. And we'll hear his thoughts on why an Englishman like himself can so easily capture a slice of American life. That's Entertainment West tomorrow on the CBS Radio Network.
One of the world's leading oil magnates has arrived in Latin America. George Nathanson has a report from Mexico City.
The Shah of Iran arrived in Mexico City to a thunderous and typical warm Mexican welcome. Officially, the purpose of this state visit is to strengthen the bonds of friendship between the two countries. Unofficially, it is third world unity confronting the powerful industrialist nations. In the case of Iran and Mexico, oil is the key issue and the possibility of petrodollars invested in Mexico. Sunday, he travels to various industrial sites in the country where Mexico is seeking heavy investment. But if Mexico needs petrodollars, Iran and the oil-producing exporting countries need Mexico to support petroleum price and production standards. The Shah is the 4th head of state to visit Mexico this year. 5 more follow before the year is up. All the heads of state represent third world nations, indicating Mexico's intensive campaign to assume a major leading role among the developing countries. George Nathanson for CBS News in Mexico City.
Some good news for the nation's economy. The government reports that retail sales rose 1.4% during April. It also reported that business inventories declined $1.9 billion during March. Assistant Commerce Secretary James Pate talked about the significance of the inventory's decline.
This is encouraging news, of course, because the liquidation of the excessive stock of unsold goods is absolutely essential to a recovery in the economy, a resumption in production, and a pickup in employment.
Officials also say the decline in inventory should help cut down on inflation. Senate and House conferees have agreed on a congressional alternative to President Ford's budget. It is $367 billion and includes a deficit of $68.8 billion. That's about $8 billion higher than the deficit recommended by the president. The Justice Department has recommended that the Penn Central and other financially troubled railroads in the Northeast and the Midwest be sold at auction to more prosperous railroads. A law passed by Congress last year requires the administration to submit a plan for reorganization of those railroads that are in trouble. That plan has to be submitted by law no later than July 26th. CBS News continues in a moment.
In God we trust. America speaks.
Abraham Lincoln's creed. I believe in God, the almighty ruler of nations, our great and good and merciful maker, our Father in heaven, who notes the fall of a sparrow and numbers the hairs on our heads. I have a solemn vow registered in heaven to finish the work I am in full view of my responsibility to my God, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right, as God gives me to see the right.
Presented by the Catholic Communications Foundation.
A federal health official told a congressional hearing on Friday that a birth control pill for males may be available in 5 to 10 years. Dr. Philip Korthman of the National Institute of Health said current research into such a drug is producing promising results. Doug Poling.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The young soldiers fret and worry about the bullet that has their number on it. But it doesn't bother the old soldiers at all. They can feel fatalistic about and resigned to the bullet that has their number. The one that really worries them is the bullet that's labeled, "To whom it may concern."
Don't come near me.
Rebecca, what are you saying?
Keep away.
But I love you.
Leave here. No.
But we're going to get married.
Go away before I cause something terrible to happen.
Oh, darling, how come you cause something terrible?
Believe me, it will be horrible. A fire.
Rebecca.
A flood.
What do you say?
Earthquake. Listen.
Mystery drama, To Whom It May Concern, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Marion Seldes and Ian Martin. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Something beautiful and vital has gone out of our lives. The ability to just sit back and relax. The difference between us and the generations that preceded ours is that we have learned how to save time, whereas they knew how to enjoy it. They had time for everything. And this is the story of a man who lived back then, when there was time, just before World War I. Come with me now to the New York Club of Dr. Adams Mandeville, a place of fine old wine, mellow cigars, gleaming crystals, and easy conversation on a May evening in the year 1915.
Hello there, Dr. Mandeville.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Forbes.
Mind if I join you?
No, please.
We see so little of you here at the club these days.
And I'm afraid you shall see even less. I'm off to London.
London? Oh, you can't be serious. There's a war.
Well, we're not involved.
Not yet.
Nor do I think we ever will be. And in any event, I must go to London.
May I ask why?
Well, we're having the International Conference on Psychiatry.
It's delving into the mind. Tricky business, no?
Oh, yeah?
Because it's, well, can it help your patients?
Well, I don't know how much it helps my patients, but I know it's helped me.
Help you? How?
Let me put it this way. It's going to help me. It's going to save my life.
How can you tell if it's going to save your life?
Do you believe in the angel of death?
The angel of death?
Yes.
Well, I suppose, as figuratively speaking, in a way, we might assume...
That was the first question she asked me when she entered my office.
She?
Mrs. Rebecca Orne, a widow, most beautiful woman. Well, when I say woman, I mean a woman of almost 40, when the fair sex are in the glorious August of their beauty, a fully realized woman.
Well, I must say, this doesn't sound like a doctor speaking.
Well, doctors are also men. It was a month ago. She made an appointment to see me on the telephone, and when she sat down in my office, her very first question...
Dr. Mandeville, do you believe there is an angel of death?
Why? Why do you ask?
I understand you are one of those new doctors of the mind. The angel of death, is he real, or is he a figment, a creation of my own?
Mrs. Orne, I know of no scientific evidence that can account for the existence of an angel of death, or of life, or of any angel, for that matter.
Well, nor is anyone else such evidence, except perhaps myself.
And what is your evidence, may I ask?
An awareness of his presence.
Uh-huh. What sort of awareness?
A feeling that I'm not alone.
Awareness, feeling, but is there anything tangible?
It's tangible enough to me.
The word tangible literally means something that can be touched.
I know. And I feel his touch.
Where?
Oh, this may sound indelicate. I feel his touch all over my body.
Yes?
It feels as if I were suddenly chilled by an icy wind, and my skin seems to burn. It sounds contradictory, I know, ice and fire.
No, please continue, Mrs. Orne.
And I feel as if my hand is being taken.
Taken
in someone's grasp.
You feel a hand?
The fingers of a hand closing on mine.
And you see?
No one. Nothing.
But you feel these fingers?
Yes.
And how do they feel to the touch?
Well, again, fire and ice. Burning fire and cold ice. The icy coldness of death.
And then what happened?
The fingers of the hand that has closed over mine. It seems to hold me in its firm grasp, and it begins to pull me. I cannot. I have no will to resist.
And then?
And then the ice becomes warmer, and the fire becomes cooler, and the fingers of the hand that is holding mine seem to slacken their grip and slip away from me. And suddenly, I feel his presence no longer. He's gone.
You
You're quite sure of all this?
Oh, yes, it's exactly the same way, each time.
Oh, then this has happened several times.
Oh, yes.
How many?
Oh, innumerable. I have a theory. Would you like to hear it?
Oh, yes, please.
He wants me.
Well, you might say if he exists, he wants all of us. When our time comes.
But I think my time has already come.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
And that he was unable to take me at that time. And since I escaped him, he must keep after me. And it becomes more and more difficult for him each time. And so he tries harder and harder.
And yes, Mrs. Holmes.
I've never been able to say so much to any doctor. Most of them would give me pills for my nerves long, long before I could get this far.
Well, I promise to hear you out.
Well, it's about all. Except that they keep getting worse and worse.
What keeps getting worse and worse?
The disasters. So many people die. And it's because of me. He doesn't really want them. He wants me. And the reason they die is because they just happen to be there.
Yes?
Why do you say yes? Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you really understand what I'm saying?
Mrs. Owen, did you have a happy childhood?
Why do you ask?
Well, in psychiatry, we begin with the child.
Well, that makes sense. Yes. Well, it all began with my childhood. That was when he first came for me.
When who came for you?
Well, who have we been talking about? The angel of death.
Oh, yes, of course.
And that's when I felt his grasp for the first time. It happened when I was 5 years old. We were living in Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Now, that name seems familiar.
I'll never forget. I was in the kitchen of our house. We had a farm, or a big farm, about 500 acres. And I remember there was an argument. Mama and Papa were having a fight. It was about the South Fork Fishing and Hunting Club. These were the very wealthy men who owned the property where the dam was located.
Now, Mama, be reasonable.
Be reasonable? Have you lost your mind?
No, I haven't lost my mind. What's more, it's a found $100.
Well, I don't want that money. You post the no hunting signs this year like every other year.
Mama, it's just for 10 days, and the only ones who'll be allowed to hunt are members of the club.
Look, I won't have people tramping all up and down the property, firing off guns every which way.
Mama, these are all millionaires, rich men. They have a lot of respect for private property. And they know how to hunt very good, too.
Well, don't they have all that property of their own around the dam?
Wait, you know that over by the South 40 is where all the deer trails cross?
Here's another thing. I'm against killing poor, dumb animals.
Well, so am I. But for $100...
And what about Rebecca?
Rebecca?
She goes running around the woods all the time. Now, with all them hunters shooting away,
Well, so, for the next 10 days, you gotta keep her in the house.
How can I keep the child cooped up all day?
For $100, you better find a way to do it.
Mama couldn't. Although she laid down the law in no uncertain terms. I was a restless child, filled with unlimited energy. I couldn't sit still. I always wanted to be where I wasn't. And so, one afternoon, when Mama stretched out for her nap, I was just out the door, running through the woods, happy the way only a child can be. And I heard a voice suddenly shout, "Look out, Andy!" But the voice was too late. There was a noise and a flash, and a dull blow against my chest. That was the first time I felt the icy cold and burning hot fingers close about my hand, and the gentle pull that urged me forward. And I heard a voice.
Good Lord, Andy, you killed her. Look at the blood. The bullet went right through her chest, through her heart. Oh, she must be dead.
I was dead. At least I thought I was dead. I should have been dead. The angel of death had come for me. But suddenly, the fingers that grasped my hand loosened their grip. The ice became warm, the fire cool, and I just slipped away from him, or he from me, and I was free.
You were shot through the heart?
Yes.
Could the bullet have missed?
No.
But surely...
Oh, the doctors came from miles around, the best doctors. The club saw to that. They were amazed.
Well, how did they account for it?
They didn't. Those doctors couldn't. They said perhaps the bullet broke as it hit my chest and just a small piece of it penetrated my heart. Perhaps the tissue was able to repair itself. But really, they were only guessing. I was shot through the heart. That much is certain.
And you lived.
That much is obvious. I lived through other things, too. I was bitten by a copperhead a year or two later.
Well, people do survive snake bites.
Oh, rattlesnake bites sometimes. But very few folks are ever actually bitten by copperheads. And those that are...
You're very lucky. Very imaginative. You know, you're a charming lady, Mrs. Holmes. May I ask why you have never remarried?
Because I'm right.
Of married?
I believe I told you. The angel of death is so intent on capturing me that those around me are always in danger.
Now, you're sitting here in my office. Am I in danger now?
Yes, Doctor.
How?
I don't know. The building might collapse.
It's not likely. It's a new building constructed of steel and stone.
There might be an earthquake.
There never have been any here in the east.
Or a flood.
Well, hardly.
Well, there was a flood once. Actually, it was 26 years ago. When I told you I came from Johnstown, Pennsylvania, you said the name seemed familiar. Do you remember why now?
Yes, of course. The flood, the famous flood.
The Johnstown flood.
Were you there at the time?
Yes.
And you lived through it?
Yes, I lived through it. Unfortunately.
Now, why do you say unfortunately?
Because it wasn't fair that I should survive. I really deserved to die. I caused the flood, Doctor. I'm the one to blame for the Johnstown flood.
The Johnstown Flood, May 31st, 1889. The dam across the Connemore River had become obsolete and inadequate. During April and May, 41 inches of rain and snow increased the pressures to the breaking point, and a tidal wave of destruction swept through the valley, killing more than 2,000 people. This is the historical fact. Now, if Mrs. Rebecca Owens has other information, we owe her the courtesy of a hearing in Act 2. Well, here we are at the very beginning of May, 1915. Remember that date. It will be significant. In the exclusive New York club of Dr. Adams Mandeville, Dr. Mandeville is having a very serious conversation with an old friend, Mr. Hector Forbes, the renowned anthropologist. Mr. Forbes is having difficulty believing what Dr. Mandeville is telling him.
Yes, my dear Mandeville, I remember the Johnstown flood. There are people who can be held responsible. But surely your patient, this Mrs. Rebecca Owen, no, she couldn't be one of them.
But according to her story,
she mentions the South Fork Fishing and Hunting Club. Now, it was a group of millionaires who had bought the land from the state. The dam was located on their property. They refused to spend money for any repairs, and the people of Johnstown didn't believe that there was any real danger either. So there's blame enough and to spare for everyone.
And yet, when she talks... You can believe anything she tells you.
You can believe anything she says. You haven't fallen for this lady, have you?
As a matter of fact, well, I'll get to that. I tell you this story because I have a very important question I want to ask you.
Fire away.
Oh, you'll have to hear the rest of the story.
Oh, yes. Especially why she thinks she's to blame for the Johnstown flood.
That's what I asked her.
The flood was on my account.
But why?
It was the only way the angel of death could get me. A bullet failed. The bite of a poisonous snake failed. And here was a way that couldn't fail. Or so it seemed. Oh, poor Phil. Philip Dumont, my first beau. I was 15 and I was in love. The way you can be in love when you're 15. We were out walking. It was the last day of May. Beautiful afternoon. What time is it, Phil?
10 minutes after 4. Why?
I would like this moment to last forever. This is the supreme moment. This is the happiest moment of my life.
Of mine, too.
Everything's so perfect. What's that?
Thunder, most likely.
Thunder doesn't sound like that.
Sure it does.
No, it doesn't. You hear a loud peal of thunder, and then it fades, and then you hear another. It's getting louder.
Rebecca, look.
No.
It's a wave. It's water. It's high as a house.
High as a mountain.
It's coming at us.
Run, Phil, run.
Run where? It's going to drown us.
It's burning his hand, his icy hand. The angel of death is holding me. He's holding me.
He's holding me, Phil.
You know it. An enormous mountain of water traveling at breakneck speed was sweeping everything in its path. Rocks, trees, animals, houses. Nothing could live that stood in its path. But somehow, I lived. I don't know why. I don't know how. I was surrounded by hundreds of the dead. But I survived. Once again, the fire became cold and the ice warm. And his fingers fell away. Why?
I don't know.
Poor Phil. He was with me. And more than 2,000 of us. Was it my fault?
Oh, of course not.
And how do you explain the fire?
The fire?
The fire in Chicago. That was only 12 years ago. That dreadful conflagration in the Iroquois Theater.
Oh, yes, of course I remember that.
We'd moved to Chicago. Mama and Papa had survived the flood only because they'd gone to Pittsburgh to visit my grandmother. So there was nothing left for us in Johnstown, and Papa was offered a job at Chicago. Didn't matter to me. After the flood, I was like one in a dream. I just stayed in the house, in my room. I went nowhere. I saw no one.
Oh, Papa, you must do something about that girl.
Me?
Well, she won't listen to me.
Well, take her to a doctor.
Oh, hasn't she seen enough doctors?
Well, what do you want?
She'll be 28 years old.
Make it 30.
That's even worse. She'll spend the rest of her life this way, an old maid.
Some girls, they don't get married. It's their fate.
Well, it's not going to be her fate. She'll have to fight it.
Get your coat and hat, young lady.
Papa,
You can't shut out the world forever. We're going to the theater.
I don't want to.
You know why? Because it's medicine. The pills you get from the doctors don't help, so I know another kind of doctor. His name is Eddie Foy, and his cure is a good laugh.
But I'm not in the mood.
You're going to turn down a chance to see Eddie Foy and Mr. Bluebeard?
You know how hard it was to get tickets?
Please, Papa.
No. Up, out.
He was right. The minute I stepped into that theater, a great weight seemed to disappear from my heart. I felt youthful and carefree. The music, the dances, the jokes. I was laughing and applauding, and then suddenly, in the very midst of it, at the very height of it, I felt the fingers of my arms. The icy fingers. The burning fingers. And I said, "No. What do you want with me now? What will you do to me here? Please." And then I heard the most dreadful cry in the world in the theater. Fire! Almost a second. There was a deathly stillness. And then there was the panic. More than 2,000 well-dressed, civilized people were transformed into raging, mindless, stampeding animals. And when it was over, finally, almost 600 were dead.
Yes, I read about it. The fire actually did very little damage, I recall. Most people were trampled to death.
Papa died to save me. He saw we couldn't make it to the exit, and so he protected me with his body.
I'm sorry.
Papa left the world, but I came back to it. Mama became ill, and it was up to me to support her. I learned how to use a typewriter and to write in shorthand. And soon I secured a position as a secretary to a Mr. Walter Owen. He was middle-aged, very proper, but kind, most generous employer. Mama became better, but she was quite sad. I'll have some soup now. Mama, you're crying.
No, I'm not. Rebecca, I do want you to have a life of your own.
I'm content.
But you'll never have a husband. You'll never have children.
I don't want anybody close to me.
Rebecca, that's not natural.
Please, let's not talk about it.
But a husband, children, they would make you happy.
Yes, Mom. Very happy. But I couldn't make them happy.
Why not?
Because they die. They die young before their time.
What are you saying?
Nothing. I don't want to talk about it anymore. But it isn't we who decide our destiny. The ordinary give and take of daily living wears us, shapes us, changes us, and we may not even be aware of it. One morning, Mr. Owen asked me to come into his private office.
Miss Randolph, you have been my secretary for 5 years now.
Yes, sir.
I have never seen a more devoted, conscientious, and efficient person.
Thank you, sir.
I find, Miss Randolph, that I would be lost without you. You are a treasure.
Oh, really, Mr. Owen?
No. A treasure is something that a man must guard securely. If you were a stock or a bond or a bill or a jewel, I would shut you up in a vault, lest you be lost or stolen.
I'm not sure I understand.
Miss Randolph, will you marry me?
Marry?
Yes. We could be quite happy together.
Oh, but Mr. Owen, I'm not in love with you.
Oh, no, we are not children. Love to us is not a sudden, intoxicating adventure. We can marry without it.
Marry without love?
Yes, marry without love at first. Marry because we respect, admire, and need each other. Now, we are both lonely people. I know in my heart that love will come to us.
All day at the office, he would ask me to marry him. He enlisted Mama's help, and then all night at home, it was more of the same.
Oh, he's handsome, kind, intelligent. Oh, he's devoted to you. And he's rich.
Mama, I will not marry him.
But why?
I could never explain it to you. I will not marry him, and that is my last word. But it wasn't. Little by little, in so many subtle and gradual ways, The pressure, the constant pressure told on me, and suddenly, before I knew it, I was in his arms, saying, yes, yes.
Oh, no,
yes.
Must go.
And so we were married. It was the event of the social season of 1911. I knew Walter was rich, but I didn't know how rich. He had as much money, as much influence, as much power as the biggest of them. The Carnegies, the Morgans, the Fricks, the Mellons. They were all there at my wedding. Mr. Andrew Carnegie himself took my hand and wished me well. Kindly-looking man. And suddenly, I knew I had seen him before. I heard a voice. The same voice I had heard 38 years before when I was a little girl on my father's farm in Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
Look out, Andy! Look out! Oh, good Lord, Andy, you killed her!
The South Fork Fishing and Hunting Club, the Millionaires Club. All these great men were members of that club. And they might have been out hunting the day the dam burst, when I was 5 years old. Andy, the man who had evoked the warning, the man who had accidentally fired the shot. And could he have been Andrew Carnegie? I looked into his eyes. I couldn't tell.
My dearest, may I present Mr. Andrew Carnegie?
I'm honored, Mr. Carnegie.
Oh, such a sweet lass, Walter. She's a treasure.
Yes, I think so.
Hey, do you know, dear Mrs. Owen, it seems to me you look familiar.
Do I, sir?
Yeah, I have seen you before. Or is it perhaps an old man's reverie? Eh, well, be happy, both of you. Be happy.
Yes, we have met before. On my father's land in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, when I was a little farm girl. But somehow that seemed out of place. And as I looked at Mr. Carnegie, and at Walter, and at all the other giants, I realized I was no longer afraid of anything. I belonged to one of these men. We went to Europe on our honeymoon. We saw palaces in Italy and castles in Spain. We waltzed in Vienna, marveled at the Louvre. And finally decided to come home. I was so happy.
Yes, I can imagine.
I was happy, but I was also apprehensive.
Why?
Well, I was never really able to free myself completely of my fear. So I dreaded the trip home.
Darling, honey, I know how you feel, but it...
But what, Walter?
But this is a brand new ship. A ship the like of which has never been seen. It's a floating palace.
But still, if anything...
Most important, they say she's constructed on a completely new principle. There's incontrovertible scientific proof that she is unthinkable.
Oh, Walter.
She leaves on Friday on her maiden voyage to New York, and I've already booked passage for it.
Oh, how exciting. What's her name?
The Titanic.
On April 15th, 1912, a minute before midnight, the Titanic struck a killer iceberg, some 2,000 miles from New York, with the loss of some 1,500 lives. Among the casualties, oh, now I shall have to stop this business of anticipating the story. We still have a third act. Dr. Adams Mandeville, a New York psychiatrist, is at his club talking with his friend Hector Forbes. The subject of the discussion is, as you know, his patient, a woman named Mrs. Owen. And what can we say about Mrs. Owen other than she must be the victim of the most extraordinary string of coincidences in history?
Are we perhaps, Doctor, in some psychic area? Is it possible she is not a human being?
No, she's human, completely human. Human and and lovely. She continued to see me over a several-week period. And each time I saw her, I fell more and more deeply in love. Rebecca, darling.
Oh, please, Doctor.
You can't call a man doctor after he calls you darling.
I must leave you and never return again.
Why?
Oh, don't you know why?
Oh, it isn't true. Everything you've been telling me about the angel of death.
How can you say that? I felt him. I felt his touch.
No, darling.
You can't convince me. I let poor Walter convince me, and he's dead today.
Walter would have died in any event.
He died because the angel of death came for me.
There is no such being.
Oh, you say that to me? To me? I'm 41 years old.
And you don't look a day over 25.
Be serious. And 5 times in my life, I have felt his presence in my body. 5 times. I have felt his hand on my arm. 5 times he's held me in his grasp.
Yes, I know you said that.
And the last time was the worst time of all. He was so determined to have me, he destroyed the greatest ship in the world to get me. Oh, I can hear the music. It was such a gay, wonderful party. I was dancing with Walter.
Happy, darling?
Oh, yes.
See, I told you, everything would be all right.
I don't know if it's you or the ship, but I feel so safe, so secure.
It's both of us, darling. Nothing but happy and wonderful thoughts from now on. Let me get you a glass of champagne.
He walked to the refreshment table, and I lost sight of him in the crowd, and I never saw him again. Because at that moment, I felt the fingers, the icy fingers of the angel. The angel of death. And I screamed, no! The music stopped. Everyone turned to look at me. Was I mad? And then there was the most terrible, grinding roar, as if some monstrous animal had ripped the entire bottom out of the boat. The next thing I remember, I was on board the rescue ship, Carpathia. But 1,500 others had died. And Walter.
And Walter had perished.
And now you tell me it isn't my fault.
Yes.
How? All the
evidence proves nothing. Oh, listen to me, my darling. Let me tell you what this is. It's the law of averages.
Oh, that's not good enough. The touch of the angel of death. It was real.
Well, of course it was real.
Then you agree.
It was real to you. Oh, my darling Rebecca, we're only now beginning to understand the mind, to comprehend its fantastic complexity.
Then why was it real?
Because you wanted to be punished.
Punished for what?
For disobeying your mother.
When?
That day when you were told not to go into the woods. You remember that day? That day when you were 5 years old and your mother took you aside and... What was it she said to you over and over again?
She said, you are not to go into the woods. You are not to leave the house. If you disobey, you will be punished. Severely punished. Punished.
That's right. Punished. But you did disobey, didn't you?
Yes.
And Rebecca, you were not punished. And then, because you were almost killed, you were rewarded. You were fussed over and coddled and spoiled. And all the time you knew that you were to blame. You remember the face of the man who'd shot you. You could see his agony and his anguish. No. This is necessary, dear. You look for death. You seek him out. You court him. You spin fantasies about him. Oh, darling, there is no angel of death except in romantic mystery.
But I...
Face it. Your whole world will be changed.
Oh, I never looked at it that way.
Oh, my darling. We'll go to England on our honeymoon.
I'd like you to meet Mama.
Oh, well, of course.
Could you leave now? I bought Mama a house in Ossining. It's up on the Hudson River. Oh, let's tell her today.
Well, certainly. Let's see, it's 10:30 now. I have some hospital calls to make at 11, so I should be free by noon.
We can get the train at 1 o'clock. Meet me on board. I'll be sitting in the last passenger coach.
1 o'clock on the Ossining train, the last coach.
Yes, it's the only one that isn't a smoker.
That was 2 weeks ago, Forbes.
Well, evidently you made the trip in good shape. I see you're here and none the worse.
You don't know what happened 2 weeks ago on the railroad. You see, I was delayed at the hospital, and when I arrived at the station, the train had already pulled out.
You missed it, yes?
Yes, and the train had traveled some 25 miles to a place called Tarrytown when there was an accident.
Oh, no, don't tell me.
Yes, some switching instructions had gone wrong, and an express train plunged into the rear of the Ossining local.
The rear car?
It was completely demolished. There were 5 passengers, 4 were killed immediately. But the 5th,
Rebecca,
suffered only from shock and a very few superficial bruises.
He exists. He is real. He came to me again. He came looking for me aboard that train. He came for me. I felt his hands, his fingers.
The fire, the ice.
You mustn't make fun of me. What I say is true.
Of course it's true.
Don't humor me.
It is true.
Do you mean that?
Yes.
And the angel of death exists?
I'm very much afraid he does.
Then it's over. It must be over between us.
I love you and I want to marry you.
You must never see me again. I don't want you to die because of me.
And I don't want to live without you.
Oh, darling. You're a doctor. Be sensible.
Oh, I'm in love, so that's impossible.
Face reality.
Reality is that I love you.
Reality is that if you had been with me on that train, you would be dead now.
Ah, but I wasn't with you.
And next time we won't be so...
I wasn't with you on the train. That's it. That's how to do it.
No, it won't
Yes,
work.
yes, it's how to reduce the odds. That's how to fight the old boy. That's how to put him in his place.
But I still...
We must never travel together. We must never board the same boat, the same train. We must never go to crowded places where disasters can strike. Theaters, restaurants, concerts.
But I never go anyhow. But you can't shut yourself away.
Rebecca, I don't need crowds. I only need you. So we shall live by ourselves, quietly, carefully, in safety. You see?
I see now. And if he comes for me again, let him come for me alone.
To a house that will be stone so it can't burn.
Or steel, and then it can't fall apart.
Away from rivers and floods.
Away from forests and fire.
Now will you marry me, darling?
Yes. Yes.
Rebecca and I were married the day before yesterday.
Well, congratulations. Well, how does it happen you're not off on your honeymoon?
Oh, we're going to London, where we shall also take in the conference. I'm leaving tomorrow morning.
Well, you're off on a honeymoon, and you say I'm leaving?
Well, naturally, separate ships. It's the only way we can travel.
Oh, yes, of course.
Rebecca sailed this morning on the Imperial, and I had to look around for something at the last moment.
Yes, well, on such short notice, you'd be lucky to find a berth on a tramp steamer.
Oh, I did considerably better than that. There was a last-minute cancellation, and I was able to get a cabin on what many people consider the most comfortable ocean liner afloat.
Oh, really? Which one is that?
The Lusitania.
The Lusitania, on May 7th, 1915, at approximately 2 p.m., the German killer submarine, the U-20, fired its torpedoes into the Cunard liner Lusitania. The ship blew up and sank almost immediately. About 2,000 people lost their lives, among them an American physician, Dr. Adams Mandeville of New York City. I shall return in just a few moments. The old soldiers, as we told you in the beginning, are worried mostly about the bullet marked, "To whom it may concern." That's because they know something few of us pause to consider. They realize how unpredictable is fate, how random is chance, how impersonal is providence, how hard it is to live and how easy to die. And if life perplexes and puzzles you, take comfort. No one has been able to figure it out yet. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Ian Martin, Bryna Rayburn, Bob Dryden, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time.
Good evening. Welcome to the KCBS Mystery Theater, an hour of original radio drama. Tonight's episode is sponsored in part by Bank of America, the Academy of Science, Blue Shield of California, Theater on the Square, and Gold Star Building Maintenance. And now from the radio station that lets you use your mind, here's the KCBS Mystery Theater.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In everyone's life, there's an individual who doesn't fit into the ordinary mold. Most of the time, he's witty, amusing, charming. But always remember, the strength of will, or whatever drives such a person to be able to climb out of the normal rut, is a hidden danger. Disturb his equilibrium, interfere with his own peculiar order of things, and who knows what sleeping giant or remorseless nemesis might be awakened.
Who's there? What are you doing here? Oh, Bryce, mister. No, don't. What have you got in your hands? Oh, no, you can't. Stay away from me, or I'll scream.
Eighth Precinct, Detective Evans. Yeah? Yeah, where?
You got a big one, Evans?
Yes, Sergeant. Suspected homicide, Greenville Hills. On Mrs. Gerald Willoughby. Garroted.
You mean strangled?
Yeah, like what I just said, sir.
Suspected?
No, sir. She's dead, all right. Somebody made sure of that.
Our mystery drama, Don't Let It Choke You, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Robert L. Greene. Carlton Isham Nelson Godfrey Fisk is the one and only issue of the marriage of Beecham Fisk of the Boston banking family and Amelia Standing of the Grosse Pointe, Michigan standings. For reasons not important to this narrative, they made their residence in a Baroque limestone just off Fifth Avenue in New York City. Carlton was brought up strictly to conform to his double birthright. Born late in his parents' union, he suddenly found himself at 20 when his parents died in a flu epidemic, master of their magnificent residence, but unfortunately without liquid assets. Somehow he has managed to maintain his lifestyle for the last 15 years. Just how is the thrust of our tale.
Why, Bascom, still up and about?
Oh, yes, Mr. Fisk. Startled me when your cab pulled up in front of the house.
What were you doing here in the shop?
Oh, just dusting a bit, sir. I often do when you're out for the evening.
You know I don't like anyone disturbing my treasures.
I think you can trust me, sir.
Of course I can, Bascom. You of all people.
May I take your coat, sir?
What? Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
There's nothing wrong with Miss Elliot, I trust?
No, not in the sense you mean. On the other hand, there is a great deal that's not quite right. I finally had to face it once again this evening. So I'm home. Early for me.
Yes. Oh, your bed is turned down, sir, and...
I don't feel like retiring yet. This is rather a special evening for me.
Sir?
I finally come to an irrevocable decision. The lure is not worth the chase. The cornering of the hunted brings no exultation. It's all illusion. There is no woman alive to share my life. I have decided that I am now a confirmed bachelor, and to hell with matrimony and the perpetuation of the line. I'm going to stay here in the shop and sit among my antiques. They offer beauty and permanence, and they ask nothing in return.
Yes, sir. Would you like me to bring you a drink, sir?
Of hemlock or the waters of Lethe?
But I take it Miss Elliot will not be here for dinner tomorrow?
No, she won't. I'm sorry to say Lucille suddenly revealed herself. In spite of her own riches and already unconscionable collection of jewelry, she's acquisitive, greedy, and totally unprincipled. Ah, the witching hour, as sung to us by the rosewood clock. No drink, thanks, Bascom. You can turn in. I want to be alone.
Yes, Mr. Fisk. Good night, sir. Rest well.
I will, for the next 2 hours. And don't let anything disturb me.
Yes, sir.
The rosewood clock, the key to my existence. I crossed quickly to a magnificent 17th century armoire that I have priced so high, I hope no one will ever buy it. From a secret recess, I drew out the precious dark green bottle and held it to the light. My heart failed when I saw how little of the liqueur was left. I poured a precious drop or two into a glass, drank, and went to sit in my Venetian armchair, facing the rosewood clock, waiting. The years rushed back once again to the very lowest point of my life, after the sudden death of my parents. In this very room, I had sat in the same chair, drinking from the same bottle, watching the highly polished convex face of the rosewood clock's pendulum swing back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, until suddenly, reflected in its shining brass face, there was Wanda, smiling at me.
Come to me, darling, for a little while. You're safe, and I want to talk to you.
But you're dead. You're not alive anymore.
Always I live on in you, Carlton.
All those years ago, I did come back, and between selling some antiques from the house and investing the money in the market, guided by some incredibly fortunate guesses, I wiped out my debts and became well-to-do again. But I knew where my strength lay and where it came from, and from time to time, I would return to sip from the square green bottles and watch the clock that brought me a magic hour with Wanda. What is this place, Wanda?
Don't you remember that first summer we met and my father had the farm?
Of course. A bright blue sky, not a cloud.
And we wandered hand in hand down to the mill stream.
There were daisies, a whole field of daisies.
And you told me you loved me.
And we kissed.
And afterwards, you lay with your head in my lap, and we said it would last for eternity.
Only it didn't. The bottle is almost empty. Our visits grow shorter and shorter. What can I do?
Believe.
Believe? Me? Cynic of the cynics? With all romance buried? Bachelor of bachelors? No, Wanda. It's too late.
It's never too late.
Spare me the cliches. Or even you.
Or even I might turn out to be less than perfect. I never claimed to be. You are the perfectionist.
Are we quarreling?
Never. Just speaking as openly as we may. Oh, my darling, you're getting to be a hard-shelled old crustacean.
Environmental protection. My reputation is enviable. I'm a cynic with a waspish sense of wit and an infallible instinct how to penetrate the armor of others. It's been quite a life lately. I've had to learn to kill not only the enemy, but those who try to take advantage of the love I seem to be able to bring no one. Wanda, why did you leave me?
It wasn't my choice, and I haven't. Yet.
What do you mean, yet?
Well, I won't be forever. You know that, Carlton. You will find someone else. Perhaps there will be a lot of me in her, even if you don't recognize it. Have faith, my darling. Perhaps she's closer and nearer than you think. You are due for a surprise beyond anything you could imagine. It's time to forget me, and time to stop killing everyone you love.
I fled for Europe and a long buying trip. 3 months later, I returned, to be awakened the following morning, dull with jet lag, by... Come.
A telegram for you, sir.
Let me see it.
It was phoned in, sir. I took it thinking it might not be important enough to wake you.
And since you have, I may assume that it was.
Yes, sir. Your cousin Ralph has died rather suddenly.
Cirrhosis of the liver, no doubt.
Well, the cause was not mentioned, but he has left you something.
Ralph? He owed everyone, including the local minister. I've always suspected the only reason he was an inveterate churchgoer was to pilfer from the offertory. Left me what?
Something you apparently agreed to sometime in the past.
Let me see that. Good Lord. So he did. Flat out of cash. On my way, signed Jerry.
Yes. You're apparently a guardian.
Of some junior citizen named Jerry. And I thought I was a free man. My mother's side. Some sort of a cousin. And now his child is my responsibility?
Legally or morally, sir?
Morally is enough. But what am I going to do with this young man when he gets here?
Well, there are plenty of guest rooms.
I suppose so. Make up whatever seems reasonable, and let's pray he's not pimply-faced or acneed. Excellent, Bascom. I wouldn't normally open it, but I'm just a little afraid of this year. Pour me a little so I may taste it.
Yeah, enough, sir?
Now, let's see. A naive little wine, but with its own slight urgency.
Yes, sir.
A sort of invitation to the dance, as one might say.
Pardon, sir?
Literary allusion. Alice in Wonderland. The whiting to the snail. We are having whiting tonight.
Oh, yes, sir. With sauce bechamel.
Excellent. Now, for the wine, the Rothschild Lafitte. Not the 69, of course. The 73 will do. A middling year, but my nephew is young enough not to be able to detect our little deception.
17, did you say, sir?
Just about.
Yes, sir.
I know quite how you feel. There really is no room at all in this well-ordered existence of ours for some young high school boy. We shall have to pack him off to school somewhere.
Oh, yes, Mr. Fisk. But I am sorry about your cousin's death.
We don't have to dwell on that.
What time will the young gentleman be here, sir?
Any moment, according to the second telegram. Arriving by car 7:30 tonight. Right on, Uncle Carlton. See you then.
Right on.
The language of our times, an expression of approval, vulgarly stated.
Well, let's hope the young gentleman will meet with your approval, sir.
I'm not sure. I don't like stones thrown in my life pool unexpectedly.
Yes. Well, I'd better go down and check on the bechamel. It needs tender care. Oh, what is the young gentleman's name, sir?
My cousin's name was Forbes. The offspring is Jerry. Short for Gerald, I suppose. Or possibly Jerome.
Thank you, sir. I'll have everything in readiness for an 8 o'clock dinner.
Right on.
I beg your pardon, sir.
What? Oh, the insidiousness of slang. One can never be too careful. Yes, at 8 precisely.
Right on, sir.
Come.
Mr. Fisk, your relation has arrived.
Well, see his bags to his room and show him in, Bascom.
Yes, sir. Begging your pardon, sir, there is another person in accompaniment.
Dear me. Male or female?
Well, it's so hard to tell these days, sir. Male, I believe, but that's only a speculation.
I see. Long hair, but facially non-hirsute?
That's right, sir. Neither is bearded.
Blue jeans, I suppose?
Yes, sir.
Not leather jackets with the studs and decals, I hope.
Exactly, sir. Yours has a beaded headband and a feather.
And tinted glasses?
I'm afraid so, sir.
Very well. Show them in.
Yes, sir. Mr. Fisk is expecting you now.
You my uncle?
You are the offspring of my cousin Gertrude?
Yeah. Oh, if that means like she was my mother.
You're younger than I expected.
17.
And your voice hasn't broken yet.
Huh?
A boy's voice undergoes a normal change during puberty. It moves from the higher ranges to...
Hey, hold up, man. You got some kind of idea I'm a male?
Well, Jerry is...
Man, you are way out. Jerry for Gertrude. Same name as my mom. Don't you know a woman when you see one, Uncle?
A woman? I tried to keep my face a mask, but behind my eyes, blood-red rage seared them. This vulgar, wretched little gutter snipe was twitting me, laughing at me, traducing every sensibility of my life. My long search for beauty and perfection. I could have killed her. At that very moment, strangled her for invading my life.
The killer lies buried in all of us, and buried less deep than we imagined, until the right circumstances reveal him. Man's special curse, the only member of the animal kingdom who kills for passion, without reason or the excuse for survival. I'll return shortly with Act 2.
Do you smoke? Well, then you've probably noticed how anti-smoking feelings here have been growing. And you've probably seen and heard all the anti-smoking messages on radio and TV, and the warning labels on cigarette packages. Well, the cigarette companies would like you to believe they're sticking up for you. They're asking you to believe that the anti-smoking movement is against smokers, and that the cigarette companies are for smokers. But think about that for a moment. The Surgeon General says that cigarettes kill over 350,000 Americans every year. He says that nicotine is more than a habit. It's a drug, as addictive as cocaine. So ask yourself, who's looking out for this smoker? This message is paid for by the Martin Himmel Health Foundation in cooperation with the American Heart Association.
Someone told me there are dinosaurs in Golden Gate Park, but I said, no, the dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago. Or did they? Then they said there are dinosaurs in Golden Gate Park at the California Academy of Sciences. You know the Academy. That's where the planetarium and aquarium are, and that wonderful new hall, Wild, California. So I hopped on a bus to see if there really are dinosaurs in the park. I asked the person at the front door, are there any dinosaurs here? And he said, you might say that. So I walked down that huge hall, and what I saw was incredible. There before my eyes was Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then to my left was Ankylosaurus. And when I spun around, Triceratops was there. And you can be there too, in the midst of 11 nearly life-sized automated dinosaurs. DinoFest 89, open every day. On now at the California Academy of Sciences in Golden Gate Park. For information, call 750-7142. That's 750-7142.
You're listening to Mystery Theater, an exclusive presentation of News 74 KCBS.
A strange confrontation. Two young people of today and a hidebound Bostonian. A man who had intellectually decided to turn his back on woman as a companion and to become a bachelor recluse. And now he faces the fact that the ward he has committed himself to be legal guardian of is a female.
It was, I suppose, only a second or so, but it seemed an eternity. All my years of searching for a woman to share my life, a woman such as I had lost, and now to find that this slovenly child with the long, tangled hair and dirty fingernails, the skin-tight jeans, the cheap beads, and the ludicrous hussar boots, and the face marred by the corpse-colored lipstick and the blue eyeshadow. For the first time in my life, I was speechless.
You want to check me out, Uncle? Ask Cokie here. Hey, that's right. I want you to meet Cokie, who drove me here. Meet my uncle or some kind of relative, Mr. Fisk.
Cokie? Ah, yes, of course. Pleased to meet you. Mister?
You got any notions about old Cokie here? Forget it. Say hello to the man.
Hi, Fisk, man. Crazy joint you run here. Crazy.
Crazy?
Yeah, far out, man. Hey, hit me with some skin.
Just shake hands. Cokie likes the house.
I'm certainly flattered.
Am I really going to stay with you, Uncle? What do I call you?
My first name is Carlton.
That's kind of stuffy. We got to find something better. Hey, if I'm staying, can we find a pad for Cokie here? See, he's out of gas, and we have no bread, and anyway, he always went for the Big Apple.
The Big Apple?
New York. Where it's at. Kind of excited myself. Oh, man, this place is way out. Those rooms downstairs. Ones I took a peek in when you were cooling our heels. Cokie, you dig that crazy stuff, huh?
Yeah, real cool. Looked like a cross between my Aunt Emma's barn and the old clubhouse down by the garbage dump.
You got some kind of a gig going down there, Uncle Fizz?
Uncle Fizz?
Yeah. Everybody's got to have his own special name, dig? My name is Cochrane Ryder II. What kind of name is that? So, Cokie, Gertrude, Jerry, Fisk, Fizz. Hey, man, what is all that old jazz down there anyways? You sell junk?
Junk?
Oh, he doesn't mean horse, grass, bennies like that. He means old things like the goodwill of the Salvation Army.
I sell antiques, yes, to a very private and select clientele.
You don't say.
Yeah, I think being around here is going to be kicks. How about you, Cokie?
I ain't exactly got the glad hand yet, baby.
Come.
Dinner is served, Mr. Fisk, whenever you're ready.
I think the sooner the better, Bascom. Oh, and you'd better set an extra place.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ryder will be joining us.
Oh, gee. That was swell of you, Uncle Fizz.
After all, he did chauffeur you all the way down from upstate.
Oh, look, no sense in getting an uproar about me. I could easily grab a couple of beers and a big smack down to the corner.
I wouldn't think of it. You must be my guest.
Well, okay. If the old woman wants it, you twisted my arm. Let's go load up.
The dinner was an absolute disaster. When the white wine was served...
Oh, wow. That tastes like vinegar. You got any sangria or cola?
I could go for a beer myself.
With a sauce bechamel?
You mean this gooey stuff? Oh, it didn't turn out so good, huh? Hey, why don't we send out for a pizza?
I won't ravage you with the rest of it. Suffice to say, as soon as the horror was over, I fled for bed and left Bascom to find somewhere for Cokie, the very name catches in my throat, to bed down. By the following morning, I felt almost myself as the bell to my antique establishment announced one of my favorite and most lucrative customers, Mrs. Willoughby from Westchester.
Exquisite. Absolutely exquisite.
A veritable gem. An escritoire par excellence.
Of course, I can't see it very well. My eyes are not what they were.
Allow me to see it for you. The wood is sycamore with gilt bronze mounts. The top of the writing table itself is marble, inlaid with plaques of Sèvres porcelain. Undoubtedly Louis XIV.
Louis the 14th?
The sun god himself.
How much?
For a treasure like this?
I want it.
They're like my children. I hate to part with them. If I told you what this has actually been appraised by my peers, but then you are an old and valued customer. I must make what accommodation I can. Shall we say $10,000?
That's a lot of money.
But then it is one of a kind. Excuse me. Yes, Bascom.
The mail, sir, it just arrived.
Put it over there, please.
Certainly, sir.
I'll take the desk. As soon as possible.
Any accommodation you desire.
Well, I will be in Saratoga for a few days.
You make the time.
Say next Thursday. It will be cash as usual. You know my quirks. I don't trust banks. $10,000. Oh, are these your new delivery boys?
Why?
I'm Uncle Fizz's newest antique. I'm his ward, Jerry. This here's my old man, Cokie. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Well, I can't say the same. Mr. Fisk, I've never questioned your taste before. But really, riff-raff like this, it's enough to shake my judgment in you and others of your customers, too. Good morning.
Did I say something wrong?
Bascom.
Yes, sir.
Go after Mrs. Willoughby and make sure she gets in her car all right.
Yes, sir.
Did you say something wrong? Did you say... It isn't just what you say, my dear. It's what you are. You are wrong. That's the problem. You simply do not fit. You've got to go.
Oh, no, man, let's not get to throwing our weight around.
Hey, lay out, Corky. Who asked you in? I'll handle this myself.
Okay. That's the way you want it? You got it.
Now, Uncle Fizz, let's you and me get it on the table. There's a court order you gotta take care of me till I'm of age. I'm buying that for the next year because I go for some of what's here.
You mean you're waking up to the fact that it's time for the leopard to change her spots?
Oh, not me. Maybe you. I ain't changing my lifestyle till I'm good and ready, if ever. But you sure could use a few changes in yours. So I'm sticking, just as long as I can.
I stared in dismay at this defiant child. My only thought was to rid myself of her, at least for the moment. I sent her away. I had to be alone. I closed my door after hanging out my sign, tastefully rendered in intaglio on a plaque of cherry wood. The legend read, Mr. Fisk regrets that pressing affairs require his absence for the next 2 hours. Then I sat down, the dark green bottle in hand, waiting for the rosewood clock to strike the hour.
Wow, Mr. Bascom. What a super kitchen.
Yes, Miss Wharton, it is rather nice.
And all those lovely copper pots hanging overhead. You use all them?
Why, I suppose I have at one time or another. You mind if I keep on? I'm preparing lunch. And dinner, too.
Oh, that's all right. Could I help?
Oh, I bless you. No. Everything under control.
You could help me.
Huh? Could I? How?
Well, I like it here. And I like Uncle Fitz. I like my uncle. Why doesn't he like me?
Excuse me, miss. I've got to chop these onions. It's just that, well, you see, he's sort of off women, as you might say.
I don't dig you. I mean, I don't understand. He's pretty damn attractive and sexy. So why?
Well, quite a long time ago, when we were in the army together, he was going to be married to a girl, and she was killed in a car crash before he ever got back from overseas.
How long ago?
Oh, Lord, pretty near 15 years.
And he hasn't liked women since then?
No, not him. He's the most eligible bachelor in New York.
Why, Bascom, you're crying.
Not me, ma'am. Just the onions. You too.
No. It isn't the onions with me. I'm sad for anyone who's haunted by ghosts. I got my own closet full. Cokie, I thought you cut out.
I meant to. Then I got to thinking. I was just about to ring the doorbell when you came out.
I just wanted some air.
Want to ride? Walk?
Nah. Just sit here for a moment on the stoop.
Oh, I'll sit with you. Hey, look, Jerry, I got to thinking. You buy all that jazz? The old lady with the 10 grand in cash for a piece of crud you can pick up at the Goodwill for $25.
What's your drift?
Well, I don't know myself. Blackmail? Horse? A bagman for the numbers.
Who?
Your Uncle Fish.
Don't call him that.
Okay, he's off. I'm just trying to figure maybe we could have a good thing going here.
We?
I need you to cut in whatever's cooking.
Yeah, I need you to cut out.
Look, what do you got? The hots for a guy old enough to be your father?
That's all you'd figure. It's not that way. Anyways, he isn't all that old. Why don't you just bug off?
I don't figure what you're hanging around for. What can you get out of it but a short-term in Dullsville?
Well, maybe that's what I need. Maybe that's what I really want.
Okay, baby, it's your life. But there's something screwy about this whole scene. Maybe you'll get more than you bargained for.
Anything new in the old Willoughby dame, Evans?
Nothing much to go on, Sergeant. Except for one thing.
Yeah, what?
You remember I made a point she wasn't strangled? She was like, garroted?
Yeah, with some kind of wire.
Yeah, right. Something rang a bell, and I checked around. First thing I dig up is an open file on the 20th. A few months ago, a woman named Lillian Elliott was found dead in the same way.
Yeah?
Turned out to be a fancy hooker. No leads. Just on a hunch, I had Central Files punch up the computer. And I turned up 2 more in the last 10 years taken out the same way.
Yeah? Anything else to tie them together?
Nope. First was an Ellen Parkins, American. But it happened in Paris. She was a 30-year-old artist. The second was 4 years later in the Village, 6th Precinct. Woman around 25 in the antique jewelry business.
How old was the hooker?
34, maybe 35. Good looker, but getting a little old for the game.
And an 80-year-old society biddy worth millions who kept it all in cash and safety deposit boxes in her apartment, pinned to the drapes, and folded up between old newspapers in the basement. Is she the only one robbed?
Yeah, as far as we know.
Yeah, well, there's not much of a pattern there. Where do we go from here?
I keep digging. I don't know why, but I smell one guy in all of these. And I ain't gonna let him get away with it.
It was a long wait. The pendulum swings in its gentle arc. I can feel her presence coming closer, closer. Feel myself floating back into that special world of peace and beauty. Her back is turned to me as I call, and she turns. But it is no longer Wanda's face I see. It's the face of the slovenly, mocking little witch I have taken into my house. Bad enough she invades my waking life. I will not let her spoil what few dreams I have left. Old instincts explode, and I reach towards her, ready to strangle her for daring to try to take Wanda's place.
A curious story about a curious man who lives a secret life with a phantom woman. What is he seeking? And does his dream life drive him to destroy any woman who seeks to invade it? I'll return shortly with Act 3. Controlled hypnosis is a parascience and a valuable tool in psychiatric medicine. But self-hypnosis is something else again. For the limiting factor of hypnosis ordinarily is that the subject will not do anything ordered by the control which is against his own desires. But where there is no control, except the subject himself, perhaps we're about to find the answer.
No! What are you doing? Go!
I won't let you take Wanda away from me. No one can take my...
God, it's me. Wanda, let me go.
Wanda? I thought...
You thought I was your ward.
Jerry. Yes.
Why would you think that?
I thought I saw someone else's face instead of yours.
Perhaps you did.
What do you mean?
It's lasted far too long, Carlton. Far too long.
It's time for me to go.
No, no.
Yes, my dear.
But I love you.
And I love you. But all things come to an end. It's finished, my darling. Finished. Better it's finished for me than for the others. For the others.
Yes. Who is it?
Begging your pardon, sir, but there's someone to see you.
You know very well I never see anyone when the sign is out.
Yes, sir. But this gentleman is from the police, sir.
Police? Oh, very well. Just a moment. Yes, what is it?
My credentials, Mr. Fisk. Detective Evans, 20th Precinct. I'll get right to the point. Do you know Mrs. Beatrice Willoughby, 120 Sutton Place?
Of course. She's an old and valued customer. I had a desk delivered to her mansion only this morning. Now, don't tell me anything's happened. It's a priceless antique.
If it's the desk you're worried about, no. But that's what brought me here.
Mrs. Willoughby?
Yes, sir. She's dead.
Heart?
No, sir. She was strangled and robbed.
Oh, how terrible.
I should really say, garroted.
That's a strange word for you to use.
Is it?
Well, it has rather a specific meaning.
Yeah, that's why I used it. It wasn't a stocking, for example, or a rope. Definitely a wire, used very expertly.
Are you, by any remote chance, suggesting that I had anything to do with that?
I'm not suggesting anything. Just doing my job. You were with the Green Berets, was you, sir?
Yes, for 3 years. And I'll anticipate you and say that part of my training was the technique you were describing. But if you think... Detective Evans, was it?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Willoughby owed me $10,000. I would scarcely, if you will forgive the praise, do her in before I was paid, would I?
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm only collecting information. Do you recall knowing an Ellen Parkins?
I most certainly do. I knew her in Paris, 10 years ago. Great talent as an artist, but I lost touch. I've often wondered what happened to her.
She was found in her studio, dead, garroted.
Good Lord, no. When?
10 years ago. Were you also acquainted with a Judith Carlin? Sort of, in your business?
Yes, she was in antique jewelry. Had an unerring sense of taste about jewelry, but not about her friends, shall we say. Don't tell me that she...
Yes, sir. About 5 years ago. Garroted. Now, sir, Miss Lillian Elliott.
Oh, no. Not Lillian. What is this? Some psychedelic dream? It can't be happening.
Bascom, what are you up to?
You look like you're eavesdropping.
I was just closing the door. See the sign?
Oh, no. I wanted to have a talk with my guardian.
Well, you can't interrupt him now. He has a very important guest. Come along.
Oh, okay, Pesky, okay. But easy on my arm. You got some grip there.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Let's go in the kitchen, ma'am. I have my work to do.
Well, let me help a little.
No, there's nothing for you to do.
Well, there's a whole lot for me to do. I've decided to be a permanent guest. That is, as long as I'm allowed to be permanent.
Just what do you mean by that, Miss Jerry?
Well, look. You really love Carl. I mean, my guardian, don't you?
We've been through a lot together, he and I. Yes, Miss Jerry. I love him like the son I never had. I'd do anything for him.
Well, that's the way I feel. Oh, I know it'll seem silly to you, except... Well, maybe you're the only person in my whole life who could understand. You see, my mother was a drunk. My father was a deadbeat. So I had to develop a shell hard enough so I didn't curl up and die. But I don't need that anymore. I love him. And not like an uncle, like a woman.
But you're only 7.
Age is relative. If I'd let my parents shape my life, I'd be 117 going on 18. Age doesn't mean anything anymore. Oh, Juliet was 16. Charlie Chaplin, he's about 90. Casals, Picasso. A man is a man as long as he wants to be. And Bas, I'm in love. I love him just as much as you. We're the same.
No, not quite. You said I had a strong grip. Well, that's because I've been conditioned all my life. I was a commando during World War II. Special Service Force in Korea, then Vietnam. That's where I met Mr. Fisk. He's like a son to me, as I told you, and I protect him even with my life.
You don't think I feel the same?
I'd like to say something, if I may. Perhaps it would be safer for us all if you get out of the Master's life right away.
For a long time after the police officer left, I lay sunk in my chair, my mind a kaleidoscope of the past. He had forced nothing. I had admitted nothing. But he had shaken me. I went to the armoire and unlocked it. There was the leaden green bottle with its final few magic drops to seek Wanda again. Then I opened another compartment. Within it were the tools of death I had never been able to throw away. The most prominent and of focal interest for the moment was the wire garrote with its handholds that, to the best of my belief, had been shut away since my last patrol. Holding it, my hands were shaking and my stomach was ice. Had I? Was it possible, under self-hypnosis, that I had used it against the women who proved less than perfect? I might have believed that, except for poor dear Mrs. Willoughby. I had a sudden urge for air, to breathe, to walk, to think outdoors. Carelessly, I thrust things away, pushed the armoire door shut without locking it, and left.
Uncle Carlton? Carlton? Are you in there?
Oh! Shut up!
Rascal!
I told you to leave, Miss Cherry. What are you doing in that dress?
Well, I haven't really got anything of my own. I mean, like this. I found it upstairs. What's that in your hands?
I'm sorry, Miss Cherry, but you couldn't help him either. You just couldn't measure up. You'd let him down like all the rest, and I won't allow that to happen. He's special, you see. Very special. Nobody but me knows that. And those of you who don't know how special he is have to be eliminated. Don't be afraid. It doesn't really hurt, and it's only for a moment.
No, Bascom, you're crazy.
Hold it, Bascom. The garrote. You.
Only because of you, Carlton.
You mean Judith, Ellen, Lillian?
They let you down. I never did.
But Beatrice Willoughby, why poor Mrs. Willoughby?
That was an accident. You remember how you and I first met?
Yes, in training.
And I had a certain weakness.
The ponies?
You bailed me out then. My life wasn't worth a nickel. You made one stipulation.
That you would lay off them for good.
Yes, sir. I broke my word some years ago. I did all right for a while, and then it all ran bad. When Mrs. Willoughby bought the desk, and I knew that all that cash was loose around her house, I thought I'd found my way out. Only she didn't go away as she promised, and she discovered me robbing her. The rest was reflex action.
Oh, Bascom.
For me, nothing. I'm old enough, it doesn't matter. And I deserve it. I think you'd better call the police so I can set the record straight.
Fizz?
Yes, Gertrude.
Are we doing the right thing?
I can't answer that. Once I wanted to be a Pygmalion to your Galatea. I wanted to mold and change you.
Oh, that's okay with me.
Except that it backfired. You changed me. You took 10 years off my age, which still makes me 35, but that makes me young enough.
Well, considering I was the oldest 17-year-old you ever knew.
From ward to wife. It's quite a jump.
Well, if you don't risk the big ones, you don't end up a winner.
A strange twist, but a nice one. Two lost souls found each other, and a life that could have been denied them so easily. And Bascom, for whom there are no excuses, died while awaiting trial from a sudden massive heart attack. The best and kindest thing he could do for both Carlton and Jerry. Their backgrounds alone were enough to make a human relationship a problem without the complication of Bascom's misguided help. I'll be back shortly.
If you have not yet prepared your will, please listen carefully. Without a will, the laws of the state and not you will determine who receives your property and in what amounts. Who manages the affairs of your estate? Your choice as guardian of your minor children may never be known. Your loved ones could face unnecessary legal costs and needless court delays. Now, for only $12.95, you can make your own will quickly and safely with the American Will Kit. You'll receive simple fill-in-the-blank will forms with easy-to-follow directions. The forms were prepared by lawyers to be valid in all 50 states. Order now, and you'll also receive free of charge our easy-reading personal protection guide, giving you important tips and special information that can save you money. Now is the time to take advantage of this special mail order opportunity. To order, call toll-free 1-800-542-1212. Only $12.95 plus shipping. That's 1-800-542-1212. Money back if not satisfied. Call now, 1-800-542-1212.
Only one long-distance company offers so many ways to save 24 hours a day. With calling plans that can save you money across the state, across the country, and across the ocean. Only one company, AT&T. Our reach-out plans fit the way you call with all the service and quality of AT&T. No one even comes close. Call 1-800-REACH-OUT now. AT&T, the right choice. Savings potential depends upon subscriber calling patterns.
Just a glance at the long view for people who agonize over age gaps or any other fancied objection to a long-term relationship or a marriage. As life, or fate as you prefer to believe, arranged it, it was actually Jerry who died before Carlton, but not before they had had over 30 full years between them. The Lord giveth and taketh away, but if you believe in him hard enough, the odds are on your side. Our cast included Robert L. Green, Jennifer Harmon, Court Benson, Ann Petoniak, and Larry Robinson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In 1778, Friedrich Anton Mesmer astounded Paris and the medical world by introducing what he termed a new medical theory, the theory he called animal magnetism. Although he was discredited and accused of being a practitioner of black magic, mesmerism was to continue to fascinate medical men, till it flowered into the present-day wholly scientific and important branch of medicine called hypnotism. That is today. But a century and a half ago, it was misunderstood and misused, with many of the men who practiced it unprincipled and little better than sorcerers. This is the story of one such.
Dr. Nugent, you may now wake up.
What? Did you say something, Professor Valdemar?
Quite a good deal in the last 5 minutes, Doctor.
Good Lord. Is it 5 minutes since you put me out?
Believe it or not, in another few minutes I'm going to let you judge for yourself. I am going to let you put me under the influence.
mystery drama, A Living Corpse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Robert Dryden and Kurt Peterson. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Listerine lozenges. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Have you ever been hypnotized? It's a strange, weird, and terrifying feeling to know that you have lost your identity, blanked out, that you have still been in your own world, and yet not of it. A powerful, benign tool in the hands of today's doctors, rigorously trained. But once, as recently as 100 years ago, it was a secret art shunned by the reputable and condemned by the devout. Yet it had its devotees, men of inquiring scientific minds, as well as the charlatans, and the legion of believers who have followed the lure of the occult down strange paths since the dawn of time.
Now, who the devil?
Oh, Professor Valdemar, it's not the police.
Calm yourself, Mrs. Salisbury. No need for alarm. But for the moment, it seems we must wait to bring you relief. I will turn off the pacificator for the moment while I answer the door.
Oh, if it's the police.
Mrs. Salisbury, the art I practice is not illegal, however much it may be frowned upon by the know-nothings. Besides, I shall close the door to the room and leave, and you will be quite safe. Very well, I'm coming. But better make sure. Who is it?
Dr. Craig Nugent. By your appointment, Professor.
Oh, one moment. Enter softly, my young physician, and keep your voice low.
You were expecting me?
Yeah, earlier, much earlier. Your arrival now is awkward.
I'm sorry. I was held up on a case. If it is inconvenient, I could return at some other time.
No. As a matter of fact, perhaps it works out all to the good. I have a patient with me I was just about to put under magnetic influence. You will have the opportunity to see and observe. Come into this room, but softly, sir.
Very well, Professor Valdemar.
I would have you in the same room, but the lady is anxious to preserve her anonymity. However, if you will come to this spot in the wainscoting, allow me. Just slide this small shield to one side, and it opens the eye on a portrait in the next room. You will well be able to observe the technique and practice of mesmerism.
At that moment, every instinct within me screamed in silent warning for me to run. But my venal ambition and unbounded curiosity nailed me to the floor. I put my eye to the back of the portrait's eye, and as clearly as if I were present in the adjoining room, I watched in jealous awe one human being attain total mastery over another.
Oh, what was it? Who? Oh, nothing at all. An errand boy. I sent him packing. Let me start the pacificator. Now I want you to relax.
Oh, I can't relax.
Of course you can. I want you to watch the pacificator over my left shoulder.
Oh, the light is so bright.
Only to begin with. Just watch. Listen to the sound and watch the spinning disc. Relax. You want to go to sleep.
Yes,
sleep. Look deep into my eyes. Feel the magnetic influence spread to you and around you, warming and relaxing and making you drowsy. You are falling asleep. You can't fight it. Your eyes are drooping. The tension is draining away. And now, as I lay my hand on you and touch you, you are asleep. Sound asleep. You will lift your right arm to shoulder height and hold it there steadily. So. Well, Dr. Nugent, are you still there? At the peephole? You need have no fear of speaking up. She will not hear you.
You're certain she won't?
Just as certain as I am that she will continue to hold out her hand and arm straight from the shoulder, no matter what weight is placed on it. Yeah, observe.
That heavy cold scuttle, she couldn't possibly hold that with her arm as it is.
Oh, but she will, and she can. Look.
That's impossible.
With mesmerism, nothing is impossible. So. She need hold this no longer. The point is proven. You may put your arm down now, Mrs. Salisbury. That's right. Now, do you still have your headache?
Yes, my temples are bursting. It's like a knife plunging into my brain. If I could only get some relief.
You say that you would pay anything for that relief?
Anything.
Very well. Tomorrow, you will remember this when I wake you up. Tomorrow, you will go to the bank and take out $10,000 and deposit it in my name as the Boston Federalist.
I promise I will do as you say, if you will only give me relief.
I lay my hand on your brow. I pass it gently to and fro. And as I do so, the pain diminishes, till now it is gone.
Yes. Oh, yes. It is gone. Oh, what joy. What peace.
It will not return. When I wake you, you will know that. It will never return.
It will never return.
And you will forget everything we have said about the money. Till tomorrow, at 10 o'clock exactly, you will make the transaction.
I had watched all the foregoing in open-mouthed amazement. A woman cured of incurable migraine headache, for when she woke it was gone. A woman paying him $15 for the session, but who had promised to deposit $10,000 the next day? Stunning revelation upon stunning revelation. And the most stunning of all, why this tall, cadaverous, cough-ridden man should reveal his secrets and his criminality to me. I had not long to wait for the answer to this.
Well, Dr. Craig Nugent, were you edified and intrigued?
Both. And astounded. But...
Yes?
At the moment, as a doctor, perhaps intrigued more than anything. That cough of yours, sir, is that the reason you bid me here?
Yes, and no. We sit and talk?
First, I would prefer to auscultate your chest, sir. Form some opinion of...
Forget it. Wiser physicians than you have examined me. The consumption is too well advanced. My death is inevitable and in very short order. There is no hope.
Then why am I here?
If you will sit with me, doctor, because I suddenly find myself weak and tired. I will attempt to explain. But first, let me ring for my wife. I am sure you would enjoy a glass of port as we talk. In any case, I am anxious to have you meet her.
I'm sure the pleasure and the privilege is all mine. The idle phrase gagged and stung in my throat. Luana Valdemar was, as always, that vision of loveliness, scarce above my own age. Violet eyes, great and deep enough for a man to drown in, skin that seemed translucent to an inner glow, and a dark cloud of jet black hair tumbling to her waist that set my heart pounding so loudly I thought all three of us must hear it. In one first look, I was in love, enchanted and in chains.
What will you have, Dr. Newton?
Port is for older men. May I suggest this brandy?
My dear, this is a bright young doctor whom I expect will loom large in our future. Dr. Craig Nugent, may I present my wife, Luana.
Your servant, madame.
No. I am yours. Will it be the brandy?
Whatever you suggest.
Luana's suggestions turn out to be more like commands. Leave us, Luana. We have much to talk about.
Don't stay up too late. I hope to meet you again, Dr. Nugent.
I sincerely hope so, Madame Valdemar.
You will. You will. Now, off with you.
Whatever you command, my husband.
You are not drinking your brandy, Doctor.
Oh, no, yes, sir. It is excellent brandy. I don't quite understand why I was invited here in the first place.
Of course you don't. I think if you will entertain my proposition, you and I have a great deal to offer each other. For a beginning... Excuse me. If you would pour me some more port.
Of course.
And once I have soothed this accursed scratching throat of mine, I can make a start about explaining all about the end.
As he reaches for the glass, Professor Valdemar's tall, gaunt figure is shaken by yet another bout of the racking cough that snatches away all his breath. In medical dismay, young Dr. Craig is helpless to do anything to relieve him or to imagine what on earth kind of service he can offer this strange and half-dead man. I shall return shortly with Act 2. For the moment, as the smooth, mellow port seems to assuage the paroxysm of coughing by the older man, Craig has been eyeing him clinically, dispassionately. Now, suddenly, from under the shaggy brows, he finds that the professor's dark, smoky eyes are burning into his, and beyond them, to his brain. For a second, he can almost feel the world slip away from him, and then, with an effort, as he tears his eyes away, he finds himself his own man again.
That's a wicked cough, Professor Valdemar.
Yeah. I am beyond medical help. However, you might still help me. How would you like to know all my secrets? The study of a lifetime. You have one thing I never had. That precious sheepskin, that open sesame to acceptance by everyone.
I could never put anyone into a sleep or a trance.
Oh, you could, if you knew the secret. All it takes is that.
And you are prepared to tell me that?
If you prove as apt a pupil as I believe you will, and on the giving of a solemn promise from you to me...
I'm a little bewildered. I don't know what to say.
You need not answer tonight. It is late and I am very tired. But I must know by tomorrow. For my time... Well, I don't have to tell a doctor. My time is short.
Must I make the promise before I learn the secret?
No.
Then suppose I refuse to give it after you have taught me what you know.
You won't. I promise you. You won't.
I left that strange house with my head spinning. I'd walked there during the twilight, but now it was almost pitch dark. My way lighted only by an occasional street lamp. I hadn't gone more than 50 yards from the door when suddenly a figure swam suddenly out of the murky gloom.
Come with me.
Juana! No, it's too dangerous. He might see us.
Not here, in the shadow of the postern gate. Oh, dear Lord. I nearly fainted when I saw you in the house tonight. What brought you there?
He summoned me.
What did he want? Oh, he knows about us.
No, darling, no. Although he knows too much about too many things. The man is evil. He makes my flesh crawl. How could you have married him?
I told you. A young girl has little say in picking a husband.
I think he mesmerized both you and your father.
I know he did, Papa. He left every cent to him to pursue his work. I have nothing. Well, what's done is done. I still want to know about Amadeus and why he summoned you.
He had heard somehow of my interest in mesmerism.
How?
I don't know. Not through you.
Are you mad? If he knew about us, if he even suspected I had ever met you before... Oh, it doesn't bear thinking on.
How could he know? We've been so careful.
Never too careful with him. He's diabolical. I have a terrible feeling he knows. And if he ever did...
If he ever did, what could he do?
Ruin your career? Shame me as an adulteress? Oh, he has other ways to punish us and make us crawl.
What other ways?
You'd have to have his mind. Cruel, vicious, distorted, and half mad to imagine them. Oh, but worst of all, my darling, we'd be separated forever.
No, not that. Ever.
No way to stop it unless...
Unless what?
Unless we got rid of him, killed him somehow.
No need for that. Providence will provide in time, and very shortly.
You mean he's dying?
In the terminal stages now. He knows it as well as any of us doctors.
And the safest thing is for us to stay apart until it happens. Not even see each other.
No need for that. I must come back to the house tomorrow.
Why?
Well, he's offered me a strange proposition which I feel I can't afford to turn down. In return for a promise, he will teach me the secret of a mesmerism.
What promise?
I don't know that yet.
Don't listen to him. Oh, I beg you.
There's no need for concern. Now, he will teach me the secrets first, before my promise. And even after I have given it, who says I must live up to it?
It's a trap. Oh, I know it's a trap. Please, Craig.
At least let me find out what cheese it's baited with. Then let me make up my mind.
If you can.
I should have listened to Luana, but other compulsions were driving me on. I don't defend myself. I was everything that Valdemar himself had named me, and I had to gamble. I couldn't pass up the chance of a lifetime.
So, my young friend, you have decided to accept the bargain, yeah?
At least to listen to the terms, Professor.
Yeah, by all means. Would you believe that I could put you in a trance in, say, 1 minute?
No.
Let us proceed then to test that by example rather than precept. No. Please remain seated. I am just placing this lamp behind your head so that you are in shadow, and as I move to sit in front of you, the light is full on my face. Now, I ask only one thing, that you focus your entire attention on my left eye. for 1 full minute. Do not let it waver and do not interrupt. Let us both check our watches.
Right.
Whenever you are ready, look as I asked and indicate for me to begin.
Very well. I'm ready.
Look in my eye. Think of evening skies at dusk. The clouds drifting softly lower and lower. Shadows across your eyes, their weight heavy. Heavy and gentle on your eyelids till they want to close. To close. You feel all the tension drain out of you. Loose, loose, like a rag doll. And you want to sleep. Sleep. Your eyes are closing, and the lids are heavy, heavy with sleep. Sleep. You are now fast asleep, Dr. Nugent.
But I'm not. I'm not asleep at all.
Huh? Of course you aren't. That's the secret, you see.
I'm afraid I don't see, sir.
There's no magic magnetic influence that flows to the subject. The subject is a magnet that asks for, draws that influence to himself. It is his desire that creates the trance, conscious or unconscious. He must want to be mesmerized. You did not want to be. You resisted it with all your might, didn't you?
Well, naturally. I thought if it was an experiment, that was what was expected of me.
It was. This time you will cooperate, or at least not fight me.
I don't think you can do it, Professor Valdemar, but I will try to cooperate, if I can.
Look in my left eye. Think of evening skies at dusk. The clouds drifting softly lower and lower. Shadows across your eyes. Their weight You are now fast asleep. Asleep. Dr. Nugent, can you hear me? Not even the blink of an eye, huh? I could cut your throat from ear to ear for the horns you have put on my head, and you would be none the wiser. But softly, softly, you shall be made to pay in time. First, I have a use for you. Dr. Nugent, I tell you now, you can hear me. Do you?
I hear you.
I suppose it would be useless to ask you to admit that you and Luana have been having an affair for months.
Who is Luana?
My wife.
I just met your wife last night.
For the first time?
You introduced me to her.
Very well. We shall leave that alone for the moment. Just to prove to you that you really were in a trance and to keep you thoroughly on edge about how much you may have revealed, I want you to forget all of this conversation, including what I am about to tell you. At 6 this evening, you will take off your left shoe and bring it or give it to my wife, saying, "A bouquet of roses because I love you, and to hell with the old fool who does not know what is going on." You will remember, Dr. Nugent?
Yes.
You may now wake up.
What? Did you say something, Professor Valdemar?
Quite a good deal.
Did you really put me out?
Believe it or not, I'm going to let you judge for yourself. I'm going to let you put me under. But first, it is time for me to ask for my payment and your promise.
I hope I can deliver.
So do I. As you can hear, I have my own doctor whom I trust implicitly. He finally has told me that my life can be measured in hours. I want you to promise to be by my bedside. I want you to do for me what has never been done before. I want you to mesmerize me in articulo mortis, in the act of death. But just before it, so that the old man with the scythe will be stopped in his tracks.
In momentary stupefaction, Dr. Craig Mugent hears and tries to absorb this amazing request. Stirring and moiling beneath his frozen amazement at the audacity of the conception, a barrage of questions, speculations, revulsions, and doubts struggle for expression and cry out for answers. I'll return shortly with Act 3. Remember, this is before the middle of the 19th century. Physicians were just beginning to grapple with physiology, the process of life. Death, the great mystery still, and perhaps forever, was then a total one. There existed almost no apparatus to prolong life, such as is common practice today. Death then was inevitable. It was occasionally predictable, but always total, except in the case of Professor Amadeus Valdemar.
Easy, lady. Easy.
All right, Luana. I have Letty's bridle. Let me help you dismount.
I can manage. Watch the mare. She's as nervous as I am. Let's get back in among the trees by the river.
Why did you risk passing me that note as you saw me out?
I heard you make a promise I hope you have no intention of keeping.
You heard?
The secret of the peephole in the portrait I discovered long ago.
How?
Because on the few occasions I've been able to resist his magnetic influence, pretending to be under it, I have watched Amadeus like a hawk, hoping against hope somehow to find a way to freedom.
Oh, it will not be long until you do.
Not with your help.
What do you mean?
Until I met you, Craig. What do you think has kept me alive during all these loathsome years? The knowledge that at least when he died I would be a rich woman. But if he doesn't die, how can I inherit all his wealth?
He will die.
Not if you keep the promise you made.
Luana, my darling, now listen to me. Even if I did keep it, the body is finite. No occult power could keep it alive or stop the disintegration of the cells once the heart has stopped and the blood ceased to flow.
But suppose you are wrong, Craig. Suppose you put my husband just before death into a kind of suspended animation. Then what?
If he is really on the point of death, I can always bring him out of it, can't I?
I don't know. I don't trust Amadeus. He knows about us.
What makes you think so?
I will quote you his own words once he had put you under. I could cut your throat for the horns you have put on my head, and you would be none the wiser. You shall be made to pay in time. Oh, Craig.
I'm still not convinced we cannot outwit him.
We are not in control.
I am, or I will be.
Oh, do you really believe that?
Oh, Craig, you are so naive. What do you mean, naive? I know exactly what I'm doing, and exactly what I plan to do. And no one can take over my mind unless I want them. Excuse me. Here, my love, a bouquet of roses because I love you, and to hell with the old fool who doesn't know what's going on.
What? Your boot?
No, take it. This bouquet of roses. That's odd. It's one of my boots that I'm holding in my hand.
The left one, just as he told you, to offer me as roses at 6 o'clock tonight while you were mesmerized. Now do you see why I fear him? He's always one step ahead of us, all the way.
The next 10 days passed in a strange torpor, a dream-like state that paralyzed all thought and made me function like an automaton, session after session with the professor, perfecting the techniques of mesmerism, both the establishment of the trance and then the careful methods of bringing the patient out of it. No mention of anything beyond the clinical, except the closing question each time.
You still do solemnly promise before death takes me that you will put me under the influence?
My automatic reply, yes, sir, Professor. I do solemnly promise. Until, finally, the fatal day arrived and the messenger came to fetch me to fulfill my given vow. How is he?
Thinking fast, barely holding on to life.
I must hurry.
Why? Let him die. It would be a blessing for all of us.
I can't do that, Luana.
You realize if you keep him legally alive that I am left with nothing?
You have me.
I don't have you. I can't have you as long as I'm married to Amadeus.
We can go on as before.
No, we can't. Not even if I wanted to. People will be watching us now.
But I love you.
How can you and make of me what you plan to? A nurse to a living corpse, tied hand and foot to its service night and day. You keep him alive, and I might as well be dead forever as far as you are concerned.
I climbed the stairs, outwardly calm, but inwardly a seething storm of emotion and indecision. At the open door to the bedroom, I stopped.
That you, Nugent?
Yes, Professor?
Where, in the name of conscience, have you been?
You still wish to be mesmerized?
Wish? I command it by virtue of our compact and your sacred and solemn promise.
Which I might choose to break?
Oh, no, my dear doctor. I told you you will keep that promise. If you entertain any notion of not doing so, I have made certain provisions to make you weigh your decision carefully.
What provisions?
My affairs are in the hands of my solicitor. Not one penny goes to my wife by virtue of an early marriage settlement, except an amount enough to maintain my body in suspended animation with her as its keeper.
How can you demand such a monstrous thing?
How could you, with your young body and easy morals, have done such a monstrous thing as steal her from me?
I beg you to understand it was not her fault.
I have no time to listen to your son. Remember the boot and the flowers?
Yes. You mean...
How can you even speculate on what post-mesmeric suggestions I have implanted in your brain during our sessions? You see, I have thought of everything. And now, make haste. The shadows are gathering, Hurry and do what you have been trained to do.
Within 5 minutes, I could perceive unequivocal signs of the mesmeric influence. The glassy roll of the eye was exchanged for that unique expression of uneasy inward examination. With a few lateral rapid passes, I made the eyelids quiver, as if in incipient sleep, and then closed them altogether. I then stiffened the limbs of the sufferer, the legs at full length, the arms nearly so, the head slightly elevated.
Is he dead?
By all the vital signs, pulse, respiration, the contraction of the heart, I would say yes.
No, wait a minute. Look at him. At his mouth.
It's moving. He isn't dead, but...
No. Just sleeping and waiting.
For what?
For the cure. When it comes, then wake me so that I may live again.
But there is no cure. Not in sight.
So much the worse for you and your beloved. You had better pray with me that it comes, and soon.
So, you chose your precious conscience over me.
Hush. Trust me.
How can I trust you? You tried to assure me a corpse could not be mesmerized.
Not quite a corpse, but soon. Now, believe me, Luana. The physical properties cannot sustain life, no matter what the mental state. Now, it is only a matter of waiting until he dies. And wait we did. Hour succeeding hour. Day succeeding day, and week and month. Until finally it had to be faced. Moribund the professor might be. Dead he was not. Nor would be till brought out of trance. Don't you see, Luana? This has always been my way out. If the worst came to the worst, physiologically there is not enough strength to maintain life. Now, at last, with a clear conscience, I can do what I never promised not to do. I can bring him out of the trance.
Why have you waited this long?
I could assign many reasons, but suddenly I realize I don't quite know. Only that we wait no longer. Professor Valdemar, can you hear me?
Yes?
Are you asleep?
No, not asleep.
What then? Dead or alive?
Somewhere in between.
What are you waiting for?
A cure.
There is no cure. And we cannot wait. I'm calling you back.
Are you so sure?
You were the teacher. You taught me how.
I also never stinted on the warning.
What warning?
That there is no trick. It all depends on the subject, on his will, what he is willing to do. Without his will, you have no control. No control. Not ever to reach me again. Because I choose to stay where I am.
So there we remain. Amadeus, Luana, and me. Luana tied to him as his nurse. Myself, forever trying unfruitfully to bring him back from that halfway house. Either to life, to reason with him, or to death for his own peace. And ours.
of records. Having heard this strange tale, I busied myself to look up the principles. The records are fragmentary and incomplete. There is no mention of Amadeus, but I did discover 2 death certificates issued in a case of accidental drownings, or possibly a suicide pact, listed in police files. The names were Dr. Nugent and a woman identified only as a Mrs. Vladimir. Close enough to prove or disprove our story? Does it matter? I'll be back shortly. One loose end remains, the body of Professor Valdemar. That I could find no trace of. Only vague hints here and there of a cult that believed that death might be held at bay by placing bodies in suspended animation, much as the proponents of cryogenics or deep freezing propose today. Amadeus Valdemar could have been reawakened and long ago cured, and with the passage of time, gone to his ultimate reward. The only thing that tends to irk is that I'm sorry to tell you, we'll never really quite know, will we? Our cast included Robert Dryden, Kurt Peterson, and Patricia Elliott. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Would you advise me to take the old road or the turnpike?
Why, the old road is over 120 miles. The turnpike but 97.
You impose on me. It is wrong to trifle with a traveler. You know it is only some 40 miles from Newburyport to Boston.
But this is not Newburyport. This is Hartford.
Do not deceive me, sir. Is not this river I have been following the Merrimack?
Oh, no, sir. You are just outside Hartford. And this river is the Connecticut.
Have the rivers changed their courses as the cities their places? Am I forever... But again the clouds are gathering and the storm is at my heels. God curses me for that fatal road.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Listerine Lozenges and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Every once and so often, I run across an account in a newspaper which is so inexplicably odd, I feel that if I could get to the bottom of it, it would make for great telling to my Mystery Theater friends. And this story fits that premise, fills that bill, and concerns a doorway between dimensions, a passageway I call the threshold.
Mr. Tanner, we in our dimension, looking at you in yours, could never understand why you gave up a promising career as an atomic scientist to run a hardware store.
A question of conscience, Mr. Fairley.
Conscience? What is that?
A very human characteristic that helps you know right from wrong. It warns us as a friend before it punishes us as a judge.
Remarkable. We have no such characteristic as conscience in our world.
Our mystery drama, The Threshold, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Fred Gwynne. I shall return shortly with Act One.
piece in the paper I told you about? Here it is. Mercury, Montana. In a deserted mountain town near here, there are signs of life, but no signs of the living. It is reported that roads, homes, and stores are being built in the village of Dry Lake, yet no one has ever seen a human being near the place. County officials are puzzled, but pleased that after 40 years as a ghost town, someone appears to be investing heavily in the area. Unquote. Mysterious? Intriguing? I thought so, too.
Morning, Shane. What do you got there? Broken pickaxe?
Morning, Jeff. Yeah, need a new handle.
Yeah, well, put it on the counter and we'll give her a look. Yeah, I don't think I have a handle that fit that. You need it right away?
No, I think I'll wait for cooler weather before I take that hike to Granite Mountain. I don't go up the mountain just along the riverbed.
Shane Boggs, are you still prospecting for gold?
Let's say I'm still hoping.
You think there's any gold left in the 1980s around here? They cleaned us out 100 years ago.
You're positive? Jeff, you've been over to Dry Lake recently?
I'm not aiming to catch something you can't cure.
You know why anyone would want to live there?
I wouldn't sell acreage in Dry Lake to my worst enemy.
Who do you suppose owns that old town?
We do. Our town does. Mercury. It was deeded back to us 20 years ago.
Well, I heard somebody just bought some land there. A man and a woman come into the post office and talked to old Morgan, and he rented them a box for their mail, and they were living there.
Why would anyone want to live in Dry Lake? It's a tombstone of a town.
I figured they must be strangers, and nobody's told them about how everybody died there 40 years ago.
Everybody didn't die, Shane. Only the ones who refused to move ended up dead. Are you positive people have bought land to live there?
Old man Morgan told me himself. He ought to know. He's a postmaster.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have a talk with him. He ought to have known better than that. Why didn't he say something? If some idiots are planning to live in Dry Lake, and we let them do it, that's nothing short of murder. Say, Morgan, where's the June issue of my science fiction magazine?
Well, don't ask me. I don't print it. I just put it in people's boxes.
Well, it gets later every month. What's this about a couple who gave you their address in Dry Lake?
That's so, just the other day.
And you said nothing about that atomic experiment 40 years ago? And how the people who crawled into the woods hoping to go back were all found dead?
Nope. Why should I?
Well, the area may still be contaminated.
Well, they got a house right there on Main Street.
A house? The whole town's nothing but broken bricks and boards. What house?
55 Main Street, they said.
What are they talking about? Even snakes don't live there. There's no street. The rains have washed everything away.
55 Main Street is what they told me.
What are these people's names?
Mr. and Mrs. Fairley.
Fairley? Well, they're not from around here. That's not a family name in the Bitterroot range. They don't have any children, do they, Morgan?
Nope. Just Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairley.
Well, at least that's something. I wouldn't want children to live in Dry Lake. Duke, I've closed my store for the rest of the day because I'm very disturbed about something, and you're the mayor of Mercury, and I aim to get this off my chest.
Well, sure, Jeff. Speak out.
I heard today about a man and his wife who bought themselves a couple of lots over in Dry Lake. Now, I figure they must be strangers, and someone sold them a pig in a poke.
Now, hold on, Jeff.
You can't close your eyes to what the town was used for in 1940 and the tragedy that resulted from that.
Jeff, I've got to tell you something.
I have not finished yet, Duke. Our postmaster tells me their name is Mr. and Mrs. Fairley, and they're going to live at 55 Main Street. And you and I know there's no 55, and there's no Main Street. It's a ghost town. It's worse than that. It's a dead town, and living people should not be living there.
You finished now, Jeff?
Yes, for the moment.
I know all that. Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairley. They haven't just bought one plot in Dry Lake. They're aiming to buy the whole town. In fact, they've optioned it.
What?
Yeah. We own the deed to Dry Lake. I mean, the town of Mercury does. They made us a fair offer, and pretty much everything was signed and sealed this morning at the town hall. The town of Dry Lake, lock, stock, and barrel. They didn't even want a mortgage. Cash deal. Every penny. Not bad.
Well, I'll be.
Think of it this way, Jeff. Maybe after 40 years, someone's got a right to live in Dry Lake again.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Tell that to the stunted trees and the yellow grass and the animals who died there. Tell them it's a safe place to live. Doesn't it bother you any, Duke, to know that you've sold innocent people land in hell?
Now, Jeff, you hold on there.
I am not going to sit back quietly and see honest people taken advantage of just because they don't come from around here. I'm ashamed of you, Duke. And I'm ashamed to have been born and brought up here in Mercury. I never thought I'd see the day when the almighty dollar had more value than human life.
I don't understand what's come over you.
I'm mad. I'm mad because I'm ashamed.
And that's why we're riding over to Dry Lake?
I'm disgusted with the mayor of our town selling off ruined land. May even have a residue of atomic waste on it.
You don't think the Fairleys knew that?
Now, could they? Of course not.
Well, what you aim to do?
I'm going to find them and tell them. They've been robbed. And I'm going to help them get their money back.
Well, if Dry Lake is all fire dangerous, should we be going there?
Well, we're just visiting. We're not drinking the water, not eating anything grown there.
Do you know what the Fairleys look like?
Yeah, well, if we see a man and a woman, who else is it going to be? Say, what did I do wrong? Did I miss that turn into Lake Road?
Oh, I wasn't looking. No, this looks okay to me. I sort of remember this road.
Wait a minute. How did I wind up here? That's the second time we've passed Old Indian Rock. I know I passed it half an hour ago. How come we're right back where we were?
Well, it is Old Indian Rock. Son of a gun.
You distracted me, that's why. I don't know how I missed that turnoff into Lake Road. I was so sure I took it.
Jeff, this is weird. I mean, downright weird.
You're telling me.
We've been around this road 4 times. And no matter which way we go, we end up here at Old Indian Rock.
I can't explain it. And I have a funny feeling, even if I could, I wouldn't want to know.
Let's hoof it. It's not too far from here.
Yeah, okay. If the moon had come out, it'd be easier. Let's leave the pickup here.
If we climb that ridge, Dry Lake ought to be straight ahead, across the valley.
Yeah.
You okay, Jeff?
4 times around in a circle. It's as if Dry Lake doesn't want anybody to find it.
I'm following you, Jeff. Right behind you.
Yeah. Funny how it all comes back to you. Moon or no moon. This is the way my father and I would hike over here. What the devil's going on down there? Can you make out if it's in Dry Lake?
I don't see a thing, Jeff. But there sure is plenty of action. Sounds like they're tearing the town up with bulldozers and tractors.
Yeah, jackhammers. There's a great, big, solid concrete platform the scientists left there. Used it as a base for the atomic experiments. Big as half a football field. I'll bet that's what those jackhammers are digging into. Oh, if only these clouds had passed so the moon would come out. You see any lights down there?
No, not a candle. But the dark doesn't seem to stop them.
Shane, look out!
Which way is it coming first?
It's coming from our left. The bulldozer's to my left. Jump for it, Shane.
Which way? Which way?
It's turning. It's heading right for us.
I'm climbing up these trees.
No. I can see it now. It's tearing all the trees down in front of it.
Jeff, you okay?
That's the scariest thing that ever happened to me.
I didn't see it. Even when it was right on top of us. How come you saw it?
I didn't. I thought I did because I saw all the trees being mowed down as it came this way. Hear that monster bulldozer and not see it. I don't know what's happening.
Let's go home.
Looking back here, Shane.
Oh, my Lord. Will you look at these tracks? Like some big diesel locomotive.
Looks like they're building a road.
Yeah. With invisible machinery and nobody in the driver's seat. Let's call it a night and get out of here.
No, wait. If we get closer, we'll see better.
No, this is as close as I want to get.
Yeah. All this equipment, the tractors, the dozers, the trucks to carry away what they dig up.
Equipment we can't even see.
Where did they come from? The only road from Billings and Butte runs right by my store. It'd take a dozen tractor trailers to haul all that equipment up here.
Look, can we please get out of here before I'm really ready for the loony bin?
There you have it. Once I had dug behind that little story in the newspapers about the deserted town coming to life, what you just heard is what I learned. All of which can be very disturbing if it has never happened to you before. I shall return shortly with Act 2. The month of June came and went, and Jeff Tanner and his friend Shane Boggs kept mum about what they'd seen from the hill overlooking the town of Dry Lake. The more each of them thought about it, the more they suspected they had been victims of some kind of hypnosis or hysteria, and neither of them could afford to be laughed at. The town plumber and the town hardware merchant wouldn't get much business if people thought they were seeing things. So it became their unspoken secret until the night of the fireworks display on the 4th of July.
I always have a good time on these 4th of July picnics.
Yeah. How about another beer, Jeff?
Shane, I'm ashamed to say. I'm ashamed to say we're fresh out of beer.
No.
Yeah, I brought 2 six-packs and we started in at 3 this afternoon, but we just had the last one.
No kidding. No more beer?
I can let you have an egg salad sandwich. Got one of those left.
Say, there's a beautiful rocket. Look at the way she spins. I wonder if they celebrate the 4th like we do.
Who?
That Mr. and Mrs. Fairley. You know, those foreigners who moved into Dry Lake.
I thought we'd agreed to forget about all that.
I was just wondering. Probably if they have firecrackers, you can hear them, but you can't see them. Am I right?
I don't know, Shane. I try not to think about them.
Why not?
Well, I guess because I feel guilty. I never did get to warn them away.
Well, heck, they set their bulldozer on us. Funny thing, I haven't heard anybody in Mercury even mention their names. Nobody. They must know something's going on over at Dry Lake. They must.
Yeah, I wonder about that, too. I mean, don't they hear it?
I hear it. Some nights, all kinds of building sounds coming clean across the range.
Shane, I've had enough fireworks and beer. What do you say we go over there?
Where?
Dry Lake.
I thought we weren't going near the place anymore.
Well, we'll go as far as we can in the truck, then walk the rest of the way.
You sure? You ain't scared?
Sure, I'm scared. But that don't stop me from being curious. We found it.
Yeah, somebody's put up a sign. Dry Lake, town limits. Well, you look at this place. Everything's brand spanking new. Those antique cars in the driveways, they look like they're new. Where is everybody? The town's all built for people, I guess. They just haven't arrived yet. Oh, here's a school. Want to go into the playground? Look around? They got swings and everything. Here, let's open the gate. Jeff.
What is it?
You feel something funny? Like a prickling on your skin?
It was always cold when the sun went down. Even in summer.
Oh, it's not cold. More like a tingling sensation. Like a hand sort of crawling up my throat.
Hey, do you see what I see?
Them?
Uh-huh. Every one of the doors to the playground have children standing in front of them.
They're just standing there, watching us. Don't turn around now, Jeff. There's one of them right behind you.
Oh, well, hello, young fella. Is this your school?
Well, I think he's scared. That's why he isn't saying anything.
How would you like me to give you a push on the swing? Or maybe let's get on the seesaw? He just keeps looking at me.
Hey, that's nice red hair you got. I used to have red hair. When I had hair.
Shane, here comes the rest of them. There must be at least, one after the other coming out of the school doors.
Jeff, those doors are closed. They're walking right through them.
What?
They're not coming very close. Think they're afraid. Say, any of you kids speak English?
Yeah, that's what it is. They don't speak English. Maybe they're boat people or refugees.
Oh, they sure look American. Especially this little red-headed one. Yeah, see what he's got in his hand. An American flag.
Hey, you should have come to our 4th of July picnic over at Mercury. That's the next town. You like fireworks? Shane, I don't think they understand me. Maybe it's what I was afraid of. Kids in this town. See, they're affected first. Little ones particularly.
Well, hey, don't go away. We're not going to hurt you.
Come back. We want to be friends.
I think the little boy with the red hair, I think he understood us.
You mean the one with the American flag?
He's gone, too. Jeff, if it's all the same to you, I think I've done all the looking I want to for one day. Every one of those children who are here didn't say a word.
Hey, look. One of them dropped the flag here.
The redhead. That's his. The way they suddenly disappear. Out of nowhere, into nowhere.
And not making a sound. Not a footfall.
Explain that, if you can, Jeff.
I can't. It's beyond me. Why, Miss Dora Humphreys, what great occasion brings you to my store?
My sink's stopped up.
My dear lady, you take all the romance out of the hardware business. I'll have Shane Boggs stop by at your place. He'll fix your sink for you.
Well, I can't afford plumber's prices. Not on a retired teacher's pension. Oh, where did you get that little American flag you have tacked up behind the counter?
A little boy dropped it, and I picked it up.
Oh, well, would you mind taking it off the wall and letting me look at it more closely?
Of course not. It's just thumbtacked in.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. It's all yours, Dora.
Oh.
Excuse me, Dora. I got a customer.
Jeff, did you get that pickaxe handle for me yet?
Not yet, but you'll have it.
Say, isn't that Miss Humphreys, my old school teacher?
Don't tell me you use a pickaxe when you repair pipes.
Shane, you arrived just in the nick. Dora's got a stopped-up sink.
Jefferson persuaded me you'd do it for nothing.
Oh, of course I will, Miss H. That's the least I could do. I still remember how pleased my ma was when you gave me a B+.
Jefferson, this little flag, I haven't seen it in 40 years.
You know that flag?
And I say a dozen others, just like this one. You notice this flag has only 48 stars, so it's not a modern flag. Hawaii, Alaska bring the total of 50 states today.
Dora, you said you recognized it. How is that possible?
Well, when I was teaching 3rd grade part-time in Dry Lake, I got the whole class to make their own American flag for the 4th of July. I gave them the material. The red and white stripes are part of the dress I had. I cut out the stars, and each child sewed their own. Now, how a little boy dropped it when it was made back in 1940, I can't even guess.
Dora, could you be mistaken? I mean, after all this time.
Well, I was a very young girl. My first teaching job. Part-time here in Mercury and part-time in Dry Lake. You don't forget those things. Now, tell me, Jefferson, where was it this child dropped this flag?
Well, we can't tell you that. It's not important.
Oh, well, I knew those children, every one of them. I've probably taught thousands since 1940, but I always remember my first class. I can still see them parading into my class, holding their homemade flags in the air.
And their faces, do you see them?
Oh, very clearly. Especially little Tommy, a red-headed boy. He was always losing his flag, dropping it somewhere. Here, you can have this back, Jefferson. Tack it up. I must be off. Shane, come as soon as you can to fix my sink, will you?
It's just not possible, Shane.
Well, you heard what Miss H said. Does it fit the description of the child we saw in the playground? Red hair, always dropping his flag?
But it doesn't add up. Her little Tommy's been dead for 40 years.
Does any of it add up, Jeff? A town rebuilt to look like it did when we were children? Empty? No one except those children anywhere? No way to get there except on foot? Roads seem to be scrambled and one goes round in circles? Does any of that make sense?
Well, there's only one way we're ever going to get an explanation of what this is all about.
What way? There is no way.
Find the Fairleys. They own Dry Lake. They must know the answers.
Got any extra large pipe wrenches, Jeff?
Take a look in the cellar.
Okay, I will. I have an idea Miss H's drain will need looking at. I'll be back up in a few minutes.
Is this, Mr. Tanner's Hardware Emporium.
Good afternoon. Something I can do for you?
No, Mr. Tanner, but there is something my wife and I can do for you.
You are Jefferson Tanner.
Yes, ma'am.
And the man who just went down into your cellar, that would be Mr. Shane Boggs.
Yes, he is. I didn't catch your names.
I didn't tell you. We are Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairley.
When I began to investigate that little news account, I had no idea the path of discovery would be so tortuous or would lead this far. Remember the mythological bird, the phoenix, which died in its own fire and was reincarnated? Is that what we're witnessing in the town of Dry Lake? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Is abandoned 40 years ago to enable scientists to conduct atomic experiments. Of course, in those days, it was all top secret. Nobody fully realized the dangers. Nobody was frightened, which explains why so many families didn't relocate but hid nearby, planning to return. Later, all of the bodies were finally found. Now, today, this town is reborn at the instigation of the very couple who have just entered Jeff Tanner's hardware store.
Did you say Fairley? Mr. and Mrs. Charles Fairley?
Who have bought the town of Dry Lake. Yes, that is us.
I'm very glad to meet you. Perhaps you can clear up for me the mystery of what's going on at Dry Lake.
Oh, I think we can, don't you, Mrs. Fairley?
I think Mr. Tanner is just the man who would understand.
And perhaps even help us.
I think he could.
Mr. Tanner, we'd like it very much if you could drive over to Dry Lake tonight, say at 10 o'clock your time.
I have tried to drive there, Mr. Fairley, but somehow I never get there. I always seem to go around in a circle.
Well, come tonight and you can drive right past the town limits down Main Street. Come to the railroad station. 10 o'clock, your time. We shall await you.
I'll be there with Shane. Shane Boggs.
We'd rather you came alone, Mr. Tanner. Isn't that so, dear?
Yes, we would.
At 10 o'clock, then, your time.
Boy, that sure beats all.
Got just the wrench. Yeah. What is it, Jeff? You look awful.
You didn't hear or see anyone come in just now.
Well, I was down in the cellar.
I thought maybe when you came upstairs. Shane, maybe it was a mistake for the two of us to have gone down to Dry Lake. It still could be contaminated.
Honest? After all these years? How can you tell?
I suppose I could walk over it with a Geiger counter.
You sound like a real scientist. I thought science fiction was your beat.
It is now. But I'll tell you something, Shane, which I've never told anybody else. Once I was a real scientist. At least the makings of one. I was 20 years old. My professors and research associates would say to me, if I worked hard at it someday, I might even be awarded the Nobel Prize.
You're kidding me. What were you working in?
Splitting the atom. Shane, I want you to forget everything we saw at Dry Lake. And don't go back. It's for the best. There are some things we're better off not knowing. That's a very unscientific point of view, I know. But it's mine.
I can never forget it, Jeff.
I would rather you remembered all the good times we've had together. If you ever get around to thinking about me in the future. The good things.
Well, 'cause 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 'cause
Mr. Tanner.
Good evening. Good evening, Mrs. Fairley.
You're very prompt.
I've been here for half an hour enjoying myself.
You have? How?
Sitting on the same baggage wagon I used to sit on when I was younger, waiting for the trains to come in.
Any train in particular?
Well, I can think of one when I was about 20. Some friends of mine from Washington and New York and Boston, they were coming to Dry Lake for a meeting. We all had a job to do together.
It was you who suggested Dry Lake would be the ideal spot to conduct the atomic experiments, wasn't it?
Yes. Don't remind me.
So every accidental death is on your conscience?
I said don't remind me. Everything is different now. Even this little railroad station. I hear the trains pull in, but they're not really there. I can even smell the coal and steam. When I open my eyes and look down the tracks, I see nothing on the rails. No cars, no engines, no nothing.
Only because you are not equipped to see reality.
Well, then why do I hear the trains?
Because we permit you to.
Why did you want to meet with me?
Because we were instructed to contact you.
By who?
Mr. Tanner, Mrs. Fairley, and I are emissaries. You were born in another dimension and belong there. 40 years ago, you and a number of other scientists, relatively inexperienced in the outcome of an atomic test, purchased this town to test your amateurish bomb. Unfortunately, a great many good people found themselves extinguished by gamma and digamma rays and entered our dimension. Mrs. Fairley and I have been detailed to find a way to return them to your dimension and to make certain it cannot happen again.
You mean if a human being suffers death by exposure to gamma rays, he is automatically transported to your dimension?
And we must put a stop to it. Every time this happens, a human dies of radiation, we have another visitor. It's getting to be an invasion.
We don't die completely?
No, you don't. And remember, Mr. Tanner, no matter which plane people occupy, there is only so much space.
And that is the purpose of transforming Dry Lake back to what it looked like 40 years ago. To attract those who died here to return.
You would call it a pilot project. If we can get them all back across the threshold, why... Well, I shan't bore you with the details.
I am not going to permit this.
How can you not? What can you do?
You want all those thousands who have perished from radioactivity to return here and continue their lives? Oh, no, it can't be. If I had a hand 40 years ago in the deaths of those who refused to leave Dry Lake, I am certainly not going to have a hand in bringing them back to life.
Jeff? Jeff, where are you?
I'm in the back. Be right out.
Well, where you been the past week? Every day I gone by here and there's your sign in the window, closed, gone for a vacation. When did you get back?
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't tell you, Shane, but something came up all of a sudden and I just had to get away.
Jeff, you're a liar. You never left this building. Night after night, I'd peek in the back windows where you'd drawn the shades, and I'd see you turning something on the lathe. Now, I don't want to know what you're doing, but I hate being lied to.
You're right. I have been putting together something which I'm going to give to you. Open this box.
What, for me?
It won't explode. Here, let me take it out of the box. You happen to have any gold nuggets on you?
Sure.
Okay. Lay them on the counter.
In today's market, this hobby is going to pay for itself.
Hold on. Watch me. Now, I hold this invention over the gold, and you listen.
The only thing wrong with that gadget is if I can see the gold, I don't need the gadget.
You hold it. I'll put the nuggets under the counter. Now, go ahead. Point it.
Say, that's not bad. 3 feet away.
Uh-huh. Now, I'll take them down in the cellar near where the counter is. You aim the machine and try to locate them.
Mr. Tanner, welcome back to Dry Lake.
We're delighted you returned.
You've decided to help us get those who are in our dimension across the threshold.
I'll do what I can to solve the problem for everyone. Why did you wait 40 years for this?
We have no time spans like you. For us, time is all one. When we live forever. When we die forever.
You probably wondered what's in this box that I brought. I call it the Tanner counter. I made one for a friend who used it to find gold. I made this one to reveal the unseen spirits in your dimension, who I shall be dealing with. I remove it from its box, and can you hear that? Right here with us are one or more souls in your dimension. Mrs. Fairley, would you like to hold this counter?
Oh, no. I'll stand next to the two of you and listen.
Why don't you try it, Mr. Fairley? That's right. Now point it upwards. Hold it steady. Mr. and Mrs. Fairley, we shall meet in another place.
I've never ridden in a truck before, Shane.
Glad you said you would, Miss H. The whole thing is mysterious as anything. I saw Jeff a week ago, went back the next day. His store was for sale. He'd disappeared.
Is it because you think he's at Dry Lake that we're going there?
No, I thought I'd have a look around and see for myself. Now, we're coming into the main street in a minute, Miss H. I want to warn you, you're in for a surprise. A lot of improvements have been made.
I know this place, and what a shambles it is. Tragedy, really. What is it? What's the matter? Why did you stop like that?
What's happened? The paved street, the lawns, those beautiful cars in the driveways.
What on earth are you talking about? This is Dry Lake, the ghost town it's always been.
Believe me, Miss H., this isn't the way it looked last time I was here.
You mean when you were a child, 45 years ago?
No, just the other day. After the 4th of July picnic. I wish Jeff was here right now. I'm sure he could explain all this. It's beyond me.
Did you say Jefferson? Where did you say he was?
I don't know. He's just left town. I haven't seen him.
Oh, what's that? Did you hear something?
Yes. Did I leave the radio on in the truck where we parked it? Oh, no, it doesn't work.
Oh, it's not music. I hear voices, don't you? People laughing and talking. It's as though a whole town were waking up.
And it's right here, in this abandoned playground. All around us.
So strange. As if there were people right here, right now, living a life which we can hear but can't see. Do you suppose it's this town? That it somehow affected us? Could it be our imagination?
No, Miss H. I don't think it is.
What's that you just picked up?
I think we've both seen this before. A small, handmade American flag with thumbtack holes in each corner.
The conclusion I came to was inescapable. Our atomic scientist turned hardware store owner knew enough science to build a small device that sent the Fairleys and himself out of the orbit of earthly dimensions. One can be fairly certain that none of the three who disappeared would ever return from that trip, for it was indeed a final one across the threshold. I shall return shortly. Ever cross the threshold into other dimensions? Are they there? Do they exist? Because today we cannot discover them does not mean they don't exist. Because we cannot see does not mean we never shall. Ultimately, man will know much more about himself and his universe. Almost 2,000 years ago, Mark Antony said, "Nothing is now left remarkable beneath the visiting moon." I think we'll still be saying that 2,000 years from now. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Robert Dryden, Bryna Rayburn, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Lang is too busy breathing. But his acid-throwing boy is going to be very, very upset when he hears that I'll soon be able to make visual identification.
But, Joe, you won't be.
He won't know that. Nobody will. Not even my own family. Only you and me, Rick.
Now, look, Joe.
I'm going to send the news out to all the papers and the TV reporters. And how I'm looking forward to the opportunity of seeing a mug book and identifying the guy who threw that stuff at me and my wife.
And you know what he'll do, don't you, Joe? He'll try to knock you over before the operation.
Yeah, he probably will.
You think you can trap this guy by setting yourself up as a target, huh? A game of blind man's bluff, huh?
That's the game, Rick. And I don't intend to lose.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Just past 11 o'clock, and it's time for the WIP Mystery Theater. Why don't you join us? Just sit back and relax, if you can.
Tammy Grimes. The book tells us there's no new thing under the sun. Long before medical science discovered quinine, primitive peoples knew that fever could be brought down by chewing the bark of certain trees. They were also aware of the curative properties in various roots and herbs. The Caesarean operation was named after Julius Caesar, because that's how he was born. Yes. We can say there's really nothing new, except perhaps a variation on that which has been forgotten long, long ago.
Look at this thing, Ballard. It's an iron spearhead. So? This piece of iron, smelted by a primitive people, is harder than any metal we know in our own 20th century.
No, I don't believe it.
They have a certain formula. It could revolutionize the technology of the world.
I don't believe that either.
It could be yours for $1 million.
Our mystery drama, The Magic Dust, was written
especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Whether you need a Christmas gift for someone who enjoys gourmet cooking or late-night snacking, you're sure to find it in the wide selection of gift appliances available at True Value hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest you give the versatile Oster Kitchen Center, including mixer, food grinder, dough hooks, blender, and more, to cut big kitchen chores down to size. Then for quick meals and snacks, choose the Oster Hot and Toasty Grill that cooks 4 sandwiches in minutes. You'll find them at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers. And say that Pat Summerall sent you.
Irene, you just dropped a day's pay in dishes.
Yeah, and strained my back besides.
Oh, no. Look, leave that mess there while I get some Doan's pills.
You've got some here?
In my purse. Lifting trays like we do, I always keep Doan's pills with me.
Good advice. Doan's pills for temporary relief of simple backache pain due to overexertion, stress, or strain. Use only as directed.
Irene, you finished the shift.
Because Doan's pills were on the job. They really work.
Mommy, I cut my hair.
Oh, no.
Oh,
what should I do?
Oh, Mommy, I'm bleeding.
Can you stop the bleeding? Can you clean a wound properly? What if he stops breathing? What if his heart stops too? How do you handle an emergency at home? Many of us panic when prompt action may be needed to save a life. If you'd like to learn what to do and how to do it before you're faced with an emergency, contact Red Cross. We'll help you learn how to prevent accidents. We'll teach you first aid, Red Cross CPR, family health and home care. Countless lives have been saved through safety and health care skills learned through Red Cross courses. And because of these skills, millions of Americans live safer, happier, healthier lives. Learn how to take better care of yourself and your family. Call Red Cross. We'll help. Will you?
Man has always placed a premium on precious metals, gold, silver, platinum. But why should gold, silver, and platinum really be valuable? They're not nearly as useful as, say, iron, zinc, or tin. There is actually no satisfactory answer to this question. What it all comes down to is this. They are valuable because they are valuable. Period. And people will kill for them. Not just individual people, but entire nations. In today's high-technology society, other metals are becoming valuable. Dangerously valuable. Some of them are metals you may never have heard of.
Ellsworth! Ellsworth!
Yes, sir. Let me shut this off. You're back from Europe, Mr. Ballard.
Obviously. What are you doing?
I'm conducting stress tests, Mr. Ballard.
I can see that. On what?
Well, this metal will be part of an airframe. It's taken the equivalent of thousands of hours of constant flight.
And the results?
Well, there isn't the first sign of metal fatigue.
What did you treat it with, Ellsworth?
Asphenate.
Is that what you've been using?
Well, you see the results. It's miraculous. I believe I've come up with just the right balance.
Should I fire you now or later?
Fire me? After what I've just discovered?
What did you discover, you fool?
That asphenate retards mental fatigue.
We always knew that.
Well, theoretically, but in my formulation...
You don't freelance in this company. You're part of a cooperative team. You exchange information. You check each other. Pool your knowledge.
But
you thought you could come up with something and grab all the credit for yourself, right?
Mr. Ballard, I don't need this abuse. I know what I've got. And if you don't want it, I can go elsewhere.
Good luck.
You mean you're going to let me walk out of here with a discovery I made on your time, with your facilities and your money?
I certainly am. And then you'll really make a discovery. Nobody'll want it.
Why not?
Because you're dealing with the most expensive mineral in the world to produce.
Yes, but it could double, even triple the lifespan.
Even allowing for that.
Mr. Ballard, with research...
Everybody knows about asphenate. They call it the miracle mineral. Because it's a miracle if you can refine a ton of it for under $1 million. So,
For all practical purposes, what did you do? You reinvented the wheel.
Do you have a request?
Huh? What?
Do you have a favorite tune?
Oh, well, no, I don't think so.
Hey, everybody's got to have a favorite. What do you want me to play?
Oh, whatever you like. What songs do you know?
Oh, I'd say I know at least 1,000.
Well, just pick one at random.
Am I bothering you?
Well,
I'm supposed to chit-chat with the customers, and you're the only one in the place.
I lost my job today.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let's see. Do I know a special song for somebody who's just been fired?
I wasn't exactly fired.
No?
No, but the handwriting's on the wall. You could say I was weighed in the balance and found wanting. Why did I do it?
Why'd you do what?
Oh, something stupid.
Everybody does something stupid now and then.
Yeah, but this was self-destructive.
Oh, yeah?
There's a metal called asphenate.
I never heard of it.
Well, the average person, I'll wager, has never heard of most of the metals.
That's so. Well, there's iron, copper, tin, nickel. I guess I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel. Oh, gold and silver. What else?
Oh, how about promethium?
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, protractinum and samarium, tantalum, terbium.
That could make a pretty good song.
But asphenate?
How do you know so much about it?
I'm a metallurgist. That could change our industrial society.
Oh, for the better?
Oh, of course. How can you even ask such a question?
Well, it never hurts to ask.
Well, the problem is it costs a fortune to produce.
It does?
So it's economically impossible.
Well, better luck next time.
What made me run those experiments? I mean, what was I thinking about? Why did I completely overlook the economic factors? Why?
Are you asking me?
Well, I have to ask somebody.
Why don't you go to a shrink?
I've been to one. All I want to talk about is my childhood.
Well, maybe that's where the answer is.
Well, why should I want to relive my childhood? It was unhappy enough the first time.
Oh, why?
You sure you want to hear the story of my life? Shouldn't you be playing the piano?
I'll give you a little obligato.
You know what I'd like to hear?
Name it.
A Strauss waltz.
Which one?
Anyone. It doesn't matter.
Well, how about...
Yeah, okay.
Why did you ask to hear this?
I don't know. Today there's so much I don't know. Why did I commit to those experiments with asphenate when I should have realized it was a practical impossibility? Couldn't I see I was only proposing to cut my own throat?
Maybe you have a death wish.
There must be a reason. I'm not stupid. I'm not impractical. What was the reason?
Oh, let's see. You said you managed to make it through your childhood and into college. Did things get better there?
Yes, because at school I could lose myself in study. And I did. I discovered science. Oh, you've been playing,
Yes, I've been playing.
What's your name?
Diane.
Diane, what were you playing?
Vienna Life.
I've heard it before. Where?
You could have heard it anywhere. In a movie, theater.
No, I don't go to those places. I don't have the time. But I heard that song. I know I did.
Well, if you don't listen to music, then why did you ask me to play a Viennese waltz?
I don't know.
Are you Viennese?
No.
Were you ever in love with a Viennese girl?
I was never in love with anyone.
Oh, why not?
Don't have the time.
You don't seem to have time for very much, do you?
Still, why did I ask to hear a Viennese waltz?
Did you ever know anyone from Vienna?
No. Wait. Yes, I did.
Who?
Francesca Platek.
I knew it. Dig deep enough and you'll always find a girl.
Oh, she wasn't a girl.
Francesca Playtech wasn't a girl?
Well, she was a woman.
Oh, it's even better.
A professor of anthropology. Yes, I had to take a course in anthropology in order to graduate. It was a small class, and sometimes I'd go to her apartment.
Oh, then you did have a romance.
No. The class would meet in her apartment.
Oh. Was she pretty?
Well, she was an old lady.
How old?
Well, maybe she wasn't an old lady. It's just that when you're 20, a woman who's 40... Anyhow, she was very plain, but she was very pleasant. And very Viennese. And after the lecture, she'd serve coffee and Sacher Torten. Oh, I can taste them now. And one day, I remember, she asked me to stay after everyone else had gone. I remember that day very well now. It was when I was a senior, back in college.
Shall you have another cup of coffee, Mr. Edward?
Thank you, Professor Plater.
And help yourself to another torch.
Oh, thank you again.
You are wondering why I asked you to stay, hmm?
Yes, Professor.
You do not care for my course. Anthropology, it bores you, no?
Well, I guess I'm just not interested.
It is the study of primitive man and his culture.
Oh, well, the truth is, I guess I just don't care about primitive man. I'd rather study about modern things.
You are a scientist, no?
Well, hope to be one.
I see by your card that you hope to specialize in metallurgy.
Yes, Professor.
You may be interested then in the Colossus.
The who?
West African people. Do you know why?
No, Professor.
They are a small tribe, but they were never conquered. Do you know why?
No, ma'am.
The superior quality of their iron weapons.
Oh.
Should this not be of interest to you as a metallurgist?
Well, yes.
Somehow they had learned to, I suppose you could say, fortify their iron spear points with a metallic ore called aspinate. You have heard of it?
Yes, I think so.
Now then, I have been told that this ore is fantastically difficult and fabulously expensive to refine. And yet this tribe, which had just entered the Iron Age, has discovered a technique.
Are you sure of this, Professor?
I make this claim from observation at first hand.
You mean you were there?
Oh, yes. You see, the refining of the ore, it is done as part of a secret religious ceremony.
Religious?
Oh, yes. They call it the magic dust. And no outsider is permitted to witness.
But weren't you an outsider?
Oh, no. I asked for and was granted permission to join the tribe. And so I learned the secret of the magic dust. You see this spear? It is fashioned of iron and treated with the magic dust. There is nothing as hard, as strong as this in our modern technology. Modern science has been unable to construct anything as durable. You don't believe it?
No, I didn't believe it. How could I believe it? So I forgot about it. Or I thought I did. That was 20 years ago. But it stayed with me. In my subconscious. Maybe without knowing it in that time, I did come to believe it. And that's why I committed myself to the asphinate. Because I knew there was an answer, a way to refine it.
Well, all I can say is you can thank old Johann Strauss.
Do you realize what this means?
Oh, sure. You're going to make a bundle.
Oh, I don't care about the money. This could mean tremendous things for the economy.
Well, you just make sure you get yours.
Hey, is there a phone in this place? Oh, I see it. Excuse me.
The
Mr. Ballard, this is Joe Ellsworth.
Do you know what time it is?
Mr. Ballard.
I've just about made up my mind to fire you, and this isn't helping.
You must listen to me.
Why?
I have to talk to you.
Well, see me in the office.
Oh, it can't wait.
Why not?
I found it.
Well, what did you find?
The dust. The magic dust.
Are you crazy?
I'll be at your house in 20 minutes.
The magic dust. It sounds like a hustle, a scam, a flim-flam. But don't we have all this on the authority of a highly respected college professor of anthropology? Well, you never know. And besides, who says it isn't possible? In this world of ours, can't and doesn't anything happen? The second act will happen shortly.
I think the reason that people put their hands over their mouths when they smile is they're embarrassed by their tobacco-stained teeth. I mean, I was embarrassed until I switched to Topol.
Topol Smoker's Tooth Polish is a combination of polishing agents and a rich foaming cleanser, especially formulated to help remove ugly yellow tobacco stains. Yet laboratory research has proven Topol cleans gently enough to be used every day instead of regular toothpaste.
Topol gave me back my smile.
Topol Smoker's Tooth Polish, mint or fluoride.
Lost and lonely, scared and sad, trembling at the thought of making you mad. My love is yours, but at times you're so cold. If life's like this, take me before I grow old.
This song about child abuse was written by a man who had served time in a state prison. It tells how he felt growing up as an abused child. Many of the social problems in America today spring directly from child abuse. Yet, with enough knowledge and enough money, child abuse can be prevented. Help us get to the heart of the problem. Write Prevent Child Abuse, Box 2866, Chicago, Illinois, 60690. Message of the Ad Council and the National Committee for Prevention of Child Abuse.
If we seek the truth, we must endure the consequences, which is why so few people actively pursue it. After all, why search after truth? If it turns out you may not like it once you find it. Indeed, you may not even recognize it. The problem is age-old and quite familiar. And what is the truth? We shall have some wrestling with this as our story continues.
The long and short of what you're telling me, Ellsworth, is that this woman knows how to refine asphanes.
Well, she said she did.
Now, what's this tribe again?
The Colossus, something like that, of West Africa.
And they have iron spear points that are harder than anything ever made.
Well, that's what she told me.
Well, how does she know?
They're treated with this magic dust, which we know is the ore of asphanes.
Oh, never mind all that. How can we find out? Where can we get a Colossus spear point?
Oh, I don't know that, but she has one. Oh, that is, she did.
Well, then get it.
But I haven't seen her in 20 years. I don't even know if she's still alive.
I said get it.
But why should she let me have it?
Make up a story.
How can I...
If you can't come in with that spear point, Ellsworth, don't bother to come in at all.
Of course, I remember you, Mr. Ellsworth. Some coffee? And I recall you used to love these Thornton.
Oh, thank you.
And a little music. So, what have you been doing with yourself?
I did become a metallurgist.
Good. It is not everyone who can realize a youthful dream.
Dream? Well, sometimes it's a nightmare.
Oh?
Professor Platek, I'll come right to the point. That is, the spear point.
Yes?
Do you suppose I could borrow it? The Colossus spear?
Oh? But why?
In the interests of science.
How?
You say that it had been treated with the magic dust?
You remember.
Mm-hmm. So therefore it's stronger and more durable than anything that had ever been created by modern science?
You remember that too?
Well, that idea, yes. It had always, I suppose you might say it had haunted me.
Really?
And so I wonder, would you allow me to test your theory?
My good Mr. Ellsworth, it is not a theory. It is a fact.
Professor, a theory cannot become a fact until it is tested.
And what do you propose to do?
Well, I would subject it to various stresses and determine just how it responds.
Oh, you would destroy it?
Oh, no. Merely prove that it is what you claim that it is.
But I need no proof. I believe it.
Why?
Because I am a true believer.
All right. Then how would you like to make a true believer out of me?
Well, why not? Why not indeed?
Ellsworth! Yes, Mr. Ballard.
How's it coming?
Look at this. Look at it.
It's impossible.
Maybe it's impossible, but it's true.
This chunk of iron, this primitive spearhead, it cannot have taken this much punishment, this much stress, this much heat.
You have the evidence of your own eyes.
All right, I'm convinced. I'm a believer. This woman, this Professor Francesca Platek, she knows a way to refine asphenate?
Yes, sir.
Well, then find out what it is.
Oh, find out? Well, how? It's a secret.
Offer her money.
Oh, I don't think she'd take any.
I'm not out to cheat her. There's enough here for everybody.
Yes, but this is a religious...
Ellsworth, you'd be surprised at how much religion you can buy for $1 million.
$1 million?
Uh-huh. And we'll go higher if we have to.
No, I am afraid not.
But, Professor...
I have been sworn to secrecy.
You have no idea what this could mean to society.
Yes.
But the beneficial effects are almost impossible to calculate.
Really?
Just think. Metals will last longer, which means we'll use less of them and thus conserve more of them. Not to mention the fuels needed to refine and transport and convert them. I mean, they'll be harder, safer, more efficient, more effective. You understand?
Of course.
The magic dust, as you call it. This is the key. Evidently, your tribe, the Colossus, know of a cheap way to refine it.
Yes.
And you know it too, don't you?
Yes, I know it.
You won't be the loser. You can name your price.
My price?
Well, it could be worth millions to you.
Millions?
Mr. Ballard is offering you a blank check.
Tell me, Mr. Ellsworth, what would I do with millions?
But the world needs this magic dust. Name your price.
The price, my friend, is my life.
Your life?
You see, Mr. Ellsworth, I have been inducted into the Colossus. I am a sister. I have sworn never to tell anyone the secret or use it for my own purposes. If I were to give away the secret of the magic dust, I would die immediately.
Die? How? Why?
Because I took my oath, and I invited the spirits of the ancient Colossus people to strike me down dead if I ever betrayed it.
Well, how can you believe something like that, Professor? You're a modern 20th century woman, a professor of anthropology.
All the more reason to believe it.
Isn't there any way that I can convince you?
No.
But this is merely a formula.
Yes, I know.
I wish that I could convince you of the value.
Another cup of coffee, Mr. Ellsworth.
What do you mean she said no?
She isn't interested.
What kind of nonsense are you giving me?
She turned it down.
That's impossible. No rational, intelligent human being can say no to $1 million.
No, she did.
I don't believe it.
Mr. Ballard, there are those people who live in a world of their own and nothing else matters to them.
What was I thinking of? Sending a boy on a man's errand. Where does this woman live?
I can only say to you what I said to Mr. Ellsworth. No, Mr. Ballard.
Did Ellsworth tell you that price was no object?
Money is not the issue.
Money is always the issue.
There is my honor.
Honor is a commodity like anything else. It can be bought and sold.
Then let us say I fear for my life.
You mean this mumbo-jumbo about being struck down by the avenging spirits of the colossal people?
It is not mumbo-jumbo.
Madam, you have a formula, is that true?
Yes, true.
It can be reduced to a piece of paper. You have probably done that already.
And what if I have?
I want that piece of paper, in return for which I shall give you this piece of paper. You see what it says? Pay to the order of... you just fill in your name and the amount. My signature is already on it.
My answer is no.
Well, call the bank. Ask them how much I'm good for.
Shall you have another cup of coffee, Mr. Ballard?
Now, look here, Professor Playtex.
I am sorry, Mr. Ballard, but this must be the end of it.
Oh, no, Professor, not the end. Just the beginning. Go see her again, Ellsworth.
She simply won't discuss it, sir. You've met her. You know how she is.
There has to be a way.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think so.
Oh, you don't think so?
No, sir.
Well, I can think of a way.
Well, what's that?
There isn't any reason for you to know.
Mr. Ballard, if you're thinking of...
Of what?
No, nothing. Nothing.
Go back to the lab. Do something productive.
Mr. Ballard, are you...
Well?
I have to check on some tests.
Caraway? Yeah, Frank Ballard. You told me that you know some very reliable people? Yeah. Well, there's something that I need.
Well, look who's here. How'd you make out with the Viennese professor?
Oh, all right.
The old spark still there?
I don't know. I don't know what to do.
Oh, about what?
I don't know. If something would have happened to her, I could never forgive myself.
Oh, what could happen to her?
Maybe I better warn her.
Warn?
No, I guess advise would be better.
About what?
That's what I'll do.
What is it? Oh, the telephone in the middle of the night. Hello?
Professor Playdick?
Who is this?
It's Ellsworth.
Ellsworth?
I know it's late, but...
Yes, but...
Please be careful.
But I am always careful. Is this why you call me at midnight?
Yes.
I watch when I cross the street.
You could be in danger.
Danger?
If I were you, I would make sure my doors are always locked and...
Oh, what are you trying to say to me?
Listen, why don't you go away on a trip?
A trip? Where?
To Vienna.
I have seen enough of Vienna in my lifetime.
Well, somewhere else then.
Why? I am very happy here.
Well, just be careful, huh?
Of course. And, thank you for your concern over an old lady. Good night, Mr. Ellsworth. What was that? Who is out there? Oh, someone is in the other room. Who are you?
Shut up, lady.
Why are you ransacking my room? What do you want? I called the police.
Down that
Oh, help me! Help me! Help me! Things have become violent, as somehow we suspected they would. Professor Francesca Playtech lies on the floor. She's dead. In a little while, the police will be here. The coroner will note that she died of a heart attack brought on by extreme fright. The room has been ransacked, and it will probably become just another incident in the voluminous files of the police. But we need another act, and it shall arrive shortly.
He was a good cop. Too good for them. They tried to kill him and missed. Too bad for them. They took away his hearing. He lost his badge. Then his woman. And then, using his deafness as a silent partner, he vowed he would get them back, no matter what. See Hear No Evil, the CBS TV Saturday night movie at 9, 8 Central and Mountain. Hear No Evil.
Countdown to Cure.
Hi, this is Henry Winkler with a message from the Leukemia Society of America. Leukemia treatment and research has advanced encouragingly during the last 10 years. We are now able to stop the progress of this disease in many cases, especially children. But more than half of all leukemia occurs in persons over 60 years of age. Each year there are 23,000 new cases. So please support the Leukemia Society's Countdown to a Cure. It's a matter of time. Thank you.
Hello, this is Max Moran. Do you have a sight problem that prevents you from reading? I've got good news for you about Choice Magazine Listening, a free service. Every other month, Choice Magazine Listening will send you, free, on phonograph records, 8 hours of selections from leading magazines featuring writers like William Styron, Joyce Carol Oates, John McPhee, Kurt Vonnegut, Art Buchwald, many others. So if you are blind or unable to read regular print, or if you know someone with this problem, write to Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050. We'll also tell you how to get the special record player provided free by the Library of Congress as part of its Talking Book program. So, write Listening, Box 10, Port Washington, New York, 11050, or telephone 516-883-8280. That's 516-883-8280. A public service message on behalf of the nonprofit Lucerna Fund.
He wanted to help her, poor Ellsworth. So he telephoned her in order to warn her. But in so doing, he woke her up from a sound sleep. And that's when she noticed that there was a burglar in her room. The burglar had no original intention to kill her. We know why he was there and what he was looking for. Just think. If Ellsworth hadn't called her to warn her, she would have slept through the attempted burglary, and perhaps she would still be alive. But that's why we have stories.
She's dead.
Yeah, I read about it in the paper. I understand some burglar...
No, not just some burglar. A specific, a definite burglar.
Oh, yeah? Who?
You mean you don't know?
How would I know?
You didn't hire somebody to ransack her apartment?
Well, why would I do that?
To find the formula.
What formula is this?
The formula for the magic dust.
And what is that?
Aspenate, that rare and difficult to refine metal. How can you pretend?
Now listen, Ellsworth. I don't know this magic dust or whatever it is, and you don't either.
But
I never heard of this Professor Francesca Playtech.
I told you about her.
Well, I'll deny it.
You went to see her.
You can't prove it.
Mr. Ballard.
It was one of those unfortunate things. A very skillful and competent man was assigned to steal her papers. She was fast asleep. It was going very well, and then do you know what happened? The telephone rang.
The telephone?
Somebody called her. At midnight.
At midnight?
Yes. And that woke her up. So she became hysterical. The fellow tried to shut her up, but, well, what can you do? So then, that's the end of it. And you must have lots of work to do.
Hey, can I talk to you?
Sure.
There's no one else I can really say this to.
Whatever it is, are you sure you can say it to me?
I killed her.
Who?
Professor Francesca Platek. I knew he was going to hire somebody to ransack her apartment.
Who was?
My boss, Mr. Ballard.
But why?
No, to find the formula. The formula for the magic dust.
The magic dust?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay. What else?
So I'm a party to it. I'm an accessory. Don't you think?
Do you want me to believe you?
Yes.
Okay. If I believe you, then I have no choice but to call the police.
Maybe that's all for the best.
Why don't you go home and sleep it off?
But I'm not drunk.
Yeah, I see. That's the problem.
I'm going to turn myself in.
Where is he, Lieutenant?
He insists that we hold him in a cell.
Guess it's my fault. I've been working him too hard lately. He's been under a great deal of pressure.
Yeah.
There's a connection between this poor murdered old lady, what was her name, Professor Platek, and Ellsworth. She used to be his teacher back in college many years ago.
That's what he keeps saying.
If you want to know what I think, the news of her sudden death must have shocked something in his mind. She taught anthropology, you know, primitive peoples, magic, formulae, and whatnot.
Do you actually believe that?
I don't know. But it's as good a theory as anything else.
Well, we can't keep him here indefinitely.
My company will see to it that he gets the best of care. Hello, Ellsworth.
Hello?
You feeling better?
No. I'll never feel better.
Oh, come on now.
And neither will you.
But I don't feel bad at all.
Well, you should. You killed her. The fact is, you killed her for nothing.
No, I didn't kill her.
Well, you had her killed.
You keep telling this kind of ridiculous story, you see where it gets you. Into a sanitarium. You want to stay here for the rest of your life?
You're responsible for her death.
All right, that's enough.
You're going to pay for it.
You're not doing yourself any good.
I'll find a way to make you pay for it.
Here. Where have you been?
Away.
That little problem. Get it settled?
Oh, sure.
Everything going to be okay?
I think so.
What happened?
Well, you showed me how to handle it.
I did? When?
Just now.
Oh, yeah?
I was listening to you play the piano.
And that did it for you?
Yeah. The song.
How?
Oh, if I told you, you'd really think I was a nut.
I think you're a nut anyhow.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. Not a nice nut.
Good night. I'll see you when I get back.
Oh, from where?
Africa. You? Hello, Mr. Ballard.
Well, what are you doing here?
I'm allowed out. May I come in?
Well?
What are we going to do about the magic dust?
Well, what can we do about it? She's dead.
But does the secret have to die with her?
What do you suggest?
Well, how did she find out about it?
How?
She was an anthropologist. She went into the field.
Oh, wait a minute. Where is all this leading?
To the Kalasa tribe near the west coast of Africa. Why don't we go there?
Well, what for?
Well, to discover the secret of the magic dust. How? I looked through my old school papers. I found the notes I took in my anthropology class. Listen.
Oh, now, what is this nonsense?
I spent time with the Kalasa tribe. This is Professor Platic speaking. I said to Chief Leoto, Chief, I would like to become a member of the tribe. And he said, then you must become my sister, and we shall have the ceremony when we burn the magic dust. You see that, Mr. Ballard?
Well, what am I supposed to see?
That is where and when they refine the asphenate, and all who join the tribe are told the secret. How would you like to become a member of the Kalasa tribe?
Me?
And learn how to refine the magic dust.
You know what you're saying? Do you realize what that could mean to the company?
Yes.
But how could that be arranged?
Pick up the telephone, Mr. Ballard. Have your secretary make arrangements for us to fly to West Africa. We have company branches along the way. Have a local manager arrange for us to travel to the territory of the Kalasa tribe.
We can be in West Africa by the day after tomorrow. What's that?
Drums.
What kind of drums?
The guide told me the chief is being informed of our arrival.
Hey, where is everybody? Our guides?
They left us all the local help.
You mean they've deserted us?
No, and we're in no danger. It's just that we are now in the Kalasa country.
So?
Well, it's considered a place filled with magic and spirits and so forth.
The country here must be rich in asphenate.
The trick is to know how to extract it.
And that's what I'm going to find out.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Well, that must be the chief.
All right, you're on your own, Mr. Ballard. Before it's too late. Are you sure you want to go through with this?
Why shouldn't I?
Because once they teach you the secret, you're not allowed to betray it. The spirits of vengeance...
Oh, please, spare me. You are... My name is Ballard.
You have come here?
Yes.
Why?
To bring the news of my sister's death.
Your sister?
She is also your sister.
She is?
She was Francesca.
Francesca? Yes. And she's dead? How did she die?
At the hands of a thief.
Has he been brought to justice?
Not yet. But he will.
We shall ask the aid of the spirits of vengeance.
Francesca was your sister by adoption, and she was my sister by blood. You and I, then, are brothers.
We must become brothers.
I have come for that purpose.
You can still back out.
Are you crazy? Now that I'm so close, I can taste it.
Yes, but I'll make a confession. I tried to set you up for this. I had hoped you'd learn the secret. And then, when you tried to use it for yourself, you'd just fall down dead.
What are you saying?
To pay you back for her murder. But I can't go through with it, Ballard. Let's get out of here quickly.
You should never have left the sanitarium.
The secret will kill you.
I'll see you later.
Here is the place where the waters meet. The land that is rich in the magic dust. Here only the brother and sisterhood may meet. Here is where the dust is made. Here is how the dust is made. Light the fires. The great fires. You, Ballard, speak.
Yes.
You were about to become our brother. Speak. Swear. Say, I swear by my life.
I swear by my life.
I shall never betray.
And I shall never betray.
The secret of the magic dust.
The secret of the magic dust.
This is the dust that forms the body and soul and spirit of the people. This is the spirit of our weapons. It must never be used for anything else, save to make the Colossus spear. Swear.
I I swear it shall never be used for anything else, save a colossal weapon.
If I lie or break the faith, may the spirits of the colossal people take away the sight from my eyes, the breath from my mouth, and turn my heart to stone.
I swear.
See how it is made, my brother. See how the sand that is washed by these waters is added, so. Yes. Then ashes from the trees that are found on the bank. And now the fires.
Are we ready? Is all the raw material here?
Yes, but...
Then I'll have to feed the formula into the computer.
Don't, Mr. Ballard. The moment you do that, the spirits of the colossal people will take vengeance.
You are a hopeless nut. Now move aside. I have to punch this out. No. There we are. Now watch.
Mr. Ballard, you cannot do that.
Who says I can't?
I do. I am your sister.
I have no sister.
Who are you talking to?
Can't you see? It's Francesca. Who? She's standing right beside you.
How could she be standing here? She's dead.
You must not use the formula.
Nonsense. Nonsense.
Or as the sight shall be gone from your eyes, the breath shall be taken from your mouth.
That's nonsense.
Mr. Ballard.
And your heart shall turn to stone.
I don't believe it.
Shut down the computer.
Never.
Very well then.
Mr. Ballard.
I can't see you. What's wrong? I can't see.
Stop the computer.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Mr. Ballard. Mr. Ballard.
Poor Mr. Ballard. We could say he broke his word to the sacred brotherhood of the colossal people, and the avenging spirits did him in. Or we could say that the prospect of making so much money was so exhilarating that his heart couldn't stand it. Depending on your own outlook, either way makes sense. I shall return shortly.
Come to the White Westinghouse Holiday.
Right now, your participating White Westinghouse dealer is offering big cash refunds of up to $75 on selected dishwashers. Choose from under-counter and convertible models, all built with famous White Westinghouse quality. Plus, during his holiday festival, he's offering big savings on the full line of White Westinghouse appliances. So see him today.
White Westinghouse, we're making things better for you.
Serial introduces Mr. Buster Crabbe, film actor and author of Buster Crabbe's arthritis exercise book.
I wrote a book on relieving arthritis pain, and I recommend Icy Hot Cream in the tube. Rub it on. Icy Hot's penetrating warmth reaches way down inside to help relieve minor pain, while a feeling of coolness soothes your skin. I'm convinced that greaseless Icy Hot Cream will give you fast, effective relief that lasts for hours.
Use only as directed.
The past may be forgotten, but it never dies. And not just the human past with its fantastic network of memories, but the past of the earth itself. Yes, within the waters, the rocks, the mountains and deserts are the eternal secrets of earthquakes, floods, and other catastrophic upheavals. And these follow certain rules of logic that no human mind can ever hope to understand. Does a grain of sand, a droplet of dew, have a mind of its own? How can we answer that question? Our cast included Tony Roberts, Arnold Moss, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Here's one of Laura's house slippers. I use it for comparison with plaster casts of footprints from the murder scene.
Splendid. Give it to me, please.
It's all bloodstained.
Much the better. Now,
I go back to that night of April 3rd. Yes, I see it.
What?
I see the blood. Now, a face. Yes, I see. Long, black, curly hair. A very pale face. A sad, droopy mouth. Pale blue eyes. Almost white. It is the face of the murderer.
Hey, wait a minute. That sounds like Stevie Harrison.
He is your murderer.
No way. Not Stevie. He couldn't kill anyone. Well, I've known Stevie since the day he was born.
Yes, my dear Sheriff. But have you read the fellow's mind?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by White Westinghouse Appliance Company. This is Tammy Grimes, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is Nat Wright. Stay tuned for the Dawn Patrol flight, where we'll be playing your songs all night long after the news. It's midnight. This is WIP, Metro Media Radio in Philadelphia.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. This is a story about conscience. That small, still voice within most of us that whispers to us and tells us what is right and what is wrong. It has been said that conscience is God's presence in man. A man without a God is a man without a conscience. If this is so, how then could it be possible for a man of God to love what he believes is right and at the same time yield to what the rest of the world considers wrong?
You have brought shame on yourself and on all of us, Brother Ambrosius. Now, what have you to say?
I meant no harm, Father Andreas. The girl is so young, her father's not well, and she came to the church alone.
What devil possessed you that you should walk into the house of the Lord side by side with the daughter of the hangman?
I pitied her, and I followed my conscience, Father.
Your conscience? Your conscience is the voice of God, not of your own making. Why do you not accept my censure and say that you repent?
My feelings for Benedicta are mercy and compassion. Would you have me repent those?
You leave me no choice. You will be confined to your cell where, God willing, fasting and self-chastisement will lead to the clearing of your mind and the salvation of your eternal soul.
Our mystery drama, The Monk and the Hangman's Daughter, was especially adapted from the Ambrose Bierce classic for the Mystery Theater by Arnold and Stella Moss. It stars Christopher Tabori. It is sponsored in part by Luden's Medicated Cough Drops and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Breaking up is hard to do, but your True Value Hardware store offers the True Test 5-horsepower garden tiller to make breaking up almost any kind of ground easier. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you about it. The True Test tiller's engine weight is directly over its 16 tines for extra stability. High horsepower means you can till at slower speeds without stalling. It has power reverse, so it's easy to maneuver when you run up against a fence or come to the end of a row. It lets you adjust both tilling depth and tilling width, and all the controls are conveniently located on its handle. Yes, breaking up is hard to do if you don't have the True Test 5-horsepower garden tiller to help you. True Value Hardware stores offer it at a price that's even slightly lower than last year's, just $239.88. This 5-horsepower model is part of a complete selection of power garden tillers at participating True Value Hardware stores. And remember, you can charge it on Master Charge at many stores.
Dreams. We all seek to understand the many ways in which God reveals His Word. Throughout time, God has spoken to man in dreams. Jehovah said in the Old Testament, "Listen to my words. If a man be a prophet, I make myself known to him in visions. I speak to him in dreams. So pay attention to your own dreams. They might well reveal flashes of the future, predictions and warnings of things to come. They may give you a glimpse of God's guidance to lead you back to the peace and security of His way. For your free booklet on dreams, write to the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021. That's the Foundation Church, 1147 First Avenue, New York, New York, 10021.
The Bavarian town of Passau in the southwest corner of Germany still retains the charm and the enchantment of medieval days. Its streets are narrow and winding. Quaint archways join one house to another as the beautiful Danube washes its riverbanks. 300 years ago, Passau was ruled by the firm hand of a prince of the church and was the busy center of religious activity. On the first day of May in the year 1680, two monks in their early 20s, Friar Ambrosius and Friar Romanus, members of the Order of St. Francis, were summoned to an audience with their superior.
You may enter. Who is that? I cannot see your faces very well.
It is Brother Romanus and I, Brother Ambrosius. You sent for us, Reverend Father.
I am pleased with the good reports I have received. Your humility, your dedication to prayer, your help to the poor have prepared you for further test of your vocation.
Yes, Father?
You and Brother Romanus have been assigned to the monastery at Berchtesgaden, high in our beloved Bavarian Alps.
The monastery at Berchtesgaden?
A place of bare and dismal mountains.
The forests are said to be haunted by evil spirits. Tales are told of demons who dwell in a bottomless black lake.
It is unbecoming of you to fear old wives' tales about demons and malevolent spirits.
We understand, Father. If we wish to become priests in the service of God, we must do as we are bidden.
Forgive us, Reverend Father. We will obey.
The way is long, the road is hard. The snow from the towering ice-covered mountains will be melting at this time of the year. You must place yourselves in the hands of God and have faith.
We will do as you say, Father. We will pray for strength and courage.
You should be safe in the hands of Father Andreas in Berchtesgaden in less than a week.
When do we leave?
After morning prayers. One last thing.
Yes, Father.
Whatever happens on the way, I remind you that faith is the beginning and the end of everything. The strength of youth, the support of age, the pillar of life itself.
May we have your blessings.
You are the children of God, and He will protect you.
Within an hour, Brother Romanus and I were on our way. The first few days of our journey made us forget the sadness of parting.
Ah, how bright the colors of the countryside are. The air smells so clean.
The first signs of spring. How good the earth is as God made it. Every blade of grass, every flower, each living thing, a hymn of praise to His glory. But on the fifth day, all was changed. We found ourselves high in the mountains in a freezing alpine wilderness, untouched as yet by spring. We were struggling against a blinding snowstorm. Stay as close to me as you can, Brother Romanus. Be careful where you place your feet.
I can just barely see you ahead of me.
The pass over the mountains cannot be much farther. We must go forward or we shall freeze to death.
What's that?
It sounds like falling ice and snow. Like sliding rocks.
An avalanche.
St. Francis, protect us. Let us pray, Romanus.
Dear Lord
in heaven, thou art who art our refuge. Romanus, where are you?
The Lord be praised, I'm unharmed. And you, Ambrosius?
I have been spared too. It is a miracle the avalanche did not touch us. Strange. How still everything has become. The snow and wind have stopped as suddenly as they began.
Huge trees plucked from the earth by their roots, hurled down the mountainside. Look, Ambrosius, we've arrived at the pass we were searching for. The way over the mountain to Berchtesgaden.
Twisted gorges, tangled, ill-smelling forest. The mouth of hell must look like this.
Why is the air so cold and hard to breathe?
There's nothing to fear, Romanus. Lift up your crucifix and hold it before you as we walk. We must move on.
Ambrosius, look above us. Those great, ugly birds of prey. They must have startled them from their nests.
They sit like mournful sentinels.
Waiting for us to take one false step to plunge us to our death.
That will not happen, Romanus. You and I have a mission to fulfill. Nothing can bar our way. No bird, no beast, no devil. The next morning, we moved safely down the treacherous mountain path. As the darkness disappeared, we saw before us a gently flowing stream spanned by a small bridge. On the opposite bank was a meadow covered with beautiful flowers. For several days we had seen no dwelling, no human being. But now we beheld a sight that made our blood run cold.
Oh, I feel faint, Brother Ambrosius. Look there. On the other side of the bridge. In the center of the meadow.
A gallows. And hanging from it the lifeless body of a man. A rope round his neck.
The face looks toward us as if it had been turned to welcome us.
The body is not yet stiff with death. He must have been hanged this very day.
But why here? Why should there be a gallows here where there seems to be... Whose voice is that?
A dead man swings from the gallows and someone sings.
Another evil spirit?
The smell of death is in the air.
You wicked birds! Do not touch that body!
Let us hide ourselves behind these bushes, Brothers Ambrosius. Only heaven knows what creature of Satan that girl may really be.
How beautiful she is. See how she chases the vultures from that poor lifeless body and places flowers at the foot of the gallows.
Oh, you terrible birds! Leave this place! Let the dead man find his rest!
Ambrosius!
Go!
The air trembling has suddenly become like ice around me.
But I am warm. The sun feels good to me.
The chill is worse than that of the highest mountain.
It cannot be a human chill, or I would feel it too.
No human chill? What are you thinking?
There is an ancient belief that when a chill seizes a human body for no good reason...
Yes, I remember. It is a sign that someone standing close by is stepping on the very spot that will someday be your grave. How strange. The chill is gone as suddenly as it came.
The girl is crossing the bridge, Ambrosius. She's coming this way.
She is the most beautiful creature I've ever seen.
Good morning, holy brothers.
Why do you laugh?
You can come out from your hiding places. I have known you were there from the very start. Why were you hiding?
Well, we did not wish to frighten you.
I am not easily frightened.
The man who was hanging from the gallows...
Yes?
Do you know why he was hanged?
He killed a man. That is why.
A murderer?
They quarreled over the love of a woman, so they say. And he plunged a knife into the heart of the other man.
Did you know him? Are you related to him?
Oh, no.
Well, then why do you bring flowers for him?
No one else will. I always do when someone has been hanged. I bring the flowers and frighten away the ravens and the vultures.
Who are you?
Benedicta.
Oh, that's a beautiful name. I am Brother Ambrosius. This is Brother Romanus.
You chase the vultures who wish to feed on the bodies of those who've been hanged. Why does your mother allow this?
My mother is dead.
You have a father?
Yes.
Then let us take you to him. You should not be wandering about alone. There may be dangers here for you.
Oh, I could not be safer. You see that clearing through the trees? If you look closely, you will see a hut.
It looks more fit for animals than for humans.
That is where I live, with my father.
That is your home?
Yes.
You have no neighbors?
None.
Are you and your father so poor that you must live so close to the gallows? In such a miserable hovel?
He is not well paid for the work he does.
As you see from our robes, we are in the service of St. Francis. God has placed us here in Berchtesgaden to help others. Perhaps we can help you. Who are you, Benedicta? And who is your father?
My father is the hangman.
The hangman?
And I am the hangman's daughter.
The sins of the father shall be visited upon the child. But what if a child is punished and humiliated, not for a father's sins, but because his livelihood is considered loathsome and even unholy by the rest of the community, like a hangman? I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
You can have great taste, lots of great taste and taste with Luden's. They're medicated cough drops with great taste in every box. Wild cherries, sweet and savory, menthol, cool and flavory. Honey, the way you wish with lemon or licorice. Oh, you can have great taste, lots of great taste and taste with Luden's.
Luden's, the medicated cough drops that don't taste medicated. They taste great. Use only as directed.
Hey, you kids! You go play somewhere else now. Who am I kidding? Where are those kids going to find a place to stay out of trouble around here?
Tough problems call for real solutions, not just talk. If your community has a problem, you need action. Action is skilled volunteers of all ages working together to help solve tough community problems. Write Action, Department Q, Washington, D.C., 20525. Between us, there's got to be a solution.
This is a public service of this station and the Advertising Council. This is a message to some very special people. They're special people because even though they may feel fine, they're dying. They're people who have high blood pressure and aren't treating it seriously. If you're one of these people, take a few seconds to listen to some statistics. They may help you add years to your life. Insurance companies have found the higher your blood pressure is, the more years you can subtract from your life. For example, if your blood pressure is 140/95, subtract 9 years from your life. And if it's 150/100, you could die 16 years too early. Here are a few more numbers to think about. If you don't treat your high blood pressure, chances are 3 times greater that you'll have a stroke, and almost 5 times greater that you'll suffer from congestive heart failure. But you can lead a longer and healthier life if you treat your high blood pressure seriously. See your doctor. Get back on your treatment. Treat your high blood pressure and live. A public service message of this station and the Advertising Council.
We return to the year 1680. The 2 young monks, Ambrosius and Romanus, have been exposed to many strange happenings since they left the security of the Passau monastery. Not least among these, for Friar Ambrosius, has been his first encounter with a beautiful young girl. But remembering his holy mission, he tightens the hempen cord that encircles his slim waist and proceeds with Friar Romanus toward their destination, the monastery of Berchtesgaden, high in the Bavarian Alps.
Ambrosius, why did you offer that girl your friendship?
Why not?
Was the daughter of the hangman, you know as well as I that she's considered impure and unchristian.
But she's so young, Romanus, innocent and beautiful.
In the eyes of the church, the hangman and all his family are an abomination. Why else are they made to sit apart from all the others in the darkest corner of the church?
Why should Benedicta deserve such a fate?
That is not for us to decide.
A hangman, after all, is only a tool of the law. He must do as he is told.
And we must do the same. It is not for us to question. Put Benedicta out of your thoughts before she takes possession of your soul. Come, brother. Father Andreas awaits us.
Welcome to our monastery of Berchtesgaden.
I'm pleased to be here, Father Andreas.
And I, Reverend Father.
It will be a change from the life you've been accustomed to. Our village people here are mostly salt miners, a proud and stubborn group.
We will do our best, Reverend Father. You have only to instruct us.
The salt master rules the village. He's a man of power and authority. Keep out of his way if you can. You're not listening, Brother Ambrosius. Your mind seems to be elsewhere.
Oh, forgive me, Father. The long journey has worried me.
I was saying, the Saltmaster is not easy to deal with, nor is his son, Rocius. A young man not much older than you, handsome, willful, undisciplined. He, too, exercises much power. He also creates problems.
What kind of problems?
Where there are young, pretty maidens, he's quick to pick a quarrel.
We shall avoid him. Have we your permission to leave?
You may go, Romanus. I shall be here whenever you need me.
Thank you. Thank you, Reverend Father.
If I may, I will go too.
Not yet, Brother Ambrosius. Something seems to be disturbing you. Perhaps I can be of help.
Father Andreas, there is a serious matter that I...
Yes?
I believe I may be in deep trouble.
What have you done?
It's nothing that I have done. It is my thoughts that trouble me.
Oh, with God's help, we can take care of that.
I am full of fear. So much so, I cannot reveal to you what I should.
Cannot? Well, you need have no fear of me.
I'm frightened of myself, Father. Let me go to my cell to meditate and pray.
Evening prayers. You may go to your cell.
Thank you, Father.
And remember, Brother Ambrosius, there are no secrets in this monastery.
My spirit remained in turmoil. I could not find the strength to confess to Father Andreas. Why can I not wipe out all thoughts of Benedicta from my mind? On my way to morning prayers, I saw her standing outside the church, alone. The square was filled with people, but they avoided her as if she were a leper. Compassion filled my heart and compelled me to approach her. God's greeting, Benedicta. Are you afraid to speak to me?
We are being watched, Brother Ambrosius. I fear for you, not for myself.
Do good, obey the Lord, and fear no one.
I thank you, my lord.
I am no lord, Benedicta. I am a servant of God.
I must go into the church. See how they are watching us and whispering.
Come, I will go with you.
It is not wise, Brother Ambrosius. They will make you pay dearly for this.
You have brought shame on yourself, Brother Ambrosius, and on all of us. What devil possessed you that you should walk into the house of the Lord side by side with the daughter of the hangman?
I pitied her. The people treat her as if she were mortal sin itself.
You have angered and outraged everyone in Berchtesgaden. The Saltmaster and his son Rocius have already brought complaints against you.
I followed my conscience, Father.
Your conscience? Your conscience is the voice of God, not of your own making. What has come over you that you show so little respect, so little humility? Why do you not accept my censure and say that you repent?
I ask your forgiveness, Father, but I cannot say that I repent. My feelings for Benedicta are mercy and compassion. Would you have me repent, though?
Hold your tongue!
But, Father,
Silence! I have heard enough. You sadden and anger me beyond patience and endurance.
I'm sorry, Father.
You leave me no choice. I must commit you to a long period of strict atonement and hard penance.
If it be your will.
You will be confined to your cell, where silence, fasting, and self-chastisement will bring you to your senses.
Away from the beautiful outdoors which I loved. Denying myself food and drink, I knelt day and night in endless prayer until a high fever and delirium came upon me. When the fever finally subsided, I stood one day at the grating of my cell window, looking out at the high, mysterious mountains on which the monastery had been built, so that no unwanted visitor could disturb our seclusion.
Brother Ambrosius, can you hear me?
What evil spirit torments me with Benedicta's voice?
I am no no evil spirit. I am here at the bars of your window.
No, that's not possible. No one can climb these rocks.
I can, and I have. Look up. You see, I am standing on a narrow ledge outside the window.
How did you get here? Why have you come?
I heard you were ill. I brought you a gift for your goodness to me.
A gift?
I will toss it through the bars of your window. There. Do you like it?
Oh, it is the most strangely beautiful bunch of flowers I've ever seen. There's no fragrance. Only woolly leaves that are as soft and white as snow.
It is called Edelweiss.
Edelweiss?
It grows only among the highest and most fearful rocks.
Oh, then it was dangerous for you to gather them.
Oh, I'm as sure-footed as any goat.
Now promise me you will never again climb these evil rocks. I fear for your safety.
I must go, Brother Ambrosius. They must not find me here. Darkness is beginning to fall. I will see you soon again.
Who knocks?
It is I, Brother Romanos. I bring your food and drink.
Come in. Please, set it down.
Why is your face so flushed? Your eyes so bright? Have you a fever again?
Oh, no, it's only...
Are you hiding behind your back? A bunch of Edelweiss. Where did you get it?
Benedicta brought it for me. She threw it in through the bars of my window.
Benedicta? No girl could scale those mountain peaks.
She was here, standing on the ledge just outside my window.
Let me have the Edelweiss. It is against the rule of austerity to have flowers in your cell. It can only lead to more trouble for you.
Will you tell Father Andreas?
Do not be concerned. I will put them on the altar in the church.
Then let them be an offering in Benedicta's name.
No, Brother Ambrosius. It will be an offering in your name. It is you who need it even more than Benedicta.
Why do you say that?
Because in Berchtesgaden, these flowers are a sign of faithful love.
Faithful love?
Young men present them to the girls they wish to marry.
What are you saying?
However you came by them, brother, these flowers are not meant for you.
Weeks later, I was released from my solitary cell in order to help at a great festival that the monastery was celebrating. The entire village gathered in the square to watch the holy procession. At the feast, I served platters piled high with steaming food and poured endless goblets of the brown and bitter drink that they all loved. As I did so, a handsome young man approached me. A wild-looking girl clung to his arm.
Are you the monk, Ambrosius?
I am Friar Ambrosius.
The same who gave offense to this village some weeks ago with his attentions to the hangman's daughter?
Oh, let the handsome monk be.
Shut up, Angela. I'm a son of the saltmaster. My name is Rochus.
I've heard of you.
Then hear more. If you ever again show friendship for Benedicta, I shall teach you a lesson you will not soon forget.
I intend no offense to anyone, my lord.
Rochus, take my hand and dance with me.
Find yourself another dancing partner, Amul. I have other plans. Someone is waiting for me.
Brother Ambrosius.
Yes?
Rochus has his eye on the hangman's daughter. Warn her against him.
Why do you tell me this?
I love Rochus, and she will listen to you. Look in the clearing. The full moon shining down on them.
They are dancing together. Rochus and Benedicta.
He ordered her to. No one refuses him. And besides, look at her. She does not seem unwilling.
Her eyes are looking straight into his. There's a smile on her face.
No one resists the saltmaster's son. See how closely he holds her. Stop them, Brother Ambrosius. Stop them. He shall not have her. I shall see her pretty face mocked with blood before he takes her.
Musicians, stop playing. Stop the playing in the name of God. Stop. Benedicta. Benedicta.
Where is everyone? Where have they gone? Why is it so silent? Why am I so alone? Amula! Amula, where are you? Father Andreas, I beg of you not to believe the words of Amula. She has borne false witness against Benedicta.
Amula would not lie, even against the hangman's daughter.
But Benedicta did not act in a shameless manner with all the men. She only danced with Rochus.
Can you not understand that it is unbecoming of you to defend her? Are you possessed of demons?
But who will protect her against Amula's hate? I speak the truth.
And what would you have me do?
I beg you, Reverend Father, be her protector.
I cannot, and I will not. For your sake as well as her own, Benedicta must learn her lesson.
Learn her lesson?
Tomorrow they take her to the pillory and the whipping post.
But the whipping post is intended for
girls who behave in a shameless manner. The Saltmaster has ordered it.
She will be stoned. And what of her poor father?
Her father will be with her. He will lead her through the streets by a rope around her waist. It is the duty of his hangman's office.
What beasts we human beings can be sometimes. What misery and injustice there is in this world.
Say no more, Brother Ambrosius. Perform the duties of your office, and let the world and the hangman perform theirs.
But how can I do nothing to prevent Benedicta's public disgrace?
You will do nothing. You will be locked in your cell. God and St. Francis forgive you, Brother Ambrosius. I cannot.
Dear God in heaven, heed my prayer. Bless Benedicta in a time of trouble. Give her strength that she may bear the trials that are put upon her. Give me light that I may walk the right path. For I am filled with a tumult of emotions and confusion. Can Father Andreas be right? Do I love Benedicta as a man loves a woman? Forgive me if I sin, but I cannot put Benedicta out of my mind. Try as I will, I cannot.
James Montgomery once wrote, "Prayer is the soul's sincere desire, uttered or unexpressed, the motion of a hidden fire that trembles in the breast." So it was with young Friar Ambrosius, long, long ago. He prayed and fasted and prayed, until one day he believed he had an answer. I'll tell you more about it when I return shortly with Act 3.
Isn't it nice to know you're free? To see the things you want to see. To touch the heights you dare to reach. To know you're all that you can be.
Need a full-size car? Well, you came to the right place. Buick. Take LeSabre, a genuine family car with lots of nifty Buick touches and room for 6. Or the elegant Electra, the car that wrote the book on Buick luxury. Or Riviera, the luxury car that's also a great personal road car. The full-size Buicks. If you're looking for a place where you and your free spirit can really get together, this is it.
Free spirit, Buick on the wings of the wind. How it's gonna be your spirit free.
Hello there, this is Jim Backus. You know, I asked my friend, Mr. Magoo, have you ever heard of the disease of prosperity? You probably have, only you've heard of it as heart attack. It's called the disease of prosperity because the risk factors that increase the chances of heart attack are usually the result of prosperous living conditions. Childhood habits. Some children get in the habit of watching TV instead of exercising. Smoking often begins in the teens or sometimes even earlier. And by the time they reach middle age, many of them are overweight, inactive, and have high levels of cholesterol and other fatty substances in the blood. High blood pressure is also common at that age. Any one of these conditions or risk factors increases the chance of heart attack. A combination of 2 or more multiplies that risk. One way you can protect your heart is to see your doctor. Another way is to support your Heart Association's efforts to find more of the answers to heart attack. So give to the Heart Fund now. And thank you very much.
Tormented by Benedicta's public disgrace and weakened by the long rigors of solitary prayer and fasting, there was a recurrence of illness and fever in Ambrosius. On the one hand, he yearned to protect Benedicta. On the other, he was relentlessly pursued by his religious conscience. Torn both in mind and body, the young monk appeared before his superior.
May I speak with you, Father Andreas?
I am here to be of help whenever I can.
Since I have recovered from my illness and delirium, the other friars look at me strangely, as if they no longer regard me as one of them. They avoid me whenever they can.
I am aware of that, and I have given it much thought. You are to leave us for a season.
Leave the monastery?
To dwell in greatest solitude among the highest mountains. There God will restore both your physical and spiritual strength.
I submit to your will, your reverence.
Do you wish to discuss the tales that are told of the evil spirits that inhabit those high peaks?
If it is God's will, I will escape their spells and enchantments and come back to the monastery as you would have me. Someone will show me the way?
Yes, and then leave you.
As you say, Father.
And, Ambrosius, my son.
Yes, your reverence.
Whatever demons or devils men may encounter in high mountains, remember, there are none so evil as those we find within ourselves.
Uphill and down, through shadowy forests and across dark ravines, my guide led me to my new destination. We crossed a fearful lake in a clumsy little boat, and saw strange objects become dimly visible and then disappear. Trees, half submerged, clawed the air like bones of some monstrous skeleton. I stared awestruck at the terrifying stone peaks piled to the sky. He led me to a miserable hut built of rough rock, where a narrow stone bench was to be my bed.
You must be cold and hungry, Brother Ambrosius, after your long trip.
Benedicta's voice? It cannot be.
You will not be alone, my good friend. I will be here whenever you need me.
How can such things be? Where are you, Benedicta?
Warm yourself by the fire. Look, I have built one for you.
Let me see your face. If only for a moment,
You will find warm food in those pots hanging over the fire. And on the stone table, there is a pan of fresh milk and a piece of yellow butter.
But they were not there when I came in. How did they come here?
I brought them. And some fresh-baked black bread and a fine white cheese.
Thank you, Benedicta.
Eat, Brother Ambrosius. The Black Lake journey is a hard one. Did you know it is said that the lake reaches straight down to hell?
I do not fear such things.
These mountains are filled with dangers, even for holy men.
Show yourself, Benedicta. I will not eat the food or drink the milk until I have seen you. No, don't leave, Benedicta. There is something you must tell me.
Goodbye, Brother Ambrosius. There are things that I must do.
The next morning, I felt as one in a dream. A fire burned brightly in the fireplace. Bread, butter, small cakes, and fresh milk were again on the stone table. There was even fresh dried grass for my hard stone bed. As I ate hungrily,
I am glad to see you eating, Brother Ambrosius. You will need your strength in this new way of life.
the sound of a voice is welcome in these lonely mountains. But it is not enough, Benedicta.
It must suffice.
Why? If only you would tell me why.
I cannot. It is not for you to question. Look, I have brought you a short-pointed spade and a hempen bag. When you have finished eating, I will show you where the roots grow that you must dig for Father Andreas.
I am grateful for your help.
Meanwhile, here are some roots I gathered for you to taste. You should know the flavor as well as how they look. Bite into them, Brother Ambrosius.
They're like... It's like nothing I've ever tasted before.
Good. Are they not good?
Indeed, Benedicta. Strange. But good? Well, very, very good. The next thing I knew, I was on the brink of an abyss directly above the terrible Black Lake. On another cliff overhanging the water, I could see a few cows and sheep grazing in an unexpected pasture. A thin column of smoke was rising from a perilously placed stone cabin. Leaning against a tree, her face pale as marble, her eyes sunken and sad, her hair flowing over her shoulders like threads of gold, was Benedicta. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Benedicta, what has happened? What are you doing so far away from home? Oh, why do you weep so?
My father is dead. God rest his soul.
Oh, poor Benedicta. I share your affliction. How did he die?
Of grief, as my mother did before him. He would not kill a worm or a beetle. Yet he was compelled to kill men with a hangman's rope. Oh, Brother Ambrosius, he was unhappy in every way.
Do not weep so, Benedicta.
His father and his father's father before him, hangmen all, and the awful inheritance fell to him.
Benedicta, hush. Dry your tears.
Oh, Brother Ambrosius, it was the salt miners who killed my parents as surely as it was they who unjustly laid hands on me.
You must find it in your heart to forgive them, Benedicta. Terrible injustices have been committed against you and your family, but you must trust in God.
What is to become of me in this lonely and desolate place? There is only one person who cares to see me, and he...
We will help each other, Benedicta. I will pray to God, and he will surely show us the way.
Evil attaches to everything I touch. No, I had better go.
No, one moment, Benedicta. There's something I must ask you.
What is it?
Although now I see you clearly, why could I not see you when you came to my hut? Why is it I could only hear your voice?
I did not come to your hut, Brother Ambrosius.
It is a sin to lie.
I speak the truth. I did not come to your hut. Forgive me, but I must go now. Rocius is waiting for me.
Rocius. The name of the saltmaster's son struck against my heart like a stone. That night my hut seemed too narrow to hold me, the air too heavy and hot to sustain life. Going outside, I lay upon a rock and studied the sky, dark and glittering with stars. It was unmistakably the voice of Benedicta. Now it came from one direction, now from another. From the earth, from the air, from the sky. Wait! Benedicta! I'm coming to you. You've only to show me the way. I fled into the coolness of the forest along the Black Lake, stumbling and falling over rocks and tree stumps. My limbs were bruised, my robe torn. Suddenly, against the starry sky, I saw the outline of a hunting lodge. A well-worn path led to Benedicta's cabin. Before it, in the bright moonlight, stood Rocius.
What brings you here, Friar Ambrosius? When last I saw you, you were safely cloistered in the monastery at Berchtesgaden, where you belong.
Where is Benedicta? Answer me, Rocius.
Must you meddle always in other people's lives, you and what you call by the name of virtue?
You may despise me if you wish, but you will not harm Benedicta.
I do not wish to hurt a man of the cloth, but I am not known for my patience. I carry a knife, and on occasion I do not hesitate to use it.
You will not go to Benedicta's cabin. I will not fight with knives, Rocius, but unarmed and equal. We will fight to the death if you wish, and the Lord shall decide.
Oh, you're a brave monk. Very well. I will toss my knife to the ground. But I warn you, you face a strong enemy. I know the edges of these precipices far better than you. I shall mark you a grave in that hell that is at the bottom of the black
cannot breathe. Your knees are pressing on my chest. We are not playing games, good friar. I am longing for your throat. I will free myself.
See how close you are to the edge of the precipice? I could hurl you down like a small stone if I choose. But I will not. I do not really care to take your life. For the truth is, you cannot stand in my way. You will leave Benedicta to me, for she is already mine. Benedicta is yours? I've kept her waiting long enough. You may rise, Brother Ambrosius. The Lord, as you said, has decided.
Why did the Lord allow Rochus to overcome me? Why move him to spare my life? Some power impelled me to look down at my feet. There lay the answer. The knife that Rochus had flung to the ground. I saw plainly as in a vision the act which I had been preserved to do. Later that night, I went to Benedicta's cabin. I could hear her singing, as when I first saw her standing beneath the gallows. Open the door, Benedicta. It is I, Brother Ambrosius.
Why have you come at such a late hour?
Let me in, Benedicta. My errand is brief.
You look distressed, Brother Ambrosius. Can I bring you food or drink?
Your face is full of happiness. And only a short time ago I left you in sorrow and despair.
Why have you come here? Oh, you are pale and shake with cold.
I'm here because God sent me. Tell me why you were singing, Benedicta. Tell me why you look so radiant. Is it because you are the mistress of Rochus?
I sing because tonight I am happy.
Happy?
I am sorry to hurt you, but I'm not ashamed. Rochus has been here. He's gone to Berchtesgaden to persuade his father to remove the curse of the hangman from my life.
Oh, foolish Benedicta. There's not much time left. Kneel before me, that I may forgive your sins.
You frighten me. I've never seen you like this.
You need not be afraid. I here and now give you absolution without repentance. I free your soul from the taint of sin, because, Benedicta, you will atone with your blood and your life.
You have drawn a knife.
Do you recognize it? It belongs to Rochus.
What do you mean to do? Rochus! Rochus, help me! Help me! My blood is on your hands, Brother Rochus.
I love you, Benedicta.
On your hands.
What terrible thing have you done, Ambrosius?
I cannot wash the blood from my hands, Father Andreas, nor the stains from my garments. I've tried, but I cannot.
Whosoever slays a fellow being, he shall be slain. That is the law of God and of man.
I'm prepared, Reverend Father.
You will first be taken to the tower. Then tomorrow at sunrise, you will be led to the gallows and hanged by the neck until dead.
The ways of the Lord are mysterious. When I saw Benedicta for the first time, an icy chill shook me from head to toe. Ice filled my veins. She was standing beneath the gallows, and Brother Romano said that she was standing on my grave.
Do you have a last request, my son?
Yes, Father.
What is it?
The vultures. After I am hanged, perhaps someone could chase them away from my poor dead body.
And so, according to the diary of Brother Ambrosius, on the 15th day of October, 1681, he was hanged by the neck until dead. On the day immediately following, he was buried in the unconsecrated ground beneath the gallows, close to the body of the girl he murdered. But the tale of the monk and the hangman's daughter did not end with their deaths. According to an old manuscript discovered years later in the monastery, but I'm getting ahead of myself. This story has the strangest ending. I will be back with it shortly.
If I could leave one thing with you, would I leave the world behind? I'd like to leave a bright blue sky as my gift to all mankind. If I could choose just one small thing to the children, I'd be free. A life forever unhealthy, something nice to breathe. Yes, this is my legacy. This is my prayer. Most of all, I leave you all with a
Air pollution is a man-made product that grew up in a machine age, the result of a means to an end. But the end must change if we're to continue breathing. We can clean up the air, perhaps even in your time, but we need your help. Won't you? Join with your lung association in the fight against air pollution. It's a matter of life and growth.
The manuscript discovered in an old forgotten crypt related how Ambrosius was buried next to Benedicta. Then it went on with these words. This Benedicta, though called the hangman's daughter, was, as is now known through declarations of the youth Rocius, the illegitimate child of the saltmaster by the hangman's wife. Pray for the hangman and all his family. Pray for the soul of Brother Ambrosius, who might have been a faithful servant of the Lord. Pray for them. Pray for them. Our cast included Christopher Tabori, Arnold Moss, E.B. Juster, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Everything was spinning round as I lay down, and I must have fallen asleep so deep that it might have been me that was dead. I remember waking up once and being questioned by someone.
Senator, please, I must warn you, whatever you say appears against you.
I haven't said anything, have I?
No, but you will. We have our own methods. You say the radio was playing.
I didn't say the radio was playing.
But you know about the radio.
What radio?
The radio that was playing.
I didn't say there was a radio or that it was playing.
What did you say?
I don't remember.
Your sister was in the bathtub. The radio was playing. You threw it in the water and you killed her.
No! Why would I do that?
Because you hated her. You've always hated her, haven't you?
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
It's coming up to 11 o'clock on KOIN in Portland. CBS News is next, and then, of course, the Radio Mystery Theater.
CBS News. President and Mrs. Ford are preparing to leave Washington for a 10-day trip to Europe. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. While in Helsinki, Finland, Mr. Ford will sign the treaty that came out of the 35-nation European Security Conference. Critics claim the agreement gives tacit recognition to Soviet domination of Eastern Europe. But the president insists America is giving away nothing and is getting Soviet pledges of more freedom for the nations of Eastern Europe. President Ford has another serious foreign policy matter on his hands right now. Turkey has ordered suspension of operations at U.S. bases in that country. The Turks are angry because the U.S. House of Representatives turned down the administration's request to resume armed shipments to the Ankara government. The president has now asked the House to reconsider its action. He said closing American bases in Turkey will work to the detriment of critically important U.S. security interests. House Republican leader John Rhodes was critical of his colleagues who voted to continue the embargo against Turkey.
This is about the result that one can expect when 435 members of the House of Representatives try to become Secretary of State. No legislative body in the world was ever designed which could conduct foreign policy. I think it's a shame and a tragedy that two nations which have been as close as ours, our nation and Turkey have been, should have a parting of the ways over a really collateral matter.
House Republican leader John Rhodes. More news in a moment.
Are you an unpublished author? Do you have a book-length manuscript ready or almost ready for publication? Or do you know of anyone else who is an unpublished author? If so, Vantage Press invites you to write to a leading New York publisher for a free illustrated brochure titled To the Author in Search of a Publisher. It explains how you may have your manuscript printed and published in a matter of months. Just write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. Whether your subject is fiction, non-fiction, poetry, or even scientific, specialized, or controversial, this 52-page brochure shows you how to arrange for prompt publication. To get your copy, write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. That's GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. If this is your first book, you'll find this free brochure especially valuable and informative. Write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. GPO Box 1414, New York, New York.
The Apollo astronauts have had to delay their return to Houston. They're confined to sick bay in Honolulu. David Dow has a report.
Doctors who have been treating the three Apollo astronauts for lung irritation say it will likely be Monday or Tuesday before the three can leave the Tripler Army Medical Center and fly home to Houston. Doctors emphasize that astronauts Stafford, Slayton, and Brand are in stable condition, in good spirits, and feeling well. But they said 3 days, sometimes less, was usually a minimum amount of time to observe their condition to ensure it did not progress. We're very optimistic, said Dr. Peter Bartoloni, Chief of Medicine at Tripler Hospital, adding that there's no indication so far that the mild lung irritation will lead to a chronic condition. The doctors suspect but aren't sure that the three men inhaled byproducts of combustion and some nitrogen tetroxide during the descent of their spacecraft Thursday. And they want to make sure that doesn't lead to pulmonary edema, fluid in the lungs, which could take several days to develop. The physicians have ordered the astronauts to remain in bed much of the time while under observation, allowing calls to their families. David Dow, CBS News, Honolulu.
22-year-old Stephen Smith has been released unharmed after being held for 67 days by rebels in East Africa. Officials at Stanford University, where Smith is a student, announced he's been freed by rebels in Zaire. Smith and 3 other students were abducted May 19th at a camp in Tanzania. The others had already been freed. A Stanford professor involved in the negotiations for the release of the students said it was mutually agreed upon that the terms of the release remain secret. In Portugal, the armed forces rulers have announced creation of a 3-man panel to run that nation. The Troika will be made up of the nation's security chief, its premier, and president. Inclusion of communist-oriented Prime Minister Vasco Gonçalves is seen as a serious setback for the moderate forces in Portugal. Now this message.
I'm standing at a drug counter looking at hemorrhoid medication labels. This one contains only petroleum jelly, a lubricant that soothes. this one, Preparation H, has more and does more. Preparation H not only brings prompt, temporary relief in many cases from occasional pain and itch, but very importantly, Preparation H actually helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues caused by inflammation. Yes, Preparation H goes beyond soothing, has more, and does more. Ointment or suppositories. Use only as directed.
Hearts wants to round up every roundworm in town and run them out before they run your dog down.
Roundworms can strike your dog or cat. Get rid of them safely with the Hearts Once a Month Wormer. Add it to your pet's dinner every 30 days, and then it'll round up those roundworms and keep them away for good.
Get Hearts Once a Month Wormer at your favorite store and help your dog to be roundworm free evermore.
The Hearts Once a Month Wormer for dogs and cats.
In Raleigh, North Carolina, jury selection has been completed in the murder trial of Joanne Little, a black woman accused of murdering a white jailer in her cell. The judge also refused a request by the defendant to act as her own co-counsel. Testimony in the case is to begin Monday. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
The president of the Oregon Board of Higher Education, John Moser, said today he will resign next month. The Forest Service says the Lost Lake fire south of Hood River has been contained at about 110 acres. The fire broke out yesterday near Tye Valley. Some 300 men fought the blaze. Former Oregon Governor Tom McCall says he might take the job of Secretary of the Interior if it is offered to him, but that he doesn't expect it will be. The incumbent, former Wyoming Governor Stanley Hathaway, has resigned for health reasons. A self-contained water purification plant has been purchased by Crater Lake National Park. The plant can purify 80,000 gallons of water a day. It is needed because of severe pollution in the park's main water supply. Hundreds have become ill as a result. The park has been closed, and there is no word on when it will be reopened. Oregon Attorney General Lee Johnson says nativity scenes cannot be displayed in public schools at Christmas time. He says the display and the required school attendance is a violation of the doctrine of separation of church and state. 30 off-duty prison guards were called up today after reports of unrest at the Oregon State Prison. The guards were sent home after the two men believed responsible for the problem were isolated. Warden Hoyt Cupp said he called the extra men as a precautionary measure. The body of a 16-year-old Warm Springs youth was found today on the Oregon State University campus. He died of head injuries after falling from a 12-foot-high concrete wall. He was identified as Bruce Berry, a participant in the school's Upward Bound program. The Legislative Emergency Board has approved a University of Oregon proposal to add 1,400 seats to MacArthur Court on the university campus. The $250,000 project will be paid for by private funds. Donors of $250 will be guaranteed the right to buy a coveted season ticket. Most University of Oregon basketball games are sellouts. Donors would get 1,000 of the seats, while 400 would be reserved for students. The weather for Portland, Vancouver, fair tonight, sunny and hot Saturday and Sunday. Lows in the upper 50s, highs 90 to 95 degrees. Northwest winds at 10 to 20 miles per hour, decreasing at night. Chance of measurable rainfall 0 through Saturday. The temperature right now in downtown Portland stands at 70 degrees. That's KOIN News to 11:08. I'm Bill Garrity.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Ancient civilizations are remembered for a variety of reasons. Egypt for her pyramids, the grandeur that was Rome, the glory that was Greece. But how about our own civilization? Sometimes in my darker moments, I wonder if perhaps ours won't be remembered as the creators of the sleeping pill, the little pellets that have brought surcease from care to so many, and, unfortunately, death to so many others.
All this he needs is a good cameraman, and we could make a film.
Please, Jenny, control your sense of humor. And here, take this pill.
I never take pills.
It is just to help you through the final rite. The making of the mark of the Walpurgis Club. That way, I promise, you won't even feel the heat of the branding iron.
Our mystery drama, Woman from Hell, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Joan Lovejoy. It is sponsored in part by the Florida Orange Growers and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
In God we trust. America speaks.
Thoughts from Helen Keller. I have 4 things to learn in life. To think clearly without hurry or confusion. To love everybody sincerely. To act in everything with the highest motives. To trust in God unhesitatingly. I long to accomplish a great and noble task, but it is my chief duty to accomplish humble tasks, as though they were great and noble. The world has moved along not only by the mighty shoves of its heroes, but also by the aggregate of the tiny pushes of each honest worker.
Presented by the Catholic Communications Foundation.
Do you think a computer programmer needs the use of his legs? New York University doesn't. They hired a man who's almost totally paralyzed. Yet they'll be the first to admit Tom Clancy's one of the best computer programmers they ever had. Of course, Tom Clancy's just one person, but there are millions of men and women in this country very much like him. People who have accepted their disabilities and come through rehabilitation with skills, determination, and a sense of responsibility. Yes, Tom Clancy's got a very good job. But what about all the others? The Director of Vocational Rehabilitation in your state has a file of highly qualified people in every field, ready, willing, and able to work. If you're not in a position to hire them, talk to someone who is. And next time there's in your company, ask him to write the Director of Vocational Rehabilitation. His office is in your state capital.
A public service message brought to you on behalf of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare and the Advertising Council.
Suicides always rate a few lines of newsprint. But every newspaper headlined the shocking and totally unexpected death of the legendary superstar Jennifer Grinnell from an overdose of sleeping pills. The question on everyone's mind was, had this fantastic woman taken her own life? In Los Angeles, the medical examiner's office was off limits to reporters seeking the answer. One man, however, had been admitted, given a report, and now he walks slowly down the long corridor out of the building and into the bright California sunshine.
Mr. Ducot! Mr. Ducot!
I have nothing to add to what I've already said.
No, you've got me wrong. I'm not a reporter. Here's my card.
Darrell Jones, private investigator. I have no need for a private detective.
But I need you. You see, someone's hired me to look into this death.
Then I'm not the only one who feels there's something very strange about this so-called suicide?
You can say my client has some doubts.
And who's your client?
Now, come on, Mr. Ducot. You know that information must be confidential.
Good day, Mr. Jones.
No, wait a minute. Where are you going?
To my car. It's in the parking lot.
Okay, if that's the way you want to play it. Have you ever thought how much better your chances are of proving your wife didn't commit suicide if you had some professional help?
That was my introduction to Mr. Darrell Jones. Other introductions are in order. My name is Lawrence Ducot, the man who accompanied Jennifer Grinnell through life. Her only husband. But a husband who remained so discreetly in the background throughout her flamboyant career that only her intimates knew she was married. Nevertheless, I loved her, and I could not allow the world to believe she'd taken the coward's way out. And so I found myself in a quiet restaurant, drinking coffee with Durrell Jones.
I'd like to know why you're so sure that Jennifer Grinnell didn't commit suicide.
I should know. I was married to her. We lived apart, but we kept in touch.
Oh, give it up, Ducot. You're never going to make anyone believe you and Grinnell had a close relationship.
I was under the impression you were going to be of some help, but you're just the same as the police. I don't know why you bothered to ask me to talk.
Because I'm getting paid to do a job, and you've made a lot of waves by going around insisting she never would have killed herself.
I'm no expert, but don't most suicides leave a note?
Not all of them, but more do than don't.
There was no note.
A point, but not conclusive.
Do you believe in extrasensory perception?
Now, there's something that would look great in my report. No hard evidence, but husband says that his ESP tells him Grinnell was murdered.
How about a tape recording?
You have a tape proving she was murdered?
No, not exactly, but if you want to come out to my house, I think you'll find it interesting.
Okay, where's the tape?
Let me explain. I can't afford servants, so I had this telephone answering tape installed. And since Jenny and I spoke frequently, I've kept a tape recording of every phone call.
Very clear.
10 days ago, I called her. Here's the call. Here are her words.
Hello?
It's me, Jenny.
Oh, Larry. I'm so glad you called.
You're in trouble, aren't you?
Yes.
Money?
Worse.
Can I help?
I was just writing a letter to you.
You can tell me about it.
Oh, no. No, not over the phone.
You're frightened. Now, what is it, Jenny?
The one secret I ever kept from you, my pet.
Well, tell me.
The letter I have just written to you, it should explain enough. Goodbye, love. You were so sweet to call.
Jenny, don't hang up. Jenny. Now that you've heard that conversation, what do you think?
I can understand why the police weren't interested.
You don't believe that she was frightened?
Sure. But of what? She didn't mention anything specific. If the police and the medical examiner say that Grinnell killed herself, I'm not about to argue with them.
Well, then, why did you take the case?
That's the way I earn my living. A client asks me to look into something, I look into it. That's why I'm here. But I'm not on anybody's side, and I don't like to make myself look like a fool, especially in front of the cops.
I see.
Now, she said something about a letter she was writing. Did you ever get it?
No, she must have had second thoughts after she talked to me. I never received the letter. It was a lie. I had received the letter, but I felt that it would have been useless to show him. His mind seemed to be made up, and so was mine. Jenny had said one secret she never told me. Because I felt that Jenny's secret lay in her past, I went to the man with whom she'd had her longest and closest relationship, the spectacularly successful novelist, Bruce Brown. He was working at his latest retreat, a remotely situated house on the Greek island of Samos.
You're here about our girl. How can I help?
Well, first by telling me whether you think she committed suicide.
Hell no. That's why I hired a private detective.
By the name of Durrell Jones?
That's my boy. Has he been in touch?
Yes, he has.
And?
He thinks she did it. Does that make you change your mind?
Well, it bothers me. Jones is good. Who would want Jenny dead?
Bruce, she was scared.
Scared? Our Jenny scared?
Our Jenny.
Hey, look, do I catch a whiff of jealousy after all these years?
Come on, shall we stick to the subject?
Right after I tell you something.
If you don't mind, Bruce, I think
It'll only take a minute. Now, you know when I first met Jenny, and you know how I fell for her. But what you don't know is that I proposed to her. You know what she said?
Not only what she said, but how she said it.
She told you?
She didn't have to. I know the routine. She opened those violet eyes wide, and in her best ingenue voice said, "But I am married."
Yeah, well, what you don't know is that I asked her to get a divorce. She refused.
Welcome to the club.
You say she was scared. What was scaring her?
I received this letter, postmarked the day of her death. Shall I read it to you?
No. Here, let me.
Dear heart, there is no way you will make any sense out of this letter. But I do not see any other way. If 1 week after you receive this craziness, I am still alive, you will destroy it and forget it. If something should happen to me, then you will make your own decision. Yes, I am afraid. Of what? Of a mistake I made back in the days of innocence. I never told you, but now it has come back to haunt me. But I also have another secret. I kept a diary.
A diary? Jenny, a diary like any schoolgirl. I don't believe that. She's putting you on.
Now, finish the letter and then we'll talk.
I have written both too much and not enough. But for your own dear sake, I warn you, trust no one. No one. Adieu, Jenny.
Well, what do you think? I think if this letter had been written by anyone but Jenny, I'd say it was a woman who was going insane. But with Jenny, well, there's no question she was scared. And fear, well, fear is just the wrong emotion to associate with Jenny.
If we think that way, we're not going to get anywhere.
Well, what do we want to get?
I want to get whoever killed her.
You think we can?
She has the answer in her diary.
Do you know where it is?
Well, I have an idea.
Excuse me a moment. Yeah?
Bruce, this is Jones.
Yes, Jones. You got something on the Grinnell case?
Look, I'm calling to tell you that there is no case. The dame took an overdose of sleeping pills, period. There wouldn't have been any talk at all if it weren't for her husband. He made news just by turning up. Very few people knew that she was still married to him.
Well, did you talk to him?
Oh, sure. I even listened to a tape of a phone conversation he had with her, but that just proved she was upset.
Larry, did you show Jones the letter?
No.
Hello? Hello, you still there, Bruce?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, look, I haven't got a single clue that points anywhere except to suicide.
Okay, you've made your report. I want you to stay on the case.
For how long?
Until I tell you to quit, or until you tell me you're quitting.
Okay. You're paying a hell of a price for what I think is plenty of nothing.
I understand. You keep pitching, and I'll keep the money coming. Bye. Well, you heard, Larry.
Yeah, I heard.
He's convinced it's suicide.
I'm glad you didn't tell him about Jenny's note.
But I didn't because you didn't, and come to think of it, why didn't you?
Because Jenny specifically wrote for me not to trust anyone.
But you've already disregarded that bit of advice by telling me.
What Bruce Brown said was true. But I hadn't told him everything. I hadn't told him that Jenny's favorite song was La Vie en Rose. Or that I felt Jenny was trying to tell me something about the diary and how to locate it. That's why I stood on the cobblestones outside Rene Pergamo's florist shop on the Rue Clichy just 2 days after I talked with Brown. Rene's window, with its usual bounteous and beautiful display, brought back memories. And as I stood there, Rene himself came rushing out.
Monsieur Ducot, monsieur, may I express my condolences and shock at this sad news. When I heard, I could not believe.
I know, Rene, thank you.
Come inside. You're most welcome, mon ami, and expected.
Expected?
But of course. A few days ago, this little package arrived from Madame, addressed to you and marked, hold for arrival.
There are people who have actually died from fright. Medical testimony bears that out. The question in our tale seems to be, can fear actually drive a person to take his own life? A logical answer would be, some people. But would a woman like Jennifer Grinnell be driven to this act of desperation? We'll be back with the answer right after these messages.
Come on, America, refresh the natural way. Have a glass of summer juice any time of day.
Hi, Anita Bryant here for Summer Juice. 100% pure orange juice from Florida. 100% pure, yet costing the same or less than many carbonated and synthetic beverages. Now that's pure value.
Orange juice, America's summer juice.
From the Florida Orange Growers.
Billions of dollars are spent each year to keep people on welfare. A lot of them want jobs, but don't have the skills to get them.
I want my child to have a future.
If you've got jobs to give, you can give disadvantaged kids the training they need to get off the welfare roll and onto a payroll. The way to get this country working is to get people working. So if you have a job to give, call the National Alliance of Businessmen. Help America work.
A public service message of the Advertising Council.
I think it was the first time I can remember really going fishing with my dad. I'm sure I'd been with him before, but the first time I really remember it was wading downstream with him in an extra big pair of wading boots as he felt his way very surely along the stream bed, and I shakily held onto the willows, and we found a spot where my dad lifted his finger to his lips and said, "Shh, we don't want to scare the fish away." And then I remember that fish. The biggest fish I'd ever seen in my life, and it was on the end of my line. And my dad, boy, was he proud. I'll never forget that as long as I live.
Give your children everything. Give them your time. A thought from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons.
Now, what does anyone expect to find in a florist shop in Paris in the spring? Fresh cut flowers, certainly. The lovely scent of burgeoning spring plants and, of course, the undertones of romance which accompany the annual springtime awakening of the City of Light. But for Lawrence Ducot, the florist shop of René Pergamo might hold the answer to a riddle, the proof that his glamorous wife did not take her own life.
How long are you staying in Paris, Monsieur Ducot?
Well, that depends, René, on what is in this package.
Monsieur, let me assure you, if there is any way I can be of help.
Well, that's very fine of you, René.
Let me get the door for you. These are not just words. Attention, monsieur, watch out.
Oh, well, let him go, René. But I won't forget that I'm even further in your debt. You know, he really might have hit me.
It was almost as if he were trying. That is our Parisian drivers for you.
Hop in, Ducot, quick. Jones, what are you... Come on, or we're going to lose that car that almost got you.
You know, you're talking like a man who believes that car really tried to run me over.
It's a lot easier to believe that than your story that your wife didn't kill herself. Still, why would anyone want to rub you out?
Because, perhaps, of this package.
Ah, damn. You lost him. Now, what's such a big deal about that package?
It's my wife's diary, complete up until the day of her death. Do you intend to follow me wherever I go from now on?
I think you need protection, Ducot.
Well, maybe, but I can't afford your fee.
Don't let the fee worry you. I'm already being paid. Oh, a room service, please.
Is your client paying for this, too?
Of course. Oh, yes, 2 special lunches, the filet of sole and a carafe of white wine to 731, Mr. Ducot's room. Thank you. If you've really got your hands on her diary, it might change a lot of things, but somehow I never thought of Grinnell as the type who'd keep a diary.
Yeah, well, for once we're in agreement, but... here it is. Do you recognize her writing?
I'll take your word for it. But before you start to read it, think. No one, not even you, suspected she kept a diary. Maybe there are some things she didn't want anyone, I mean anyone, to know.
Jones, you're a fool. I was married to Jennifer Grinnell for 23 years, and I knew her a lot better than anyone guessed. We're not going to find anything in this diary she'd be ashamed of. The years fell away, and memories came flooding back as I read the entries and found myself again under the spell she'd always cast for me. I could see her sitting in the small, cramped flat we'd had in Paris right after our marriage. I could smell her perfume and hear her as she wrote in the diary I never suspected she kept.
And such foolishness today. Mutsi, my agent who adores me, has made an appointment for me with Anton Krasuski for the lead in Woman from Hell. I told Larry thinking we would laugh. But he thinks I should go. I told him I would. But I refused to make a fool of myself.
Jenny, are you home?
Larry! I will give you only one guess what we have for dinner.
Did you go to
but
see?
A small clue. It is heaven.
Well, what about Krasuski? Did you like him? What did he say?
Oh, he said I was a fat cow who would be fine as a milkmaid, but to play the lead in a picture as big as Woman from Hell...
Oh, you're lying.
Of course. I did not go. It would have only been a great waste of time.
Yes?
May I speak with Jennifer Grenell?
Who's calling?
Who is it?
Krasuski.
Your waste of time. Anton Krasuski.
Now, young lady, you will tell me why you failed to keep an appointment with Anton Krasuski yesterday.
May I have a light, please?
Do you want the part?
Are you offering it to me?
Here is your light. The part can be yours, depending.
Depending?
On how much you really want it.
Why do you choose me, an unknown actress dreaming of a career, for the lead in the most important film of the year?
Because I have seen your nightclub act. Because your insolence and your beauty are perfect for the part.
Well, pardon me for being slow, but I thought there were other considerations.
Only one. Join the Walpurgis Club.
The Walpurgis Club. And what is that? A club of witches?
Exactly.
It was a desolate house in the country, lit only by firelight and candles with weird music, and people drunk, not with liquor, but with some kind of frenzied belief in the magical power of the devil. As Krasuski took me through the various rooms, he watched, and then asked perceptively,
You find this amusing?
That disappoints you?
Not at all. But I must warn you that this is literally playing with fire.
With hellfire?
A most exact description. And now I would like you to see the altar.
The altar is impressive. But I was more impressed with the worshippers. They believed. And people who believe as deeply as they did can be dangerous. Krasuski was most cordial today when I again visited his office.
It is my belief that you were born a witch. I only wish to reawaken your slumbering destiny, as I'm sure I can make the hidden fire in your eyes burst into flame with the proper caresses.
No doubt. But just what plans do you have for me in the Walpurgis Club, if I should join?
You will be a star, believe me. The club has helped me in my career, and I know we can help you.
I will do as I always have, help myself. What I was asking was, what does the club expect of me?
Only to recruit members.
And suppose I should fail?
You fail? Unthinkable. But we are not monsters. As long as you sign the membership papers and are bound by our rules, you will find us most agreeable.
Oh, you know enough about me to know that I like to make my own rules.
Not in this game, Sherry. Not in this game. Ever.
How can I tell Larry the truth? He smugly keeps reminding me that he was right about me getting the part in Woman from Hell. How I ache to tell him about the Walpurgis Club. But I cannot. And even if I did, he would just laugh and dismiss it as a silly joke on Krasuski's part. I must admit I felt the same, but there are certain things that worry me. As, for example, today, when we were rehearsing privately the scene where I show Karyu the tortures he will suffer in hell if he allows me to seduce him.
No, it is all wrong.
And how many men have you seduced, Anton?
You will listen to me, because when this man takes you in his arms, he is doomed for all time. If you do not believe, how do you expect the audience to believe?
This is your picture.
And you are the woman I chose. A woman from hell would know. She would see immediately that this is a man who likes to suffer, who enjoys being tortured, so that he will have the best of both worlds. You in this, and eternal punishment in the next. You know this, and you are amused.
I am not confused. Tell me, Anton, how do you know all this?
Don't you know? I have a hotline directly to hell.
I do not like it. I do not like it at all. But I cannot withdraw now, and the picture promises to be a success. It is almost frightening, the knowledgeability that Anton shows about the workings of hell. I even accused him of it the other day during a break on the set.
But why should you question my knowledge of witchcraft and diabolism? You and I belong to the same club. I am reaping the benefits of years of research.
And your payment, Anton, for these benefits. How much is it, and when is it due?
I will tell you. Or perhaps you will know when the picture is finished.
I loathe fidgety men, and Anton has become extraordinarily fidgety. He has also become a bore about other men. He blames everything upon Hollywood and the Klieg-lit frenetic quality of our success. But this is nonsense, and he knows it.
When are you seeing him again?
You mean Bruce?
You are forgetting an obligation to the club to which we both belong.
I cannot help it if I am not a good saleswoman.
Isn't that an understatement? Your record is immaculate. Not one convert to the Walpurgis Club since you became a member.
Remember, I warned you about the possibility of my failing.
I remember. And now it is I who have to warn you. Either Bruce Brown becomes a member, or you will suffer severe consequences.
They overestimate my influence on Bruce.
They know just how infatuated with you Bruce is, and you have never really believed, have you, Jenny? And you won't until it is too late. However, we have a problem.
We? Do you mean you, the club, or me?
All of us. You remember Jacqueline Fournier?
Of course.
Then you may also remember that she was announced for the part that I gave you in Woman from Hell.
Must we go through this ancient history?
I am afraid we must. You see, she has heard rumors about the Walpurgis Club, and she threatens to do a whole expose, claiming you got the part through witchcraft.
Let her.
The club does not think that would be wise.
Then let the club stop her.
That is just what they intend to do. Fournier can be appeased. With your influence, you could get her a part in a picture and she would be happy.
I do not pay blackmail.
I told them what your answer would be. But, Jenny, for your own sake, get Bruce Brown to join the coven.
Hello?
Have you seen tonight's paper?
No.
I thought you should know that Jacqueline Fournier met with a tragic accident. Her car ran off Mulholland Drive and crashed. She died almost instantly, which, of course, is something to be thankful for.
Accidents can happen. Anytime, anywhere. And today, everyone knows what you mean when you designate a person as accident-prone. On the other hand, would we be so willing to say someone was accident-prone if we knew that a coven of modern witches wanted that person dead? That knowledge bothered even the strong-minded Jennifer Grinnell. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
The following fable is presented to make you want to buy a Buick.
As a girl, I had certain aspirations for myself that were not quite the same as the aspirations that others had for me.
Daddy, when I grow up, I want to be president.
That's nice, honey. Of what?
The United States.
Don't be ridiculous, dear. The best you can hope for is First Lady.
Even when I got older, things weren't much better.
Dad, I want to go to law school and have my own practice.
But, dear, wouldn't you rather go to charm school and have a big wedding?
But today, a woman can do anything a man can. Take the car I just bought, a Buick Century. Not cute, but sporty and good-looking. The kind of car only men are supposed to know about. When I told my father the Century was the only American-made mid-size car with a V6 engine, he was surprised. When I told him about the great deal I got on the Century, he was impressed and said I would make somebody a good wife. Then when I told him I was running for Congress, he bit off the arm of his chair.
Buick, dedicated to the free spirit in just about everyone.
Radio. It's been doing nice things for you for years. It wakes you up. It keeps you company in your car. It fills your life with music. It fills your mind with ideas. It informs, entertains. And radio does something else. It sells. Quickly, easily, creatively, efficiently. Consider that last word, efficiently. As a businessman, you know how all costs, including advertising, have been skyrocketing. You know what adflation means. A major advertising agency has just reported that line rates for the largest metropolitan dailies in the top 50 markets rose 12% over the past year. But what about radio? The same study revealed the cost for buying radio in the top 50 markets increased only 3%. What else can you buy today that only costs 3% more than it did a year ago? Get radio selling for you. Call this station. We'll suggest ways radio can help you fight adflation. Furnished by Radio Advertising Bureau.
One of the most famous and dramatic moments in the theater occurs in the play Peter Pan, when the actress playing that immortal boy turns to the audience and asks them to applaud if they believe in fairies. Invariably, the house breaks into a storm of applause. However, would the audience response be the same if the actress asked for applause from those who believe in witches? That was precisely the problem that faced Lawrence Duco as he tried to prove that his wife didn't commit suicide. Her diary asked him to believe in witchcraft.
Now, if you want to waste some more time, we'll continue reading the diary, but my advice would be for you to burn it.
Less than 2 hours ago, you were all enthused over the chances of finding the answer to Jenny's death. And now...
You're not thinking, chum. You started all this because you wanted to clear the stigma of suicide from your wife's name.
And I still do.
Even if you now brand her as a believer in witchcraft, a wheeler-dealer in the occult who built her whole career upon a deal with a coven of modern witches?
I don't see that it has to be put just that way. And I'll make my decision when I've finished reading the whole diary. And so I reopened Jenny's diary and again found myself reliving those days when Jennifer Grinnell was Hollywood's biggest star, and I, her husband, was a forgotten man, while her romance with America's favorite writer, Bruce Brown, headed the list of items in every gossip column.
Hello?
Jenny, it's me. I'll pick you up at the usual place at 9.
Oh, that is not possible, Bruce.
Why, what's up?
I thought we had gone beyond questions.
Well, I thought so too, but that was before we stopped seeing each other. Or haven't we stopped seeing each other?
More questions?
I'll pick you up at 9.
No, not tonight, really.
Tomorrow?
I suppose I owe you that much, love.
You don't owe me a thing, and I'll explain when I see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow will be the last time I see Bruce. It is something I have refused to face for too long now. But I am afraid I believe that the Walpurgis Club is an evil and vicious thing. If they are not witches with supernatural powers, then they are criminals. Because I cannot believe that Fournier's car crash was an accident. And I will not even talk to Bruce about joining. Poor Anton. I must lie to him. Or maybe not. Maybe the truth would free him. Come in, Anton.
Isn't that your phone I hear ringing?
Yes?
Why don't you answer it?
You know me better than to question me, Anton. I do what I choose. If I do not want to answer the phone, I do not.
Because you know very well that was Bruce Brown calling, and you did not want to talk to him.
So?
You have deliberately broken off your relationship with him.
And if I have?
If you have done something I have never known you to do since we met. You have broken your word.
So I have. And it is about time you should find the courage to break yours also.
Don't talk to me of courage. You could continue to see Bruce Brown and never bring up the question of his joining the club. But that way you might get him into trouble if the club members are really witches and warlocks. So you take this coward's way out, and it ruins me.
What can they do to you?
For starters, they can take me off the picture.
I will not allow them to do that.
They have already done it. Will you answer the phone?
What do they expect to gain by punishing you?
First, discipline for the ranks. I was the one who recruited you, and that was an error. 2, they think perhaps out of a feeling for me, you will change your mind about trying to recruit Brown.
Ridiculous.
Yes, I know. But you will suffer, too. Just wait until you see the new director.
At this point, I closed the diary. Jones looked at me inquiringly.
Had enough, Ducot?
Now I understand what Anton Krasuski was trying to tell me.
You went to see him. When?
As soon as I heard he'd been taken off Jenny's picture and replaced by Luigi Forelli.
You seem to be pretty buddy-buddy with a lot of your wife's lovers.
We had a lot in common. Would you like to hear what happened when I went to see Krasuski?
Well, I'm still on the case, and my report has to be written. Go ahead.
Of course, you never knew Krasuski, so you wouldn't have noticed, as I did, the changes as I approached his house. It used to be crowded and well lit, and this night it was empty and almost deserted. I crossed the driveway, rapped on the door.
Larry, come in. It is very nice of you to come and see me.
What happened? Why did they take you off the picture?
They said they wanted a director who would be less dazzled by Jenny.
Well, that's nonsense. Jenny's the star. You did 2 great pictures with her.
Nevertheless, they seemed to be logical when they chose Forelli. Do you know any director who is less dazzled by Jenny than Forelli?
He hates her.
And she him.
It almost seems as if someone wants to ruin Jenny and her career.
And me, no? Here. Look inside my forearm. Wait till I roll up the sleeve. Now, tell me what you see.
Are you sure you're all right?
Tell me what you see.
Well, a small scar. It's shaped like a horseshoe or a hoof.
That's right. Now ask Jenny. Ask her to show you hers.
And that's when I walked out on him.
Did you ask Jenny about her scar?
No, I never did. When she broke her leg and was taken off the picture, it completely slipped my mind. And then... Oh, well, you know what happened then.
Oh, everybody does. Your girl couldn't get herself arrested in Hollywood. She was finished in pictures.
You don't know what that meant.
Look, Ducot, I am still interested in finding out what happened just before she died. And I think we ought to skip ahead in that diary and see if we can find out.
Yes, you're right. Now, let's see. Sometimes she dated entries and other times not, so... Oh, yes. Here. This one's dated just a month ago. And here's what she says.
It has happened. I suppose I should have known that someday it would happen. But I really thought I was finished with the Walpurgis Club. So many years had passed, and no word from them. And so it came as a surprise when I did hear, and in a way I never would have expected. My agent phoned and told me that Tyler Campbell wanted to see me. I'll confess, I felt some of the old excitement of meeting a talented motion picture director.
I've always been one of your greatest fans. Every scene in Woman from Hell is etched indelibly on my memory. I'll quote the dialogue for you if you like.
Would not you be embarrassed if I said, please do?
If you want my company, all you have to do is pay for it. If you want my love, you will pay more. A price that I advise you no one can afford.
Enough. I am convinced.
I can't understand why a talent like yours shouldn't still be working.
Oh, I agree with you.
And that's why I've come to see you. How do you feel about trying a comeback in a film I'll direct? Of course, I wouldn't expect a commitment until you'd seen the script. You haven't even asked what the film will be about.
Well, I was not up to that in my mind.
Mm-hmm. It's about witchcraft.
Oh?
Does that turn you off?
Well, it is too soon to say.
You know I don't do ordinary films, Miss Grinnell.
Yes, I know.
And I assure you the film is well worth doing. Today, witchcraft is in. But I intend to use it somewhat differently. I see you as fate. Beautiful, enigmatic, and inescapable.
Interesting.
Good. I promise that I shall shoot you so that even in the cruelest close-up, your scar won't show.
My scar?
Don't tell me that little mark inside your wrist is no longer there. Even plastic surgery won't eradicate it. And it's exactly the same as the one I have here, behind my ear, see?
Yes, I see. So this was all a trick. You are a member of the Walpurgis Club.
In good standing, Miss Grinnell. Which is more than I can say for you. But my offer to do a picture with you is very real.
I am not interested.
Too fast. You make a decision before you know any of the facts.
We have nothing more to say.
I suggest you listen. If you think you've paid your dues in full, you're mistaken. You betrayed us. And you betrayed your oath.
I am finished with you and with the club.
And you will be. I promise you. Do one small favor, and you'll be a big star again. And no strings attached.
How do you mean, no strings?
You will be allowed to resign from the Walpurgis Club. The only member in its 300-year history to be given that privilege.
I have already resigned. I have not been to a meeting
What we have in mind does not necessitate your going to a meeting. You've heard of Jason Albright.
Who has not? He is the 6th or 7th richest man in the world.
Mm-hmm. Did you know that Jason Albright is one of your greatest fans?
No.
He's worshipped you for years.
How nice.
Jason Albright is very ill. In fact, he's terminal.
Well, that is too bad. My fan club will be reduced by 1.
True enough. But you can make a dying man very happy. Simply by talking with him, visiting, spending a little time with him.
Are you out of your mind? Why would
Albright has no heirs. His will leaves all his money to various charities. But wills can be changed.
I see.
Of course. Simplicity itself. Nothing for you to do except spend a little time with Albright. Be your charming self
and persuade the old man that the Walpurgis Club is worthier than all of his other charities put together.
Precisely. Couldn't have put it better myself. Before you answer that, I have a feeling it will be Jason Albright.
What?
We managed to get word to him that you'd be receptive to a call.
I see. Hello. Who is this? No, this is not Miss Grinnell. She is not at home. She will not be in for some time. No, I do not know. Goodbye.
That, Miss Grinnell, was very foolish. I want you to think carefully. Think what a small thing we're asking of you. And then consider the alternative. We can make things very definitely unpleasant for you, Miss Grinnell. Think it over.
How long do I have to think?
We can give you only 12 hours. And then we'll be here for your answer.
What alternative do I have? I cannot go to the police, and I will not have anything to do with the club or its scheme. So, I turn to my diary and write. And I get an inspiration. I cannot go to the police, but I can hire a private detective to protect me without telling him why I am hiring him. And I remember I have heard of a good one. I will call him this minute. There, I feel better. I have called, and he is on his way. I hope he is intelligent. And that may be too much to ask. But his name is...
Don't bother, Ducot. I know my name.
You were the detective Jenny called.
I'll take that diary now. If you look closely at my wrist, you'll see the mark that her diary described so well. And now, of course, you understand why the cause of her death must remain a suicide.
Now, I know there are some scholars in the audience who will say that Walpurgisnacht, the witches' Sabbath night, named after St. Walpurgis, is a fake. And the Walpurgis Club, therefore, must also be phony, for the simple reason that St. Walpurgis was an English woman who never committed an evil deed in her life. I'll be back shortly with some more thoughts on witches and witchcraft.
Welcome to Gurney's Department Store.
What?
Please announce your floor. This elevator is activated by your voice.
I want the maternity shop.
At 12th floor, watch the door. Are you pregnant?
Yes. Are you sure you're a recording?
I am a recording. Have you seen a doctor?
Yes, at the beginning of my pregnancy, and I'll see him often during it.
Do you plan to follow his advice?
Of course. I'm not going to take any medicine unless he prescribes it. I'll get plenty of rest and do some moderate exercise.
And what about your diet?
I'll eat the right foods. Foods that are good for me and good for my baby.
12th floor, maternity.
Thanks. A recording. I'm talking to a recording.
Remember what the March of Dimes says. Be good to your baby before it is born.
Witches and warlocks have been part of man's history and development since the beginning of time. And frightening demons and demonology abound in the history of civilization. And also in man's progress, scientists for years have solemnly announced that there are no demons, no witches. Then why do these myths persist? I think perhaps because we need them. If they really don't exist, then we'll invent them to answer this need. It's something to think about till next time. Our cast included Joan Lovejoy, Norman Rose, Mandel Kramer, Paul Hecht, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
How long does murder keep fresh?
Forever.
Even 20 years?
Whose murder?
He killed a priest.
A priest? Father Jim Morgan, what have you got?
What do you got?
You got my word that your sentence will be cut.
I made deals while you was in diapers. Now, we'll do it this way. My mouthpiece has to meet with a DA. Get dotted, and all the T's get crossed.
How do I know you got anything?
Only 3 guys know about something that could sit Mike Perry down in a chair. Mike, me, and Pop Morrison. I like you, copper. But first, my mouthpiece has to tell me we got a deal.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and by the Florida Orange Growers. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
From KOIN in Portland, my name's Bill Garrity. Have a good night tonight and a better day tomorrow. Have a good weekend. See you on Monday. Bye-bye.
CBS News. Space Agency doctors are optimistic the Apollo astronauts will recover from breathing possibly poisonous gas during re-entry. Probably will have no lasting lung damage. Good morning. I'm Mike Stanley reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Thomas Stafford, Vance Brand, and Deke Slayton probably will spend at least 3 days as patients at Tripler Army Hospital in Honolulu as doctors watch for the possible development of pulmonary edema, accumulation of fluid in the lungs. First X-rays, it was reported, showed lesions in Slayton's lungs. Condition appears to have stabilized. The astronauts, described as in good spirits and eating well, are receiving oral steroid drugs to reduce lung irritation. They're generally confined to bed, but were allowed up to telephone their wives. CBS News continues following this message.
Are you an unpublished author? Do you have a book-length manuscript ready or almost ready for publication? Or do you know of anyone else who is an unpublished author? If so, Vantage Press invites you to write to a leading New York publisher for a free illustrated brochure titled To the Author in Search of a Publisher. It explains how you may have your manuscript printed and published in a matter of months. Just write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. Whether your subject is fiction, non-fiction, poetry, or even scientific, specialized, or controversial, this 52-page brochure shows you how to arrange for prompt publication. To get your copy, write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. That's GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. If this is your first book, you'll find this free brochure especially valuable and informative. Write to GPO Box 1414, New York, New York. GPO Box 1414, New York, New York.
The Pentagon is withholding orders to some 7,000 U.S. servicemen in Turkey, pending clarification of just how severely American use of some 24 bases will be limited. Turkey, angered by congressional refusal to okay resumption of American arms shipments, ordered all activity to stop today by 5 p.m. Eastern Time. The situation is being watched carefully from Brussels, as we hear in this report from Michael Landers.
NATO is waiting for clarification of just what the Ankara government has in mind. And alliance diplomats say what happens to the bases now is a matter for the United States and Turkey to work out, because the agreements covering the bases are between Washington and Ankara and do not involve NATO directly. There is no question that the American bases in Turkey are vital to the Atlantic Alliance along its strategic southern flank. They guard a common border between Turkey and the Soviet Union, and they provide NATO with extremely valuable intelligence about Russian military maneuvers several hundred miles inside the Soviet Union and in the Black Sea. And the loss of those bases, if they should be lost, would be a very serious blow to the alliance. Michael Landers for CBS News, Brussels.
President Ford asked Congress to reconsider lifting the arms embargo to Turkey, saying at the same time he deeply regretted Turkey's decision to suspend American activities at the joint U.S.-Turkish military bases. The president, delivering his 35th veto, rejected the $7.9 billion Education Appropriation Act of 1976. Noting it increased his budget proposal by $1.5 billion, Mr. Ford said neither the federal budget nor the economy could afford it. The president has a request for Capitol Hill, as outlined by CBS News correspondent Connie Chung.
President Ford reluctantly asked Congress for an additional $3 billion to continue funding the food stamp program for the remainder of this fiscal year. In a message to Congress, the president said he is forced to ask for the money over the $3.8 billion he requested in his budget because the existing law, quote, invited almost unlimited expansion of the program. The cost of the food stamp program, he said, has doubled in the past 6 months. He reminded members of Congress that they had rejected his proposal submitted earlier this year, which would have required all participants in the program to pay a proportionate share of their total income for food stamps. He noted that his proposal would have saved $1 billion in fiscal year 1976. The president said now he must request the additional $3 billion, but he also asked the legislators to change the Food Stamp Act by focusing more assistance to those in need and by tightening eligibility and participation requirements. Connie Chung, CBS News, Washington.
More news in a moment.
If you ever use a hemorrhoid preparation, you should know this. Vaseline Brands has news. It's Hemorrhoid Ointment. Hemorrhoid works fast, helps protect with a proven medical ingredient for soothing occlusion. And Hemorrhoid gives you only this key ingredient, so it gives you more than the leading preparation. Now, at your first sign of pain, burning, and itching, turn to soothing Hemorrhoid. Hemorrhoid from Vaseline Brands. Use only as directed.
It doesn't seem like it, but it's been 25 years since Yul Brynner debuted as the King of Siam in The King and I on Broadway. Well, the King is back, shaved head and all, in a musical tale of Homer's classic Odyssey. This is Jerry Dunphy, your host for Entertainment West, heard every Saturday over most of these CBS Radio Network stations. Tomorrow I'll be talking with Brynner about the origins of his famous shaved head, his lack of vanity, and his strange definition of work. That's Entertainment West tomorrow on the CBS Radio Network.
President Ford leaves today for a 10-day visit to 5 East and West European nations. The high point of the trip, a stop in Helsinki, where he'll join with leaders of 34 other nations in signing a statement of principles involving a code of conduct for the governments of Europe and North America. Mike Stanley, CBS News.
19-year-old Erman Rogers, Jr., a Navy sailor from Alabama, was placed on 5 years probation with 6 months in jail today for robbing Portland taxi driver Ronald Vrailer on April 26th. 19-year-old Jesse Holloway, a sailor from North Dakota, earlier pleaded guilty of first-degree robbery in the case and was placed on 5 years probation and given a 1-year jail sentence. The Socialist Workers' Party has appealed to Portland Mayor Neil Goldschmidt to order Police Chief Bruce Baker to make public any intelligence files on the party and its political candidates police have accumulated. John Studer, party chairman, says he's convinced the Police Bureau has files on the party, the Young Socialist Alliance, and several socialist candidates. Baker, in reply to a June 17th written request to inspect such files, says it would be, in his words, improper even to say whether the Bureau has any intelligence files on the party. A Portland woman who alleges she was denied a job as a grocery checker because she is a woman has filed a class action discrimination suit in U.S. federal court in Portland against Fred Meyer Incorporated. Phyllis Cohen charges Fred Meyer also denies equal promotional opportunity to women in its food departments and other departments. A prisoners' strike at the British Columbia Penitentiary may continue until Monday night. A prison union committee spokesman says the strike was originally to last 2 days, but the spokesman says nothing positive has taken place, so it will continue. Prison officials say the strike, which began Wednesday morning, has been without violence. The differences between the Spokane School District and its 1,500 teachers will be examined by an impasse committee next week. The state superintendent of schools has appointed the committee to work with the negotiators in the state's second-largest school district. A Northwest climbing team is on its way home after failing to scale the world's second-highest peak in Pakistan. The team, headed by Jim Whitaker of Seattle, had attempted to climb the 28,700-foot mountain known as K2, but 20 days of severe storms stopped the climbers from reaching the top. At last report, the team is waiting at Skardu, about 200 miles north of Rawalpindi, for transportation home. Another cover-up is going on, and this time it's the tavern and bar owners who aren't happy about it. A Washington Liquor Control Board ban on topless table dancing has gone into effect. Although one court has already upheld the regulation, the tavern owners are preparing to appeal the ruling. The weather for Portland, Vancouver, and vicinity, sunny and hot today and Sunday. Highs both days 90 to 95. The lows at night will be 55 to 60. Winds northwest 10 to 20 miles per hour today. The chance of measurable rain is near zero today and tonight. I'm Pat Callahan. That's the news. Now more bright and beautiful music on KOIN and KOIN FM stereo in Portland.
It's just past 11 o'clock, and it's time for the WIP Mystery Theater. Why don't you join us? Just sit back and relax, if you can.
I was just dozing for a few moments, and I had a curious dream, but I can't seem to recall it. Have you ever had that experience? You're not fully asleep, just on the borderline, but your mind takes flight, and you dream strange dreams. And frequently I recall an experience, and can't quite be sure if it happened to me or I dreamed it. Those are the vivid dreams that come back to us long after we've forgotten. Edgar Larson had a recurring dream he'd like to forget.
Oh, no.
Ed.
No.
Ed. Ed, wake up.
Oh, stop, please.
Ed.
What?
Ed, wake up.
Oh, Ginny.
The same dream again?
Yes, I'm strangling to death.
Ed, you've got to see Dr. Healy. Our mystery drama, You Tell Me Your Dream, was written especially for Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Michael Tolan. I'll return shortly with Act One.
Weekdays from the creators of The Young and the Restless. It's Capital, Desire and Passion set behind the marble curtain of power in Washington, D.C. Then follow the lives of people searching for their place in the sun on Guiding Light. And stay tuned for glamour and laughs as Bert Convy brings you celebrity couples and their hilarious secrets on Tattletales.
You never know what Tattletales will tell.
That's Capital, Guiding Light, and Tattletales. Weekdays on CBS Television. Check your local listings for the time.
Hey, everybody, how can you top an Armour hot dog? Hot dogs, Armour hot dogs. What do kids put on Armour hot dogs? Mustard, ketchup, pickles, onions, cheese, salad, celery, crab. I like mine with chili, please. Oh, hot dogs, Armour hot dogs. The dog kids love to fight. The dog kids love to fight.
Uncomfortable pressure, squeezing of pain in the center of the chest. Ready. Possible pain, duration 2 minutes or more, spreading to shoulder, neck, or arms. Ready.
Severe pain, dizziness, fading, sweating, nausea, or shortness of breath. One. Attack.
Are you all right, honey?
I'm fine. Just a little indigestion.
The American Heart Association wants you to know the difference between indigestion and heart attack warning signals. Knowing the difference could save your life.
To sleep, perchance to dream, but dreams aren't always the pleasant experiences we hope they will be. There are theories about why we dream, how we dream, what we dream. Some dreams uncannily foretell the future. Others are chronicles of things that happen to us. And others, there seem no reason for some dreams we have. The horrible ones we call nightmares.
Morning, Mr. Larson.
Morning, Craig.
I have the dossier on the Landon case for you.
The Landon case?
Yeah, child custody. I tracked the father to Kansas City. It's all there.
Oh, yeah, yes.
What's up, Mr. Larson? You don't look so good.
I don't feel so good. I haven't been sleeping well lately.
You lawyers never sleep well. What with a million details on your mind.
Yeah, and you private eyes have no conscience, huh?
We wouldn't be in the profession if we had.
I'll look the Landon thing over later.
Hey, you really don't look good. Maybe you'd better see a doctor.
That's what my wife says.
You want to talk about it?
It's this nightmare I keep having. It's terrifying. I can't think of any reason I should dream such a thing.
What is it, this nightmare?
I dream I'm in the Galaxy Bar, my usual hangout.
Oh, no, it will.
There's a man sitting with his back to me. And then for no reason, he turns around and starts to choke me.
Nice fellow.
We fall to the floor. I'm gasping for air. I can feel his hands like a steel vice close on my throat. I struggle. I try to break his grip. And I manage to cry out for help. But the crowd in the bar just stares.
Figures.
No one makes a move. Except one man. But then I black out, and my wife's trying to wake me up. I never can get back to sleep.
Do you have any angry clients?
No, it's nothing based on something I've done or even thought about. I've never been threatened.
Maybe you better get a bodyguard. Look, I'm available.
What I want to get is some sleep.
Well, how often do you have this nightmare?
Every other night for the past 2 weeks. I dread going to bed.
Well, I'd see a doc if I were you. Maybe even give you a strong sedative.
I wish you could give me another dream.
Hi, Mr. Larson.
Hello, Casey. Now, hold the Manhattan tonight. I'll have a beer.
Okay. You, still having that dream about us?
I don't know if I should come in here anymore.
You think maybe someday our dream will happen here?
Why should I dream so consistently that someone attacks me?
Nothing to worry about, Mr. Larson. Look, let's say you're here having your Manhattan, like you usually do, and you see this guy come in. The one who's in your dream. So you just say the word to me, and pow! Out he goes before anything could happen.
It's not that easy.
Sure it is. I mean, Freddie and me'll have
Casey, I never see his face. I don't know what he looks like.
What?
I never really see his face. He turns toward me, and he whispers something. I can't make it out. Something like, die. And then he attacks. But I never see his face.
Well, how can someone strangle you and you not see their face?
Because it's a dream. Haven't you ever tried to run in a dream and you couldn't? Or not remember a face after you woke up?
Oh, the running, yeah. I guess everybody's had that dream sometime or other. Like your feet are made out of lead. Well, can you remember how he's dressed?
Oh, just plain clothes, jeans, and a shirt, I think. I only see him from the back. When he turns, I lose all memory of
him. Well, is he a big guy? Is he small? Has he got long hair, short hair?
From the back, long hair.
Oh. I still think that if he came in here in real life, I mean, if you think this might happen to you sometime, that you would know him the minute he walked in, even if you don't remember his face.
Who knows?
It's funny that I should just stand there laughing. In your dream, that is. I mean, anybody try to lay a hand on you in here and pow!
I know, Casey. I'm not expecting real trouble. The nightmare is just such a drain on the nervous system. Then I'm awake the rest of the night.
Have you seen a doctor?
You're the third person to tell me I should. Maybe I will.
Maybe he could explain it.
I guess I better make an appointment with my doctor tomorrow. It can't do any harm.
Why didn't you come to me sooner, Ed? I could have helped you.
I thought it was just a passing dream, Doctor.
Well, this prescription will give you a good night's sleep, but only 3 times a week at the most.
I wish it were possible to change a dream.
How?
Well, let's say I start this dream. I know it's a dream. If only I could run away from the bar, say. Get away from this fiend before he starts in on me.
Well, try it. If you know you're dreaming, make a conscious effort in your dream to get out of that bar.
It always starts the same, with with Casey asking me if I want another Manhattan.
That's the moment to change it. If you had this dream so often, I should think you would realize that it's not reality.
But it all happened so fast.
Well, I think you'd better make an appointment with Miss Collins for a checkup. You haven't had a complete physical for more than 2 years. Is there anything bothering you? Mentally, emotionally?
No, nothing special. Just the usual pressure of work.
Well, can you spare the time for a vacation? To get away for 2 weeks or so? Completely different surroundings? Bermuda, perhaps?
I could, after a child custody case I'm working on.
Then do it. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see this dream disappear. See Miss Collins for that appointment on your way out.
How much more legwork do you think you'll have on this Landon case, Craig?
Oh, another week at the most.
Good. I want to wrap that up and take a vacation.
Change of scene, change of dream, huh?
I'm hoping so.
Well, maybe I can finish up sooner than a week. Get you on your way.
I'd appreciate it. Well, here's my bus.
I'll call you tomorrow.
Let him off, please.
And take it easy, huh?
I'll try. Can I have a transfer, please?
Yes, sir. Step to the rear, please. Plenty of room in back.
Oh, Bermuda. Oh, Ed, what a lovely idea. And doctor's orders, no less.
We can go in about 2 weeks, Jenny. Craig's speeding up his investigation of the Landon case. I have to get that wrapped up first.
Look, I've been suggesting a vacation for months. I'm glad you're listening to Dr. Healy.
I'm paying him enough. I might as well take his advice.
And you've got the sedative. You'll have a decent night's sleep tonight for a change.
I hope so. I want to go out like a light and not lie awake wondering where I saw that bus driver before.
Oh? What bus driver?
On the 107. When Craig left me at the bus stop, I got on and for a fleeting moment, I thought I'd seen the bus driver somewhere before.
In a courtroom? A client?
No, not a client. Courtroom, maybe. But I'm not going to dwell on it. Just resembles someone I've once seen, I guess.
Look, why don't you take your medication and get to bed early?
It's a good idea. I'm bushed.
I've set the clock a half hour early. I've got a dental appointment at 8:30.
That's okay by me.
I'll get the light. We'll go to the cottage on Lake George. Trees, water, sun. Everything will be different. Ed, you asleep? You are. I'll fix pancakes in the morning. You haven't been eating enough breakfast lately.
Another Manhattan, Mr. Larson?
Yeah, please. One more, Casey. Then I gotta go. I got an important trial in the morning.
Boy, you sure are working late these days.
Yeah, more than I can handle.
You should have an assistant.
You ought to be dead.
What? What are you doing?
Stop it! Hey, no, please. Stop it. Stop him. He's killing him. You're choking me. You can't. Why, you're standing. Stop this. It's murder. It's murder. Stop it, for heaven's sakes. Make him stop. It's murder.
Mark, please wake up, Mark.
Huh? Ellen.
You're dreaming again.
Oh, what time is it?
2:30.
Oh, give me a cigarette, huh?
You want a glass of water or anything? Coffee, maybe?
No, nothing.
Here.
Oh. No more sleep for me tonight.
Same dream.
Yeah, the same. Every other night for the past 2 weeks.
Always the same bar? The same man?
Always. For no reason, this brute swings around and grabs this older guy by the throat. They fall to the floor and no one does a thing. The bartender even laughs. Nobody pays any attention.
Is this man anyone you've known or met? One of your passengers, maybe?
Ellen, I see 100 different faces driving the bus every day. Maybe I've seen him and maybe I haven't. I don't know. It's driving me bonkers.
Do you want to see a doctor?
A shrink? Or to tell me I hated my father and it's wishful thinking for me to see an older man killed?
Look, have you ever been in a bar that looks like the one in your dream?
Not that I remember. It's a completely strange place with little
chandeliers hanging over the bar and a big plate glass window in front. The bartender's kind of young with blonde hair and a mustache.
But you certainly have the details down.
Yeah, it's so real. Like it's really happening, you know? I mean, why would I dream about a place I've never seen before?
Or about a man you've never met.
I wonder if I could find that bar. I mean, if it really exists, you know? I remember the name. Galaxy. Yeah. Maybe there is a Galaxy bar. Well, I'm too wide awake to sleep. I'm going to look it up in the phone book right now. Here it is. Galaxy Bar and Grill, 40 West 3rd Street.
You're really going to go there?
Yeah, right after my shift tomorrow. It may not be the same place at all. I don't know. I do know I've got to go there and see for myself.
The old saying, it's a dream come true, isn't always welcome. Not when the dream is a nightmare. It's certainly a nightmare for Ed Larson as he's attacked in the Galaxy Bar, and for Mark Howgate, who witnesses the murder. If I were having those dreams, I'd sleep with a light on, I can tell you. We'll go along with Mark and visit this Galaxy Bar, wide awake, of course, when I return shortly with Act 2.
Hi, Pat Summerall to say watering your lawn should be a simple job unless you're trying to use a worn, leaky hose. So True Value hardware stores suggest you replace it with one of their dependable quality True Value hoses. If you want one that's lightweight and economical, get their 50-foot vinyl hose for only $288. Or to cover a large area, choose the nylon-reinforced 75-foot size. They're just two of the quality True Value garden hoses featured exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Try Metamucil powder or pre-measured packets of Metamucil Instant Mix, regular or orange flavor. Read label and follow directions.
I've had my share of winning teams over the years, but one of the best teams ever fielded, in my opinion, is not at the stadium, it's in the library. This is Ara Parsegian, and I'm here to urge you to check out the teamwork at your library. You'll discover a winner. If you're looking for the answer to a question, any question, just dial the library's telephone reference center. In most libraries, there are specifically trained teams who can find the information you need. Maybe your reading skills aren't up to par. Don't let that stop you from getting ahead. Start with the library. Many offer reading programs, and if yours doesn't, the team of librarians will know where to send you. And just in case you've forgotten, the library is one of the nation's great inflation fighters. Almost all services and programs are free. Whether you need to know how to play a better game, how to shop smart, or how to save energy at home, the library's team can help you score. Use your library and support its team.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station.
The songwriters of the world seem to have a fondness for dreams. Beautiful dreamer, drifting and dreaming. I dream of Jeannie, and you tell me your dreams, and I'll tell you mine. Curious that in today's story, the two dreams happen to be the same. We're about to enter the Galaxy Bar on West 3rd Street. The one Mark Howgate dreams about, although he's never been there. Let's see what Mark finds.
Hello? Ellen, I found it. I'm in the Galaxy.
Mark, what's it like?
It's identical. It is the exact same place I dream about. Lights over the bar, jukebox next to the coat room, and a picture of the nude behind the bottles. It's uncanny.
Mark, maybe you better come right home. Don't stay there.
I'll be okay, honey. I'm just gonna have a beer and look around a little more. Nothing's gonna happen. This is no dream. I'm really here.
Yeah, but suppose...
Don't worry. I won't stay long.
I'll worry.
I'll leave here in 10 minutes. I'll be home in an hour.
All right, dear. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yes, sir?
A draft beer, please.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's a nice place you got here.
Oh, thanks. My brother owns it. I help him out at nights.
You ever have any trouble?
Trouble? What kind of trouble?
Oh, fights, maybe?
Hey, look, if you're planning on starting something...
No, I'm not. I'm just curious. Look, for more nights than I want to remember, I've dreamed about this place. Every detail in here is exactly the way it is in my dream.
You serious?
Yeah, and I'm not a crackpot. Do I look familiar to you?
No, I can't say I've ever seen you in here. But this dream, what happens in this dream?
Well, for no reason at all. One of your customers starts choking another guy.
What?
Nobody tries to break it up or help.
Oh, you know, the back of my neck is beginning to crawl.
What?
That's the same dream one of my regular customers has. And he's the guy getting choked. In fact, he'll be in here in a little while. He comes in after work a lot. He's a lawyer. I tell you, this is weird.
I bet I can describe him. About 50, gray hair, sort of a flat nose.
That's Mr. Larson.
I wonder if he'd recognize me.
We'll know in a minute. I see he's coming in right now.
Hey, don't say anything to him, huh? Let's see what he does.
Hi, Casey. Hey, make it a beer tonight, huh?
Okay, Mr. Larson. He's still off to Manhattan, sir.
Yeah, I gotta get some sleep. Oh, boy, it's hot for September, isn't it?
Yeah, real hot.
I don't think I've seen you in here before. I'm Ed Larson.
Oh, hi. Mark.
Hot for September.
Yeah. You, come in here pretty often, huh?
Almost every afternoon. I got to unwind. Hey, you know, there is something familiar about your face. Have we met?
Yeah, in a way.
What do you mean by that?
You have a dream about this bar. Being strangled by some dude who turns around and...
You know my dream?
I'm in it. I'm standing in the crowd, and this guy swings around and starts choking.
You're the one in the crowd who tries to help. You shout something.
Yes.
And then I black out.
Yeah, Mr. Larson. You two been comparing dreams?
How do you know about this?
Well, this guy here was telling me he has the same dream as you do.
I came here because I had to see if there was such a place as the Galaxy Bar. I've been dreaming about you being strangled for 2 weeks.
This is incredible. You dream and I dream and we're together in here?
It's bugging me, I can tell you.
Let's move over to a table and talk.
Yeah, okay.
Casey, we're going to a table.
Okay, Mr. Larson. Hey, Marge, table for Mr. Larson.
We're two men who've never met. We know nothing about each other, and yet we have the same dream. At precisely the same time. What time do you go to bed?
11:30, right after the news.
So do I. How often do you have this dream?
About, almost every other night.
This is incredible.
Maybe now that we've met, we'll stop dreaming.
I wouldn't count on it. What made you come here tonight?
Curiosity. I wanted to see if the place I was dreaming about was real. Now, you come in here pretty regularly, I take it, huh?
As often as I can.
Have you ever seen the guy, the one who chokes you in the dreams? Has he ever been in here when you're not dreaming?
I don't know what he looks like. I never see his face.
You're a lawyer?
Yes.
I'm a bus driver.
Bus driver?
Yeah. The number 107 North on Delancey to Congress Avenue.
That's where I saw you. Yesterday afternoon, I took that bus for the first time. There was something vaguely familiar about your face, and I couldn't place it.
Now I remember you. I told my wife the guy in the dream looked like someone I'd seen somewhere.
Well, Why are our paths crossing like this?
You got me. You a lawyer, me a bus driver? Oh, we live in two different worlds.
But inhabit the same dream world, it appears.
Well, as long as it's a dream, what's the difference?
Well, it seems all too real while it's happening.
Any ideas on what we should do about it?
I don't think there's anything we can do. My doctor ordered a vacation, a complete rest. He thinks that'll clear it up.
I wonder, if you stop having that dream, will I stop too?
Look, let's keep in touch, huh? I'll give you my card. Here, you write your name and phone on the back of this napkin.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The dream is bad enough, but this coincidence with you is too much.
All right, look, here's my home phone. Look, I'm in a bus all day. You can call me nights.
And you can reach me at home or the office. I wonder what tonight will bring. For both of us.
Ed, this is the wildest thing I ever heard of.
I tell you, the man has the same dream down to the smallest detail. It must mean something.
We'd better get away on a vacation right away. You do need a change of scene.
I don't think that's going to help. Not now.
What do you mean, now?
Look, if my dreams were caused by overwork or whatever, maybe a vacation would help. But after meeting this Mark Howgate, I know it's something deeper. It has to be.
Why?
Well, it's one thing to dream about somebody else. We all do. But when that somebody has the same dream about you, it's uncanny.
Look, we're still going away, and that's final. Even if it's just to the cabin. You know how well you sleep in that mountain air.
Oh, we'll go. I'm just not sure it's going to change anything. Ed Larson.
It's Mark Howgate, Mr. Larson.
Oh, hello, Mark.
Have you had that dream again?
No, not for 3 nights.
Hey, me neither.
Well, maybe it is over with. Maybe meeting, as you said, broke the dream for both of us.
Yeah, looks like it.
Look, my wife and I are going to Lake George for a week. When I get back, I'll call you. We'll have a drink together.
Hey, fine by me. Unless first I'll see you in my dreams.
Don't joke about it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll call you when we get back.
Want to go down for a swim?
Not right now. I just want to sit here and soak up the sun. Craig's coming up from the city with some papers I need.
Now, I thought you were going to take it easy.
This is a small matter, but I'll feel better getting it over with.
You've got to admit it. This is the best medicine. But I haven't seen you this relaxed in months.
Oh, I admit it now. I've been sleeping like a top for the past 3 nights. No dreams.
I'm going to make a cup of coffee. You want one?
Okay.
Have it in a jiffy. Then I'm going down to the deck and get my feet wet.
That sun is so great. I should have done this long ago. Shots! Hey, what?
What's with that shot?
There's a bullet in the side of the house. Hey, you stay back there, Ginny. Somebody's shooting at us.
Shooting at us?
Now, wait. Wait, there's something moving in the trees by the lake. I'm going after him.
Don't! He's shooting at us. Don't be a fool.
You stay in the house. Who's out here? What's going on? Why are you shooting? Hey, you there, stop! He's gone.
Did you see him?
Only his back.
You took an awful chance going after him.
Who the devil could it have been? I don't know anyone who'd take a shot at me.
I think we should call the police.
I'm shaking all of a sudden. I gotta sit down.
I'll get you a beer.
Oh.
Here's your coffee, love. Changed my mind about the dip.
I guess I'd better report it.
Report what?
The shooting.
What shooting?
Ginny, is something the matter with you now? Not a minute ago, somebody shot at us.
Ed.
You heard it, you saw it. I chased him to the lake.
Ed, you were dreaming.
The bullet, then. It's right here and... There's no bullet.
No bullet. You dozed off. You never left the porch.
But it was as real as... I mean, it happened.
No, Ed. Another bad dream. Was he in it?
Mark Howgate? No, I didn't see anyone except the guy taking off in the boat and only from the back.
Have your coffee.
Yeah. I tell you, Ginny, it was so real.
I know. I've had dreams like that, Ed. When I take an afternoon nap and sort of half asleep.
Well, it had nothing to do with Mark Howgate. That's a relief.
It wasn't the same, Mark. No, Ellen, completely different. I was on a lake, a big lake, and I was on, like, an excursion boat, and we passed this house. Full of shots at the house. And then I see Mr. Larson run down to the lakefront just as the guy hops in a boat and takes off. I shout and wave, but he doesn't hear me.
Then he wasn't killed like he was in the bar.
No. He went back up to the house.
Do you think he had the same dream?
I'll only know if I hear from him. I can't call him.
I appreciate you bringing the Martin papers, Craig.
More chicken salad?
Oh, no, thanks, Ginny. I'm stuffed.
Look, what do you say we take the boat out, huh? We'll show you the shoreline. There's some beautiful places up here.
Oh, it's great by me.
I'll leave the dishes. Let's go.
We'll cruise down to the village and back. Takes about an hour and a half.
And we'll show you the town. I want to get a souvenir for Helen before we go back anyway.
Your sister has more ashtrays and salt shakers with resort pictures on them than anyone else in the world.
She's a souvenir nut.
Sounds like my mother. Hey, nice boat.
Well, it's only a 15-footer, but we love it. Come on, hop in. I'll give you the wheel when we get out into the lake.
No, thank you. I've never steered a boat before.
Nothing to it. If Ginny can do it, so can you. Magnificent lake, isn't it?
It's breathtaking.
Here, take the wheel. Now, come on, just keep her steady. Keep to the right of oncoming boats and give sailboats the right of way.
Okay. Hey, this is fun.
Swing more to the right, Craig. That black boat's heading right for us.
What's the matter with them?
You better take the wheel, Ed.
They're coming at us head on.
They almost sideswiped us.
2 men, and it looked deliberate.
They're turning around. I think they're going to follow us.
He's got more power than I have.
They're gaining on us.
I'm open full throttle now.
Well, they're trying to ram us. Why?
Here, take the wheel. Hey, get away! What the devil are you doing? Oh, no. No, it can't be.
Ed, what's the matter?
I'm dreaming. This is all a dream.
They're cutting across. Hold on, I've got to swerve.
Jenny, that's him. That's Mark Howgate in that boat.
And poor Ed Larson thought his nightmares were at an end. Why, I wonder? Does he always dream someone's trying to kill him? I assume this is a dream, out in the lake, because he saw his dream mate, Mark Howgate. Oh, how fine the line between dreams and reality. Will Mark wake up from this nightmare too? We'll return to the lake when I return with Act 3.
When you get it,
Itchy red skin.
get corny, when you get it.
Darn bug.
Get corny, when you get it.
Oh, touch of poison ivy.
Get corny.
Cordaid gently works with your body's natural defenses. It's all you need for the relief of dermatitis and other minor itches and rashes.
When you get it,
Itchy eczema.
get corny.
Read and follow label directions.
Hotel coupon and discount offers are confusing and limited. That's why the world's largest lodging chain invites you to call Best Western before you call anyone else. Chances are you'll find the Best Western just where you need it most at a price you'll want to pay. No strings attached.
Call 1-800-528-1234. Best Western. 1-800-528-1234. Best Western.
It's athletes versus MS, multiple sclerosis. This is Frank Gifford spreading the word about a dynamic new team which is banding together to help stop MS, the terrible crippler of young adults. Multiple sclerosis is a crippling disease of the central nervous system, which generally strikes in the prime of one's life, from 20 to 40. But the sports world is fighting back against MS. People like Hank Aaron, Tom Seaver, John Havlicek,
and Joe DiMaggio, Frank. That's me. Baseball has always been a big part of my life. It's a game where you learn quickly about the value of your teamwork. And that's why I believe in athletes versus MS. We're putting a team together that can beat MS, multiple sclerosis. Athletes like Billie Jean King, Hank Aaron, Muhammad Ali, Lee Trevino, and so many others all are spreading the word that MS is their cause and asking everyone to join the fight against MS. There's no cure yet, but there's hope through research. Join us. Support your local chapter of the National Multiple Sclerosis Society.
Our daily experiences often enter our dreams. Forgotten acquaintances show up. And frequently our dreams seem to have no relation to things familiar to us. Haven't you dreamed of being on a strange street, meeting someone you've never seen before? Where do they come from? How do they slip into our minds? Ed Larson dreams someone is trying to kill him, and a certain Mark Howgate is always there.
What? Mark Howgate? Am I dreaming this?
I'm not dreaming, and I can't keep away from him much longer.
He's making another pass. It's not happening. Nothing's going to happen. I'll wake up. He's headed straight for us. I'll wake up, don't you understand? Mark and I are dreaming this. It isn't real. It's all a dream. Here they come!
They're going to swamp us!
Everybody over the side. Cut the motor, Jenny. Okay. Hold on to the sides. I'm okay. Jenny, you all right?
Yes. They're taking off. I thought sure they were going to plow right into us.
All right, here. I'll boost you back into the boat. There. Who the devil were they? I don't know the guy at the wheel, but the one in the back was Mark Howgate.
Ed, there is no way he could be here in person, and you're not dreaming.
I don't know anymore. Let's get back to the house. I'm being as calm and as rational as I can. But I tell you, the man in the back was Howgate. You convinced me it wasn't a dream. We actually went out in the boat. We were almost torpedoed by a lunatic. But how could Howgate get up here?
Ed, can I say something?
Sure.
You've been pretty wrought up over this guy and his dreams, and I think maybe he looked like Howgate.
It was him. He's always there on the scene when my life is threatened.
Is it logical that he'd come all this way? That he'd know you were going out on a boat? I don't have an explanation, and I don't know why that guy tried to ram us.
I'm going to report it to Lake Patrol. I wish I had a license number from that boat.
It all happened so fast.
I'm going to Barden's store and phone Howgate in New York.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mrs. Howgate?
Yes, it is.
Mrs. Howgate, this is Ed Larson. I don't know if Mark's told you about me.
Oh, Mr. Larson, yes.
Look, I know it's the middle of the day and he's at work, but...
No, he's here. He's homesick today. Summer flu bug.
Oh. May I speak to him?
Oh, I'll see if he's awake. He's been sleeping most of the day.
Sleeping?
Oh, he's coming out of the bedroom now. Hold on. It's Mr. Larson. Hello?
Mark, I'm calling from Lake George. Your wife told me you were sleeping.
Yeah, that's right. You want to hear it?
Yes.
Well, somehow I was in a power boat. Terrific speed, you know. Someone else was driving. I was behind him. I couldn't see his face. He starts swerving and trying to ram a boat you were in. I saw you fall into the water. I was covered with spray. I woke up in a cold sweat.
Mark, I was wide awake. My wife and my assistant were with me. For me, it wasn't a dream.
Well, What's it mean?
Your dream is becoming my reality. Earlier today, I dreamed someone fired shots at me. My wife insists it didn't happen.
I know. I saw that, too. I was on an excursion boat and saw the dude take off in a little outboard.
Look, we're coming back to the city tomorrow. Would you be willing to meet with me and my doctor? We've got to work out something before...
Before what?
I don't know.
Well, from what you've told me on the phone, Ed, I think there is cause for concern. The dreams are getting more violent.
But I didn't dream the boat thing, Doctor.
Only I did.
Can Mark dream and turn up in my reality?
It's very possible. It's teleportation. People asleep or often in comas will actually be seen hundreds of miles away. Or people will claim they saw them. There's a lot of controversy over it. I don't think that's the case here.
What do you suggest to stop it? If it can be stopped.
Well, there has to be some psychological basis for this phenomenon. The Sleep Research Center would be very interested. Now, would you be willing to make one test?
I would.
What kind of a test?
I'd like to measure your brain waves during a controlled sleep.
What would that prove?
Well, if the brain waves show marked similarities, it may lead us to some explanation of why you appear in each other's dreams.
Well, if I don't have to take off time from work...
We could do it over a weekend.
I'll try anything.
Okay.
Good. I'll make the arrangements. Now, the important thing is just to relax. I know it's difficult under these circumstances.
Oh, you said it, Doc.
We'll be particularly interested in what you each dream.
So will we.
Very well, I'll leave you now. Now just lie back and try not to think of anything in particular. We'll be back when we know you're asleep.
Step to the rear, please. Exact fare only.
Hello, Mark.
Hello, Mr. Larson.
How come you haven't answered my calls lately?
I can't talk now. I'm driving.
I'll stay on till the end of the line. I've got to talk to you.
Keep out of my hair, Mr. Larson.
You got to agree to a test my doctor wants to do.
I told you, no tests. And I don't want to talk to you. I'm back in the bus, please.
Why are you so hostile all of a sudden?
Get lost or I'll stop this bus and throw you off.
Mark, I don't understand this. We're trying to work out something together. Why are you acting like this?
I warned you.
Hey, what are you doing? Take your hands off me.
Stop. You're choking me. You're choking. You're choking me.
Wake up.
Ed?
Ed.
Oh, Mark, wake up now. Wake up.
Dr. Healy. Mark.
What? Oh, I remember. The lab.
You two were dreaming, all right. You nearly broke the needle on the scanner.
It was worse than ever. Mark was choking me.
I was. It was awful. I felt myself committing murder.
I'll give you both a sedative now. We'll analyze the scan, and tomorrow we'll have an in-depth interview and go over every detail of that dream.
I couldn't describe the feeling, Ellen. I was choking him and meaning it. I was full of hate. And I have nothing against the guy.
Mark, I'm getting frightened. And the dreams are getting worse. Can't that doctor do something?
I objected to a shrink. But if that's the only way out, I'll go along with it.
Well, maybe you two should stop seeing each other. In person, I mean.
It's getting so I don't know when it is in person or a dream.
I'm losing my grip on reality, Ginny. I don't know when I'm in person or in a dream.
Dr. Healy's got to be able to do something, Ed.
He's trying. The sleep analysis might help, but we're getting the results tomorrow. I should be starting the Benson tax fund case, but I can't concentrate. Maybe there is no Benson case. Maybe it's all a big dream.
Ed, calm down.
What's happening to me, Ginny? What is happening?
Oh, dear Lord. I wish I knew.
I'm trying to look realistically at a very unreal situation.
Psychotherapy is the only answer.
I'm willing, Doctor.
So am I.
Now, I have talked with the Dr. Eric Carlton. He's particularly interested in the dream phenomenon.
Oh, how do you think he can help us?
By getting at the roots of these dreams. Ed seems to have some persecution complex.
A subconscious one, I assure you.
Exactly. Your feelings that bring on these dreams are subconscious. That's why you cannot deal with them directly.
I guess you're right. All I keep saying to my wife is, I don't know.
Well, when we do know, we can deal with these dreams and get them out of your minds.
Perhaps we're dreaming right now. None of this is really happening.
Ed?
I mean it. This could be our dream world, and what we think are dreams is what's really happening to us. I mean, you might not really be here sitting with us in this office. Mark and I might be dreaming it. You may really be in surgery somewhere.
No, I'm here in reality.
Oh, I hear you say that. But maybe you're a figure of my dream.
I've been your doctor for 20 years. I'm hardly a figment of your imagination.
I know that. You don't get what I'm saying. For me, at this moment, you're here. But what's to say that in reality, you're somewhere else?
You lost me a long time ago.
Well, Dr. Carlton will be able to deal with your thoughts.
Maybe and maybe not. He first has to convince me which side of the line is reality and which is dream.
I think I'm beginning to see. I told Ellen I was getting to a point of not knowing when I was in person or in a dream. When this all started, I woke up and I knew I was dreaming. Now, I'm not so sure.
The sooner you two get started with Dr. Carlton, the better. Work out your appointments with him. He's expecting your call.
All right. Come on, Mark. I'll buy you a drink. Hello, Casey.
Oh, hi, Mr. Larson.
You remember Mark Howgate?
Sure. The dreams and all.
Yeah.
Hey, tell me, you still having them?
Yes, but let's not talk about it.
Okay. What'll it be?
Manhattan.
A beer.
Coming right up.
Where's it going to end for us, Mark, huh? Will we be friends when this is all over?
I don't think so.
What's the matter?
You know, you're always sitting on that same stool. And he's sitting on this one. Right next to you.
Who?
He turns towards you.
Here you are. It's one Manhattan and a beer.
Mark, what's the matter? You got the strangest look on your face. What is it?
Something wrong? He's always sitting right here. Just like I am now.
Who, Mark? Who?
The murderer. He turns around, sudden-like this.
Mark, what are you doing?
He's joking, Mr. Larson. He's just kidding.
And he says, you ought to be dead.
Mark, this is our dream.
You ought to be dead.
Take your hands off me. It's not happening. It's got to be the dream.
Not a dream, Mr. Larson. We're wide awake. He's just pulling your leg. That's all.
You're choking me.
Come on, take it easy, will you? This is going far enough.
Dream. It's the dream. It's all a dream, isn't it?
Or was it? Two men whose lives intermingled so strongly in so short a time. Two men who lost the barrier between reality and dreams. The canyons of the mind are deep and often dark. In them lurk thoughts we barely dream of, if you'll pardon the slight, irresistible pun. But when we dream, who's to say it's not reality for us? Another thought on dreams when I return shortly.
If you've been reading about wise money management in your favorite publications, you've undoubtedly heard about Dreyfus Liquid Assets, one of the world's largest money market funds, and about the big yields you can get on your money right now. Start with as little as $2,500. Make added investments as low as $100. With Dreyfus Liquid Assets, your money is yours whenever you need it. Phone for it, have it sent to your bank, or write a redemption check for cash or to pay your larger bills. You keep right on earning that high yield, compounded daily until your check clears. No penalties on interest, no sales charge, no charge for the checks. It's so simple, sensible, convenient. But find out for yourself. Call toll-free 800-228-5000 for free information and a prospectus, including management fee, charges, and expenses. Read the prospectus carefully before investing or sending money. Discover how Dreyfus Liquid Assets can help you get the lion's share of today's high money market rates. 800-228-5000. Toll-free 800-228-5000.
Is one of those experiences that approximates a dream. You know, when you have the strange sensation of having been in a certain place before, or a fragment of conversation is remarkably familiar, did you dream it once, or did you experience it once in a long-forgotten reality? When you think about it, the mind is a fabulous place to live. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Bob Caliban, Cynthia Adler, and Mandel Kramer. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
Suddenly, your husband recovered. My brother and Teploff didn't know what to do.
That was Friday, so Peter recovered.
He got out of bed, put on some clothes, and at 2 o'clock sat down to dinner. And then he complained of pains in the stomach.
What did the murderers use? Rat poison? It's very easy to buy.
The poison did not kill him, so we had to take matters into our own hands.
Hands?
But now he is quite dead.
You swear, Gregory?
How he died is between my brother and me. We both know. We shall never say. May I be the first then to say to you, long live Catherine II, Empress of all the Russias.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is Nat Wright. Stay tuned for the Dawn Patrol flight. We'll be playing his songs all night long after the news. It's midnight. This is WIP, Metro Media Radio in Philadelphia.
It's just past 11 o'clock, and it's time for the WIP Mystery Theater. Why don't you join us? Just sit back and relax, if you can.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. For most people, memories are precious. And for some older people, memories are almost all they have left. But what about those whose memories are too painful to bear? Can such thoughts be suppressed, locked away in some hidden corner, never to resurface? Or do they lurk in the shadows, eager to burst forth, simply waiting for some detail to bring them back in full color? Usually it's the latter, and often, as in the case of poor Alicia Winslow, the sudden reappearance of a long-suppressed memory is a terrible shock.
These photographs, where did they come from?
From a roll of film that I found in an old camera at the same auction where my wife bought the old box of letters.
Oh, dear Lord. Miss Winslow, are you all right? These photographs, get them out of here. Get them out of my sight.
But I don't
You get out, both of you, please leave. Or I'll call the police.
Our mystery drama, The Riddle, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Karen Thorson and stars Patricia Elliott and Lloyd Battista. It is sponsored in part by Cat's Paw, Heels and Souls. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
Weekdays on CBS television. Watch your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing story of people locked in a struggle of passion, right and wrong, coming face to face with themselves and their desires on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's drama you'll never forget as intrigue, triumph, and tragedy take center stage on As the World Turns. Don't miss The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns, weekdays on CBS television. Check your local listings for the time.
Pause for a moment and listen to your shoes. They may need to be cat's pawed.
Hey, stop! What do you think you're doing? We just need heels and soles.
How could you throw us out in the street when we've been so good to you and your feet?
New shoe prices out of sight? Look for the sign of the cat and make your tried and true shoes as good as new shoes with Cat's Paw heels and soles.
Take us to the shop, come on and get us Cat's Paw.
Mommy, I cut my hair.
Oh, no.
Oh,
what should I do?
Oh, Mommy, I'm bleeding.
Can you stop the bleeding? Can you clean a wound properly? What if he stops breathing? What if his heart stops too? How do you handle an emergency at home? Many of us panic when prompt action may be needed to save a life. If you'd like to learn what to do and how to do it before you're faced with an emergency, contact Red Cross. We'll help you learn how to prevent accidents. We'll teach you first aid, Red Cross CPR, family health and home care. Countless lives have been saved through safety and health care skills learned through Red Cross courses. And because of these skills, millions of Americans live safer, happier, healthier lives. Learn how to take better care of yourself and your family. Call Red Cross. We'll help. Will you?
Many things can trigger a memory. The sight of an old hat, the sound of a car horn, even the smell of some forgotten fragrance. But recall varies, of course, from person to person. A particular object may remind you of one thing and me of another. Take the characters in our story today. For young Barton Baxter, the old camera he bought at an estate sale brings back memories of his grandfather's attic. But for old Alicia Winslow, the same camera revives an old childhood nightmare. At first, no one knew why. But if you listen, it all begins at an auction.
$6.50 from back in the corner. I have $6.50 for old Do I Hear 7. Who'll give me 7 for this old folding camera? A real antique, folks. $7 from the man in front here. I have $7. Do I hear $7.50? Who'll give me $7.50 for this genuine working camera, Kodak Autographic? It says right here on the nameplate. I have $7. Do I hear $7.50? Do I hear $7.50? $7 once, $7 twice. Sold to the man in the red plaid, $7.
Hi, Bart. How's it going?
Oh, Penny, I just bought an old camera.
That was you? Oh, Bart, honestly, I should have known.
Known what? It was only $7, and besides, it's a beaut. Pre-World War I, red bellows and all. Just wait till you see.
I already saw it at the start of the auction, and I've seen plenty more like it, all down in our basement.
Not like this one. It's an autographic. Come on, walk me to the cashier.
What's an autographic?
Well, it comes with a little pen and an opening in the back so you can actually write on the film after each picture is taken.
You mean, so you can write captions?
Exactly. Here, just let me pay my $7 to the lady here, and I will show you. Now, here you go, ma'am. $7. That's for number 173.
173. Very good, sir. Let's see now, 173.
It's a camera.
Ah, there it is. Kind of like the one I had when I was a kid. Sign here. Enjoy your purchase, sir.
Ooh, that I will. Thank you. Now, here, Penny, look. See that little pen setting next to the lens? You just slide it out of its holder, flip open this little window in the back of the camera, and then... Penny, look, there's a roll of film in here.
Exposed film?
Well, it'd have to be. The number in the little red window is already on 9.
But if that film is as old as the camera...
Well, all that matters is whether or not it's been exposed to any light. Well, I won't open it up until I'm inside my darkroom, and who knows, maybe I'll come up with some valuable photos.
Well, can I take one right now?
What, with this camera? Well, you can try. Here, just let me roll ahead so we get to an unexposed part. Here. There, now try it.
Now turn your face so it catches the light. That's it. Now, for the caption, I just write what I want in this little opening?
You got it. Just press down good and hard.
Barton, Baxter, camera, freak.
Uh-huh. That's your caption? Okay, Penny, you asked for it. I'm going to do one of you. Just stay like that. And now for my caption. Wife of freak.
Oh, come on, you old spendthrift. Let me show you what I bought. Look, here.
A box? Why that?
Well, just look at the carving. It's beautifully done. And it's perfect for storing your collection of stereographs. And guess what?
What?
My purchase came with a surprise bonus, too. Inside the box, a whole stack of letters all dated back in the 20s. Just like your film.
Oh, you're too much. I can see you already poring over those letters, piecing together some love story or something. Come on, honey, let's get home. Your box is just right for our stereographs. And I want to get back to my darkroom. Penny, come here. Come and see.
See what?
These old pictures.
Bart? But they're all streaky.
Hey, come on. This is pretty darn good for a 60-year-old film. Look here. Even those snapshots of us work. And look down here at the bottom. See the captions?
I can actually read them. But look there. In the photo, standing behind me.
What?
That old man in the background. He followed me around the whole auction trying to buy my old box. I kept telling him no, but he wouldn't quit. Oh, he really gave me the creeps.
Well, maybe you better get that box appraised. Maybe it's valuable.
I'll do it tomorrow. But how about these old photos? Anything valuable here?
Well, not really. Except maybe this one. You know, because of the clothing.
Oh, my gosh. Will you look at those outfits? Oh, and what a cute little girl. What's the caption for this one?
Well, it's hard to read, but I think it says, remember me this way.
Oh, how romantic. Let's see the others. Oh, but aren't there any more pictures of people? Well, these other shots don't tell me a thing.
Well, not unless you count the one of the statue, the Cupid.
What kind of captions are these? L-P-...
Some kind of puzzle? Well, probably for the little girl in the photograph.
Well, let me see that one again. Do you know what, Bart? I think these captions are in the same handwriting as those old letters I bought. Look here, see the T's? They all look like the same squiggly L, and none of the O's are closed off at the top.
Well, Madam Sherlock. So whoever wrote these must have owned my autographic. Oh, have you read them?
Every one. They're all addressed to a Miss Alicia Winslow and all signed Auntie M. I bet that's who's in this old photo. Some devoted old aunt and her young niece Alicia.
Alicia Winslow. Doesn't that sound familiar?
Of course it does. Winslow was my grandmother's maiden name.
No. Something else. Someone I've dealt with... Oh, I've got it. The old woman who lives down by the river. The one who sold me that old stereopticon. Her name was Alicia Winslow.
The one with all the antiques. The one you kept saying you'd take me to see. Bart, take me now.
Take you where?
To see Alicia Winslow. If these letters were really hers once, maybe she wants them. And the photographs, too. You could make up a second set, couldn't you?
Well, it wouldn't be too hard. I could give her a call.
Bart, do. Maybe she's not the same Alicia Winslow, but at least I'll finally get to see her antiques.
Here goes. You remember your promise.
Of course I do. I'm here just to admire, not to buy.
And you won't buy any more antiques until you sell some of the things we already have.
Not unless I open an antique shop.
Well, hello, partner. Do come in. Mrs. Baxter, I'm Alicia Winslow.
I'm delighted to meet you, but please, call me Penny.
If you'll call me Alicia. Here. Why don't you two sit over there and I'll bring in the tea.
Oh, Barton, just look. She has those old leaded glass bookcases. And I bet that's a Victrola. Oh, this place is a gold mine.
Well, my dears, I hope you like lemon cake. I just happened to make some this morning. Help yourselves to cream and sugar.
Oh, really? You're too kind. My wife is already ecstatic at the sight of all your antiques.
Well, I'm the antique in this house. Compared to me, all these things are modern. Your husband said something about some old letters addressed to Alicia Winslow?
I have them right here. I found them in an old box that I bought in an estate sale.
What estate?
The old Farnsworth place. You know, the big stone house on the hill over in Southington.
That's how it's known now. The Farnsworth estate.
Did that place used to have some other name?
Well, its real name was Pond Hill, but most people called it the Winslow estate.
Winslow? But then, well, did you used to live there?
Well, my aunt did. And after my parents died, I did too for a while.
Well, then these must be your letters.
Penny, tell her about your grandmother.
Oh, well, I don't know if there's really any connection, but my grandmother's name was Emily Winslow. Her family came from Rhode Island, I think.
But so did mine. My Aunt Maud's parents moved here from Newport.
Aunt Maud? Did you ever call her Auntie M?
Now, how did you know that? Are those letters from...
They're all signed Auntie M. Here, take them. You probably read them all long ago, but they might make nice keepsakes.
I never received them.
But weren't they all already opened?
Every one.
Well, then, why didn't you ever receive them, if you don't mind my asking?
Because when my Aunt Maud finally married Oliver Farnsworth, he could not stand me. He made her send me off to boarding school when I was only 11 and made me stay there, even on vacations. It was only at her deathbed that I learned she'd been begging him to let me come home and that he'd kept all the letters she wrote me for his own information.
Oh, what a horrible story. Why would anyone be so cruel?
He was after her money. He'd been recently widowed and had a young son. And when he met my poor aunt, she was the solution. Oh, at first she was thrilled. He was handsome and charming. He promised her everything.
But her letters to you sounded so unhappy. I hope you don't mind. I did read them.
They sounded unhappy because she was unhappy. And not long after that, she began to fade.
You mean that's why she died?
Well, the doctors couldn't explain it, but I knew. Her poor heart was broken. And Farnsworth and his son inherited her money, her jewelry, even Pond Hill.
Well, but why would they get it all? Unless, of course, your aunt wrote you out of her will.
There was no will. Or if there was, Farnsworth destroyed it. Oh, the whole thing was awful. I vowed never to marry, and I didn't. But enough of all this. At least now I've finally received my poor dear aunt's letters.
Well, let me give you these photos. It's our guess that this picture here might be you and your... Did I say something wrong?
These photographs. Where did they come from?
From a roll of film that I found in an old camera at the same auction where my wife bought the old box of letters.
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh, Miss Winslow, are you all right?
These photographs. Take them out of my sight. Take them out of here. And go. And don't bring them back, ever.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Don't get out, both of you, please. You must leave or I'll call the police.
strange ending to an innocent visit. Penny and Bart were convinced that their old letters and photos would give Alicia Winslow a pleasant surprise. But instead, their appearance inspired an outburst of anger and fear. Is old Alicia senile, or is her fear justified? We shall expand on all this in Act 2.
Cool, crisp fall weather is the perfect time to paint your house, and True Value Hardware Store's National True Test Fall Paint Week is the perfect time to save on painting accessories. Hi, Pat Summerall to suggest the Red Devil 3-inch wall scraper with precision ground blade, now just $1.99. And for sanding woodwork and other surfaces, use the Red Devil flexible sanding block in medium coarse or medium fine grades, just 99 cents each through September 12th, exclusively at participating True Value Hardware Stores and home centers.
Taking a laxative?
Yeah, traveling throws my system off.
But so can a laxative.
Not Metamucil.
That's Metamucil?
Metamucil Instant Mix in little packets.
Oh.
Easy to take along.
And easy on your system. Because Metamucil is made from natural fiber with no chemical stimulants. More doctors recommend Metamucil for really gentle relief.
I like that orange flavor.
Me too.
Easy to take.
If not nature, Metamucil. Read label and follow directions.
The following is presented by the National Urban League.
You know, Alan, when you walked in here and said, I want to be a salesman, I wouldn't have bet a plug nickel you could make it. Sales takes hard work and tenacity and guts. Well, I just didn't think a black man could measure up.
Too often in today's society, people are judged solely by the color of their skin rather than by what they can do. But when people are given a chance to make something of themselves, there's no limit to what they can do.
And now here you are, our newest district manager. What do you say to that?
All I ever needed was a chance. Everybody deserves a chance to make it on their own, regardless of race, creed, color, or sex. The Urban League is dedicated to achieving that, and you can help by opening your heart and your mind and giving someone that chance. To find out exactly what you can do, write National Urban League, 500 East 62nd Street, New York, New York, 10021. A public service message of this station, the Urban League, and the Advertising Council.
Some people love antiques for the quality of their craftsmanship. Others love them because they have history. For Penny Baxter, it was both. And those antiques whose history could be traced through some clue in their crafting were always her favorites. The old box full of Alicia's letters. Now there was traceable history. Penny was thrilled at the chance to hear old Alicia's story. Little did she realize that what seemed like a strange family history would turn into an ominous modern-day mystery and would threaten not just Alicia, but herself and her husband.
Well, now, don't forget the photographs, Bart.
Oh, right.
I still can't figure out why they threw such a scare into Alicia Winslow. That was some send-off she gave us.
Well, it's my guess that whatever she's scared of, it's probably all in her mind. She's become senile. Hey, Penny, I thought you locked up.
I did. You saw me.
Well, then why isn't this door locked now? I tried using my key and it just opened. Oh, no.
What? Bart, what is it?
Take a look. Oh, we've been burgled. Oh, they got my cameras. I'm going downstairs.
Bart, be careful. What if someone's still down there?
Don't worry. Don't worry, nobody's down here. All my equipment's still here.
Oh, Bart, I'm so relieved. Maybe they never even went down there.
They sure went through things up here. Oh, what a mess. Can you tell if anything's missing?
Well, not yet. The TV, the stereo, they're all in their places. Let's go check the bedroom. Oh, what kind of burglars were they? My jewelry's still here.
I don't know. Well, none of our clothes have been touched.
Look here. They did go through my desk. All the papers are disturbed.
And the books in the living room bookcase were all on the floor. And that's the first thing I noticed when we came in.
Bart, you don't suppose they were after those letters?
What letters?
Alicia's letters, the ones that came in my old wooden box.
Well, why would anyone want...
Don't know why, but I think I know who.
Who?
That old man who kept trying to buy back the box, remember? I told you. He followed me all around the auction, and he was still right behind me when you took that snapshot.
Oh, Penny, come on. I admit he was weird. But I can't imagine an old geezer like that breaking into our house.
Well, then who else?
I don't know yet. But I'm sure going to find out. Oh. Hello.
Is this, Barton Baxter?
Who's calling?
This is Alicia Winslow. I just called to apologize for my abrupt behavior. I don't blame you for being upset.
No, we're not upset. I sound angry because we've just been burgled.
Oh, no. You mean while you were here having tea?
Yes, that's right.
Did you lose any valuables?
Well, so far nothing's missing. But everything's so topsy-turvy, it's hard to tell. They went through all our papers.
Your papers?
Oh, that's right. As if they were looking for something specific. Penny even wondered if they mightn't have been after all those old letters of yours. But listen, I better hang up and call the police.
Oh, Barton, please, just one moment. Penny may be right. That's what I called up to tell you. Those letters and photographs may be worth a lot more than you realize. Don't you see? That's why I was so abrupt with you. I was scared.
No, I'm afraid I don't see. Scared of what?
Oh, it's too involved to explain over the telephone. You see, if you've already been burgled, I may be next.
This is all very strange. But you just keep calm, Alicia. We're leaving right away. Come on, Penny. We're going back to Alicia's.
So I gathered, but what was that all about?
Well, I'm not sure. Until now, I was convinced she was senile. This phone call was real. She's freaked out about something. As if she knows she's in danger. And there's no time to lose.
Thank goodness it's you. Did you bring the photographs?
Yes, I've got them right here.
Oh, good. Now I know all this seems most mysterious, but I can't explain. First, let me apologize. I knew the moment you left that I'd behaved badly. It was the shock of those photographs. They were so unexpected. I started thinking that maybe you two weren't as innocent as you said. Oh, but I'm getting ahead of myself, and I'm terribly rude. Please do sit down.
No, just tell us your story, and we'll help all we can. And in the meantime, I'll just have a little piece of this cake here.
Oh, good. Yes, please do. You too, Barton. Just let me put some water on to boil, and then I'll tell you everything.
You were right, Bart. She really is freaked out about something, but I still don't understand why.
There. That's done. Now, let's see. I told you about Oliver Farnsworth and how he married my aunt for her money. And I told you how I was brought home from school to her deathbed. The first time I'd been allowed to see her in 2 years. It was a terrible shock. From the healthy, handsome woman you saw in that photo, I came home to find my aunt shrunken and faded.
How old were you at that time?
I had just turned 13. She knew Farnsworth would wind up with everything, but she told me not to fight him. He's too evil, she said. He won't let anything stand in the path of his greed. And besides, she said, money doesn't bring happiness. You'll be much better off if you work for a living, be self-sufficient. Well, it was good advice, and I took it. And added one little twist of my own. I never married.
Did you ever wish that you had?
Well, perhaps I could have found happiness. Oh dear, there's the kettle. Here, read this while I go get our fresh tea.
Oh, what's that? One of her aunt's letters? Oh, I thought you read them all already.
I did. But I didn't read this one. It wasn't in the box I bought. This isn't a letter. It's some kind of riddle.
Well, let me see it. 3 times round the L blank, P blank, due north from B blank, B blank. All right, it's just another word game. Alicia, look. This riddle is just like the captions under those old photos.
Exactly. Here, give me your teacups and I'll finish my story.
This riddle letter wasn't among the letters I gave you from the box.
No, it wasn't. It was never mailed. My poor aunt pressed it into my hand just before she died. And at the same time, she whispered, "The camera. Make sure you take the camera." Those were her last words.
But then, well, that means the captions must have something to do with this riddle. If you solve one, maybe you'll solve the other.
Oh, I was sure of it as soon as you showed me the photos. Of course, back when my aunt died, I couldn't figure out what a camera could have to do with my unsolvable riddle. I knew which one she meant, the old Kodak we'd had so much fun with before I was sent off to school. But try as I might, I couldn't find that old camera anywhere. It wasn't till you came here today that I realized you'd found it, and the key to my riddle.
But why did you get so frightened? I would think you'd be happy.
I would be, if I didn't know that Farnsworth is ready to pounce.
Alicia, old man Farnsworth died years ago.
I mean Farnsworth Jr. Remember I told you? Oliver had a boy my age from a previous marriage. Michael Farnsworth, his name was. And he hated me from the moment we met.
But why should this Michael Farnsworth worry you now? All those days are over and done with.
So I thought. Till just a few weeks ago, the last I'd heard, he'd gone off to Europe or somewhere, probably Monte Carlo. All my aunt's money thrown away in gambling casinos. And then suddenly he was back here, in this house, demanding that I turn over my aunt's amethyst brooch.
What brooch? I thought you said that the Farnsworths inherited all her valuables when she died.
They did, all except for that brooch. It was her most treasured possession. A big stone of rare color, set in the finest gold. It had been in her family for years. She'd always said I would inherit it. And the Farnsworths knew that. But then somehow the brooch disappeared. The Farnsworths searched me, they quizzed me. They never found it. But when Michael Farnsworth finally went broke from his gambling, he remembered. He came all the way back here to scare the brooch out of me.
And what happened?
I told him the truth. That my aunt must have hidden it, that I'd never found it. I also told him that if he ever came here again, I would call the police. I thought it was a trap. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, think nothing of it. What's more important is that we solve that riddle. Who knows? Maybe it's a guide to your aunt's long-lost brooch.
And maybe that old man at the auction was old Michael Farnsworth. Alicia said he was her age.
What old man?
Well, an old man who followed Penny all around the estate sale, trying to buy the box full of letters she'd just purchased. Well, we figured he was some kind of antique dealer interested in the box, but now I'm beginning to think that he was after the letters.
I'm sure of it. And what's more, I think he's the one who broke into our house.
He must think that those letters hold some kind of clue. You know, he obviously doesn't know about the camera.
Bart, I'm worried. Whether he knows about it or not, the man is obsessed. He'll keep coming back. And if he ever finds out that we've been here with Alicia...
Well, you're right. He could be dangerous.
Bart, should we leave?
Oh, no, please. I'd be lost without you. It's the brooch, don't you see? Even if I'm finally able to solve this old riddle, what good will it do me? I can't go hunting up buried treasure at my age. Oh, you must help me, please.
Aunt's brooch is more important than her own personal safety. But she hasn't said why. Is it money? Is it sentiment? Is it because her old mind has gone senile? Or is it for revenge, to inflict some final punishment on old Michael Farnsworth? Penny and Bart don't know the answer. But we all will, very soon, once we hear Act 3.
Dinner's done, the day is ended. Peace and quiet have descended. Now it's just the two of you and your Maxwell house. Pour a cup, enjoy the flavor, talk about what's new. Spend some precious time together, Maxwell.
Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
Restaurant in Louisville, Kentucky. Blind people don't have to ask what's on the menu. They can read it themselves in Braille. The Braille menus are there because a group of local people thought it would be a good idea. They got together and made it happen. In fact, all across America, both disabled and non-disabled people are participating in similar community programs. In Vernon Parish, Louisiana, they're modifying disabled people's homes to make them more accessible. And in Champaign, Illinois, disabled children are able to share a playground because a group of volunteers got involved. This is the National Year of Disabled Persons. Is this the year you get involved? Call the office of your mayor or county commissioner for more information. A public service on behalf of the National Office on Disability from the Ad Council and this station.
Riddles are innocent pastimes, favorites of children. Sometimes questions, sometimes poems, sometimes incomplete sentences. They can take many forms, but whatever their format, their intent is to test ingenuity, to amuse. Rarely do riddles attract adult attention for more than a moment, and rarely do riddles serve as clues to some higher purpose. But in the case of our mystery, exceptions prove the rule. When we left Penny, Bart and Alicia, they were concerned for their safety. But when we rejoin them now, their attention will be focused on solving a riddle.
No, I've got a better idea. We'll just push all these tea things aside and use this space. It should be just wide enough to spread out the photos.
I'm sorry they're so streaked, but the film was awfully old. Here we are, all 7, ready for inspection.
Don't you worry, we'll make sense of them somehow. Penny, you've got the riddle. Why don't you read it aloud?
All right, here goes. 3 times round the L blank, P blank, due north from B blank, B blank. 3 trees toward the R blank, P blank, then halfway to the W blank. Now cross that line with C blank, B blank, when it's high noon in the D blank, and dig down deep. You'll see my love. Till then, I'll never tell. It's definitely some kind of a map.
And that dig down deep part. Oh, it sure sounds like buried treasure to me, but where do we start?
Well, maybe with the first line. 3 times round the L blank, P blank. There must be something in these photos you can walk around 3 times.
But that's the problem. You could walk around just about all of them. Now look here. There's the pond, and the well, and this statue. And there, that's the bell old Bessie would ring at mealtime. You could walk around that, too.
So you do recognize most of these photographs?
Oh, my, yes.
So that means you should be able to solve all these captions. Look, let's forget about the riddle for now and concentrate on the photos.
All right. Which one first?
I'd say we could eliminate this one of Alicia and her aunt, right, Bart?
Yeah, but try this one.
Oh, yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Now, let's see. B dash 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 dash. B dash dash dash. Oh, I'm afraid I'm not very good at this kind of thing.
Wait. Didn't you just say that was the bell old Bessie would ring?
Yes, but...
So, try Bessie's bell.
Oh.
That fits in the dashes.
Oh, for mercy's sake, so it does.
Nice going, Penny. Come on, let's do the next one.
Well, this one is the pond. I used to spend hours wading through all the lilies, catching frogs.
There were lilies?
Oh, dozens and dozens. We had to cut some of them back so the pond would... Oh, I see what you're getting at. L dash dash dash, P dash dash dash. Lily lily pond.
You see? You're good at this after all. I'm going to start filling in the blanks in the riddle as we go.
So, what's this one? W dash dash dash. Oh, that's easy. I already said it. The well. I used to throw pennies in there and make wishes.
Let's see. What about this one? It looks like some kind of garden all fenced in. RP, says the caption. Oh, with lots of dashes.
RP? That's the rhubarb patch.
Here, try this one of the statue. CB. I bet the first word is Cupid, but the second word, B dash dash. Oh, that's a tough one.
Let me see it. Oh, that's easy, too. Cupid's bow. My aunt used to tease me some night while I'd be sleeping. This Cupid would let fly an arrow straight for my bedroom, and I'd be in love. Just like that.
Do you realize we've got 5 out of 6? The blanks are all filled in, but 1.
Oh, so let's finish. Here, Alicia. This one's the last one. Oh, I'm afraid the caption's too blurred to read. Oh, but maybe you can decipher the picture.
I can't say I recognize it straight off. The whole thing is blurry.
Well, then why don't we use the riddle to help figure it out? Look here. From the blanks I've already filled in, you can see it's a poem.
A poem?
Penny's right. Bell, well, tell. So this last photo should rhyme with all those words. What rhymes with bell, Alicia?
Well, let's see now. The photo does look like some kind of a forest. Bell. Cell. Oh, I've got it. Dell. This must be the circle of trees that my aunt called the dell.
Alicia, you've done it. Here, let me read it. 3 times round the lily pond, due north from Bessie's bell, 3 trees toward the rhubarb patch, then halfway to the well. Now cross that line with Cupid's bow when it's high noon in the dell, and dig down deep. You'll see my love, till then I'll never tell.
What a wonderful poem.
And what a complicated treasure map. And then even though we've solved the riddle, we still have to make sure we interpret the directions correctly. And like this first line. 3 times round the lily pond. Well, the only way I make sense of it is that we're supposed to measure the distance round the lily pond and multiply it by 3.
And then pace out that distance heading due north from Bessie's bell.
Oh, my goodness, you two are clever.
What about this part? Now cross that line with Cupid's bow when it's high noon in the dell.
I think we just have to make sure we're there at high noon, and wherever Cupid's shadow falls, that's where we start drawing our line. Now, if we do that, we'll end up with 2 lines, one heading toward the well, and one heading away from the Cupid.
And where the lines cross, X marks the spot. Bart, I think we've got it.
No, not yet. But I sure plan to be back tomorrow morning, waiting for high noon.
Oh, wonderful. The sooner the better. Just watch out for that Farnsworth fellow. Something tells me we have to move fast.
28, 29, 30. 31. All right, I've got it, Penny. 31 paces.
So then, 3 times round the lily pond would mean 93 paces?
You got it. What? No, don't talk. I've got to count out 93 paces heading north from this bell. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Bart, quick. Stop counting. Somebody's coming.
Huh? Where?
Over there, by the trees. Bart, it looks... It is. It's the old man from the auction, Michael Farnsworth.
Don't let on you know. Hello there.
Hey, this here is private property. You're trespassing.
I'm sorry, sir. Please excuse us. We heard the estate was for sale, so we were just taking a look around.
Well, it's already been bought. I'm the caretaker here. You better get off before I call the police.
We're leaving now. Come on, Bart.
Tell me, you said the place has been sold.
That's what I said. Somebody bought it this morning.
That's too bad. It's a beautiful property. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The real estate agent told me to look for a statue of Cupid out here in the garden, and I can't seem to find it.
Cupid? Well, yeah, there used to be one right over here. Somebody must have bought it. I mean, see there, you can still see the old base sticking up out of the grass.
Hey, tell me, why are you asking?
Well, it's just that I collect old statues. But if the statue's sold too, well, well, there's not much left here to look at. Come on, sweetheart.
Wait a minute there. Don't I know you from somewhere?
I can't remember where, but anyway, we're sorry to disturb you. We won't trouble you again.
Penny, it's not noon yet. You're back already?
Well, we ran into old Farnsworth. At least we think it was him. He was prowling around the property.
And he had the nerve to pretend he was the caretaker. Oh, but you should have heard Bart.
I told him we were thinking of buying the property. I think he believed us.
And then Bart got him to point out where the old Cupid once stood.
It's not there anymore? Oh, no, we'll never solve the riddle now.
No, Alicia, you don't understand. The statue is gone, but the stone base it once stood on is there. All you have to tell me is which way the statue was facing.
Facing? Well, it was always facing right toward the house. That's why my aunt said his arrow would fly straight into my bedroom. It was pointed that way.
Oh, perfect. And you know what? I just realized we don't have to do this at high noon.
Why not?
Because at high noon there won't be any shadow. No, we just draw our line straight out, the same way the arrow was pointing, from the base of the statue straight toward the house.
Oh, Bart, I'm scared. This place isn't so friendly when it's dark.
Well, it's a lot friendlier now than when Farnsworth was with us.
Okay, start counting. I'll lay out the string so you can walk in a straight line.
Atta girl. 1, 2, 3, 4. 45, 46. There. Now, is the string stretched good and tight?
Like a tightrope.
Good. So, what's the next part?
Now crossing that line with Cupid's bow when it's high noon in the dell.
Okay. So you stand here while I stretch the second string between you and Cupid.
Oh, you should have been a detective.
Maybe so, but don't move, huh? I'm almost ready. And it's crucial that we hit the right spot. There, my string crosses your string right here.
Bart. Then this is where the brooch is buried.
Well, let's hope so. Now, where's that shovel?
I've got it. Here.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a chest. It feels like one end of a small wooden chest. Wait, I think I can get it free. Oh, there.
Oh, Penny, we've done it. Does it open?
It has a small padlock, but listen. Oh, there's something inside it.
Well, we'll have to wait until we're home before we break it open. I don't want to use something as crude as a shovel. Let's go. I'll fill up this hole while you're gathering the string. Hey, remind me to get this lock fixed tomorrow, Penny. It makes me nervous leaving it open.
Oh, you're right. I forgot all about it. Goodness, I hope that old Farnsworth doesn't show up tonight.
Don't worry, I'll stick a chair under the doorknob. Now, come on, let's open this chest up and see what we've got. Here, hand me that hammer. There. Neat as can be. And now...
Oh, Bart, it's beautiful.
I can't believe it. We actually found her aunt's amethyst brooch.
I wonder how much it's worth. The stone is awfully big.
Oh, big enough to make me nervous. Enough gawking. I'll feel a lot better if we put it away. I know. I'll hide it down in my darkroom inside my enlarger.
Stop where you are.
Farnsworth, where did you come from?
You're thieves. I heard the whole thing. Now you give me that chest.
Hey, give that back. That belongs to Alicia Winslow.
I knew you two were up to no good when I caught you today. And then I remembered. You were at the auction. You bought those letters, and you found the map to a jewel that is rightfully mine.
What's Alicia's? You won't get away with this, Farnsworth.
Oh, Bart, be careful. The stairs.
Farnsworth. Oh, Penny, he's fallen. I didn't push him. All of a sudden, he just clutched at his chest and he fell. He stopped breathing.
Oh, Bart. We'd better call a doctor.
Penny, I'm afraid it may be too late.
He's gone. He's gone for good.
The coroner said he died of a heart attack, and they found pills in his pocket. Apparently, he'd had this condition for years.
Oh, what a sad way to go. No chance to make peace with the past. Even though he was cruel, I can't help feeling sorry.
Oh, you're a good woman, Alicia. But Farnsworth did deserve what he got. And it does mean that your worries are over.
And you have your aunt's brooch, just as she wanted.
You know, my aunt always told me, look deep into this stone and you'll see your future.
Your future? Really?
Well, what do you see in it now?
I see Auntie M beckoning.
Alicia, are you all right?
She wants me to join her, go with her.
Quick, Penny, get some water.
No water. Just take the brooch, please.
Take the brooch? But Alicia...
That's why you found it. You were meant to have it. Don't you see you're a Winslow, Penny? And my life is complete thanks to you.
No, you can't die now. Alicia, please.
It's too late, Penny. She knew it was time. She even said that we had to move fast a few days ago.
Do you mean she knew she was dying?
I'd say she welcomed it. But until she had the brooch, she couldn't stop living. Well, she's at peace now. Here. Take the brooch, Penny Winslow. You deserve it.
Alicia Winslow is dead, but her spirit lives in the amethyst brooch that she bequeathed to her newfound young relative, Penny Baxter. But what will the brooch mean to Penny? Will this remain one of her treasured antiques, rich with history? Or will she choose to sell it, using the proceeds to start up her long-awaited antique shop? More on this when I return shortly.
I've had my share of winning teams over the years, but one of the best teams ever fielded, in my opinion, is not at the stadium, it's in the library. This is Ara Parsekian, and I'm here to urge you to check out the teamwork at your library. You'll discover a winner. If you're looking for the answer to a question, any question, just dial the library's telephone reference center. In most libraries, there are specifically trained teams who can find the information you need. Maybe your reading skills aren't up to par. Don't let that stop you from getting ahead. Start with the library. Many offer reading programs, and if yours doesn't, the team of librarians will know where to send you. And just in case you've forgotten, the library is one of the nation's great inflation fighters. Almost all services and programs are free. Whether you need to know how to play a better game, how to shop smart, or how to save energy at home, the library's team can help you score. Use your library and support its team.
A public service message from the American Library Association and this station.
After Alicia died, another letter was found. This one written by Alicia herself on the morning of the very day that she died. It willed all her belongings to Penny, not just her brooch, but her antiques as well. And with the sale of just a few pieces of furniture, Penny had enough money to lease a small shop. Today, Penny's business is thriving, and Bart has more time for his darkroom. And as for the amethyst, well, that's not for sale. Penny and Bart often stare into its depths, remembering the woman whose advice was, be self-sufficient. Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Lloyd Battista, and Elspeth Eric. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
The law has its resources.
What you are saying is I might as well give up hope of ever recovering my pictures. He has stolen the pearls of my collection. Inspector, I would give a fortune to get them back. If you feel there is nothing the law can do to him, then let him name his price.
Now, that is a reasonable idea. Do you mean it?
Every word. Every single word. Yes, I mean it. Why do you ask?
I have an idea. We'll discuss it in due time. Only, Count, not a word about my involvement to a soul. If you wish to succeed.
I understand. You will be using underworld contacts, informers, and so forth.
I swear to you, I shall catch him.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is Nat Wright. Stay tuned for the Dawn Patrol flight, where we'll be playing your songs all night long after the news. It's midnight, and this is WIP, Metro Media Radio, in Philadelphia.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. If your nerves are steady enough, I'd like to be your guide into and through, we hope, a place and a time where things happen which we ordinarily think of as supernatural, where grisly events do not necessarily have their moment and go their way as time moves ahead, but may stay and stay and still stay. The home we enter first is not the sinister place I'm talking about. It's a well-appointed apartment, bright, cheerful, normal in every way, occupied by Ken Harris, who at this moment is reading a novel, and his wife, Martha, who is working on a needlepoint project.
Well, now, who can that be at this time of night?
Only one way to find out. Oh, couldn't have waited 2 more pages. I was about to find out who done it. Oh, hello, Stu. Here, come on in. Let me take your coat.
No, I can't stay. I just wanted to let you know that I've been out to the lake.
Shadow Lake?
What on earth for?
Well, the thing is, Ken, your cottage has been broken into. Unless somebody you know is out there.
Well, no, nobody. But what makes you think?
I saw lights, and I saw a shadow move across the living room window. No question about it, Ken. There was somebody in your cottage.
Our mystery drama, Return to Shadow Lake, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Fielden Farrington and stars Nat Polen and Joan Lovejoy. When you come to think of it, there's something rather sad about a summer cottage in midwinter. Its purpose is negated. Its rooms, built to contain the sounds of pleasure, are silent. Its meaning has been stripped from it. It is empty, or should be. But according to Stu Ralston, the summer cottage owned by Ken and Martha Harris out on Shadow Lake is not empty, and whoever is in it has no business there.
You say you saw lights in the windows, Stu?
That's right.
Well, but all the utilities have been turned off for the winter. There's no electricity.
But we left a couple of hurricane lamps in the utility room, Ken. Couldn't somebody have found those?
It was a dim light. It could very well have been a lamp or even a couple of candles.
Huh. Did you notice if there was a light in the utility room windows, Stu?
No, I don't think there was. All I was aware of was the light in the living room and the shadow of a man walking past the front window, or maybe a woman. I couldn't be sure.
Stu, what on earth were you doing out there in the first place?
Oh, I just thought I'd drive out, you know.
Looking for Claudia. Did you actually think you'd find Claudia out there?
No, of course not. I suppose that was in the back of my mind, but I didn't really expect to find her. Our cottage was empty.
Stu, Claudia has been missing since... Well, it's almost a year now. Do you think it's healthy to keep on this way?
I haven't thought much about what's healthy and what isn't, Martha. The police have Claudia listed as a missing person. Case closed. Well, that's all right for them. They weren't married to her. They didn't love her. I do. I can't just give her up that easily.
But out at Shadow Lake, in the middle of winter?
Well, she used to go there when she was upset about things. Even in the wintertime, she liked to be alone sometimes.
Stu, I know it's a hard thing for you to believe, but don't you think it's likely that Claudia just took off on her own? She was always restless.
Claudia might have left me, yes. But she would never have gone without telling me she was going.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
So, what does that leave? She was abducted. Maybe killed. I don't know. If she could, I believe she'd have got in touch with me by this time. I just wanted to let you know about the cottage.
How about a brandy, Stu?
No, thanks. I have to get back to my place.
Stu, don't let it just devour you this way.
You're very sweet to be concerned, Martha. I'll be all right.
Ken, will you come to bed? Or are you going to spend the whole night roaming around worrying?
Well, I'm disturbed about the cottage. I think I'll drive out there tomorrow.
To Shadow Lake?
Yeah.
What in the world for?
I want to see if any damage has been done. You know, just check up on things.
Well, I think it's silly. Now, you haven't been feeling too well. And I don't think going out there all upset would be any good for you.
I'm all right. A drive into the country will do me good. Well, you don't have to go.
Oh, I'll go if you insist on going.
Well, I'd really rather you didn't.
Why?
Well, what if they should still be out there?
I'll pick up a club and go for them. Same as you. Oh, 7:30. Ken, wake up.
What? Oh.
Did you set the radio clock for 7:30?
Yeah, I want to get an early start.
Oh, I forgot. You still want to go out there, huh?
The time is 7:32 on a miserable Sunday morning. Heavy snow warnings are out throughout the area. Motorists are advised to stay off the highways if possible. An accumulation of 5 to 8 inches of snow is predicted. The temperature right now is 18 degrees, and it won't get out of the 20s all day. Cloudy and cold tomorrow with a strong possibility of continuing snow. So if you're in bed, stay there. If you're not, go on back.
Well, so much for driving out to Shadow Lake.
I've driven in snow before.
Well, you're still not thinking about going, are you? Didn't you hear what the man just said?
Yeah, he said it's snowing.
5 to 8 inches.
Oh, it never snows as much as they say it's going to. I've got studded snow tires. Even got chains in the trunk if I need them.
Ken, why are you so determined? It's way out of proportion. Can't you see that?
Well, I told you, you don't have to go.
Well, actually, what you told me was you'd rather I didn't go. No, I'll go. Ken, come on. Enough is enough. Let's turn back. I can't even see where we're going.
That's all right, as long as I can. Now, just be still and let me drive.
All right. We've managed to get as far as Gibbsville, the last civilized outpost before the lake. Now, look at it, Ken. It's practically buried under now, and the snow's coming down harder than ever. Now, will you be sensible for once in your life and let's turn around?
I want to stop at Pot's Grocery.
Why, for heaven's sake?
I want to pick up a few things. Is that the store? Doesn't look the same as in the summer.
Nothing does. What do you want to buy, anyway?
Well, If it's really going to keep on snowing like this, we might be stuck at the cottage overnight. In that case...
Oh, Ken.
Well, if we should have to stay over, we'd better load up on food.
Ken, I don't want to spend the night out there. We'll freeze. That's a summer cottage. We can't spend the night out there.
Sure, we can. We've got the fireplace. It'll keep the living room comfortable enough. We have to sleep over. There are plenty of blankets.
And what are you going to burn? The furniture?
For heaven's sake, Martha. There's a good half-quart of firewood in the utility room.
There is? Funny, I never noticed it.
How often do you go into the utility room when we're out there in the summertime?
Well, just the same.
Come on. Let's get those groceries. The roads up ahead aren't getting any better, and we sit here arguing.
You know, I still can't understand how I could spend practically a whole summer in that cottage and never notice all that firewood.
I guess you're just not very observant. Been there since the middle of last winter. Go ahead.
Howdy, Mr. Harris.
Hi.
Mr. Harris, I'm surprised to see you folks out this way, weather carrying on like it is. What can I do for you?
Well, we want a box load of provisions, just in case we have to stay overnight at the cottage. Martha, you know what we'll need better than I do.
Well, just take one of those baskets, Miss Harris, and help yourself to whatever catches your fancy.
150 degrees below zero and cooking over an open fire. Boy, this is going to be a lot of fun.
You better get some candles, too, dear.
The cottage, you're saying?
Yeah. Stu Ralston was out here last night, and he thinks our place was broken into. I thought I'd better just check it out.
Now, you ain't seriously figuring on going all the way out to Shadow Lake in this kind of weather, are you, Mr. Harris?
Yes, I thought we would.
Well, tain't none of my affair, of course, but I sure wouldn't if it was me doing it. Not for love or money, I wouldn't.
Oh, well, it won't be easy, I suppose, but I want to make sure nothing's been tampered with.
Ain't going to let up for a spell. You can count on that. Not that I think for a minute you're going to make it out to Shadow Lake.
You don't?
Not for a minute. Not up that wagon track to the lake itself.
Okay. This ought to hold us. You want to add it up, Mr. Potts?
Sure thing. Got everything you need now?
I guess so, yes.
All right, let's see. $1.76.43.
If you ask me, I don't think we're going to need any of it. What did Mr. Potts say about going out to the lake?
Took a dim view.
And you're not going to pay any attention, I suppose.
You know something, Martha? You're really getting a little tiresome about this.
What?
$12.97 it comes to, folks. Seems like an almighty lot.
We're used to it. Let's see, 10. Let's see if I have 3 ones. 1, 2, yeah. Here you are.
And here's your 3 cents change. I thank you.
Come on, Martha.
You take my advice, folks. You'll turn right around and go back. Gonna be a mess up there toward Shadow Lake.
Please, Ken. He knows what he's talking about. He's a native.
Come on.
We may not even be able to turn around if we go much further.
I don't intend to turn around.
Okay. You wouldn't listen to me or Lou Potts. So now we're stuck.
Stop sounding like doomsday. I can rock us out of here. Is that the turnoff to the cottage up ahead there?
Yes, there's the old oak with broken limb. Are you actually going to try to drive up that ruddy little lane to the cottage?
Doesn't look good, does it? No. I guess I better not try it.
Oh, thank goodness. Well, we've had a nice Sunday morning drive. Now I just hope we can get back.
Listen, there's plenty of gas in the tank. You sit here. Keep the motor idling so the heater works and you'll be perfectly comfortable. I'm going to walk back to the cottage.
Oh, Lord, give me strength.
I've got boots and fleece-lined gloves and a warm coat, cap that pulls down over my ears. Now, why shouldn't I walk?
Snow up to his armpits, and he wants to know why I shouldn't walk.
Oh, what is it, a mile and a quarter? If I can't walk that far, snow or no snow, I'd better give up.
Okay, I'm coming with you.
Are you out of your mind?
Sure, we both are. Well, what are we sitting here for? Let's get going. I can't, I just can't.
I told you that before we started. All right, now, do you think you can make it back to the car alone?
Will you go ahead to the cottage? No, thanks. I'll make it somehow. Ken, please.
Don't lie down. And this Don't you know better than to lie down in snow now?
I have to. Can't. I'm so tired.
Stay on your feet. Martha.
Just a little.
Don't lie down. If I can get this box of groceries, blood, and this tree fort. There. Now, Martha, I told you not to lie down.
Just for a little while.
All right. I can carry you if I have to.
Can we go back?
It's further back to the car now than it is to the cottage.
You can't.
I can carry you.
We could rest a couple of minutes, couldn't we?
No. If we stop now, we stop for 1 minute to rest now. We're dead.
They say it isn't a particularly unpleasant way to die, freezing to death. There's no pain. You simply drift off to sleep, and that's all there is to it. Seems to me the only people who can tell you with any authenticity what it's like to die, no matter what way, are the people who have died, and they don't come back to talk about it, do they? I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Ken and Martha Harris would seem to be in enough trouble, just as things are. Martha has collapsed from exhaustion and exposure, and Ken, carrying her the rest of the way to the cottage, is near exhaustion himself. He plods through the nightmare of snow to another nightmare. For what awaits him at the cottage, if he makes it, is far more terrifying than any accumulation of clean white snow.
Martha, I can see it. I can see the cottage. Oh, Lord, don't, Martha. Don't go to sleep. We're going to make it. Don't let yourself sleep. Oh, we're here. Look, here are the steps. So heavy. Why should she be so heavy? Martha! Oh, worst thing. Panic. I'm tired, that's all. The keys. Martha, do you think you could stand up for a minute while I just get into my pocket? I've got only these two hands, and I have to... Martha, could you just try... Hey, you are helping. Oh, thank heaven. You're not... Okay, now, just... Oh, we made it. You hear me, Martha? We made it. Oh, now, just as far as... Just to the rocking chair. Remember? You always liked the rocking chair.
Are we home?
We're in the cottage, Martha. We made it. Going to be all right.
Can I just take a little sleep?
No, not yet. I've got to start a fire. It'll warm the room up. But until it does, I want you to stay awake.
Oh, poor Ken. I give you such a hard time.
If you just stay awake, everything will be all right. Just don't go to sleep. Okay. Good fire going. You're wrapped up in blankets. Everything's going to be all right.
Oh, my feet are beginning to hurt like anything, Ken.
Good sign. Means the circulation's coming back.
I'm so tired.
Well, it's warm enough now for you to take a nap. I've got to go out for a while.
Out?
Yeah, I'm all right. My feet don't even feel cold. I'm dressed for it better than you are. I've got to go back and get the box of groceries.
Oh, Ken, can't we just forget the stupid groceries? I don't see how you can make it all by yourself back to where you left that car.
Well, I've got to. There are 3 cans of tomato soup in the pantry. Now, that's all.
Ken, does it look like somebody's been here?
Not that I can tell so far. I'll go over everything better when I get back.
I wish you wouldn't leave.
Come on, it's not all that far.
Well, the truth is, I'm scared.
Scared?
Well, if somebody was in here last night, what if they came back?
In this kind of weather? Forget it.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay.
Okay. I better get going. I may be a while. It'll be pretty slow, especially on the way back with that load of groceries.
Okay. I feel as though I could sleep for about a week anyway.
Good. You just sit there and fall asleep. See you later.
Ken, be careful.
I'll be fine.
Oh. What? Who? Ken? Ken! Be quiet. Don't make any noise.
What the hell are you doing wandering around without even any shoes on? What is it? What's the matter?
Ken, there's somebody in the cottage right now, right this minute.
What makes you think that?
I heard them right after you left, a man and a woman. They were laughing.
Right after I left?
Yeah, I went to sleep. I couldn't have been more than a minute, and they woke me up with their laughing.
Well, you must have dreamed it.
No, absolutely not. I was not dreaming. The laughing woke me up, and they kept on for a while. For a while after I was awake. Ken, I know I was awake. And then when I called out, they stopped.
Did you look for them?
No, I couldn't. I was scared.
Okay, I'll go check it out. Just let me get this carton out to the kitchen. It weighs a ton.
Well, I'll come with you while you look for them.
All right. Feet still hurt?
Some, but not as much as they did. I can walk all right.
Okay. I want to check out on the utility room first.
Well, you were in there when you got the firewood, weren't you?
So, I'll look again. You just stay here, just outside the door.
No, I'm coming in with you.
Will you stop that? Just once, will you do as I say without giving me an argument?
Oh, all right.
Just outside the door here. Just until I've had a look around.
I said all right.
Nothing's been disturbed in here. No, everything's normal in the utility room as far as I can tell.
Well, what was all that stamping you were doing?
Oh, just some snow I had left on my boots. Could you tell where the laughing was coming from? I mean, what direction?
No, not really. It sounded like from... kind of all around.
All around, okay. Let's check the bedroom.
Actually, it was sort of odd. It seemed to come from farther away than in the house. Silly, of course, but... it had to be in the house.
It could be a skating party from Gibbsville or somewhere. The lake must be frozen over.
It came from inside the cottage.
Well, you can see there's nobody in the bedroom. Where would it have come from? You were in the living room. There's nobody in the kitchen, the utility room, or the bedroom. Now, that's all the rooms we have, Martha.
I didn't dream it. Do you want another hot dog, Ken?
Good Lord, no. I've had 3, not to mention about a pound of French fries and 2/3 of that big can of baked beans. For a lady who doesn't know how to cook over an open fire, you whip up a pretty solid meal.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. It would be kind of cozy, wouldn't it? With only the lamp and the firelight. Except that...
Except that what?
I didn't dream that laughing, Ken. There was someone in here.
You want to know what I think? I think you and Stu were both dreaming about last night and about today. Now, I've been over this place with a fine-tooth comb. There couldn't have been anybody in here. No locks were broken. There's not so much as a chair out of place. Everything's exactly the way we left it last fall.
Well, I don't know about Stu. I didn't dream it.
There's nobody but us in the house now. At least we know that. And I've got a full belly, and the fire makes the room nice and cozy.
You know, Ken, I'm worried about Stu. He seems so lost without Claudia.
Yeah. I feel sorry for him, too. But he's not the first guy whose wife walked out on him.
No, that's just it. He can't believe she did. I mean, he can't believe she would, without at least telling him she was going.
Yeah, well, she didn't tell him, did she? What more proof does he want?
You've got it just backwards from his thinking. He thinks her not telling him is proof that something happened to her.
Yeah. He also sees people in other people's cottages. Hey, I just had an idea. We left the Scrabble board out here, didn't we? Up on the shelf in the bedroom closet. How about a game of Scrabble?
I don't know. Okay, if I can keep my mind on it.
Give me a chance to beat you for once. I'll go get it.
And, Martha, if you say you want to come with me, so help me, I'll clobber you.
Okay. I'll sit right here. I won't budge.
Now, I'm pretty sure I left it in there up on the closet shelf. I won't be a second.
Don't hurry. I won't be going anywhere.
It's no good, I tell you. I can't do it.
What did you say, Ken?
I didn't say anything.
Can't do it or won't do it.
All right, won't, if you like it better that way.
We'll see about that.
Ken!
What's the matter? What happened?
Ken, I heard them again. They were talking this time. Didn't you hear them?
I didn't hear a sound. You mean the people you thought you heard laughing before?
I did hear them. But they were talking this time. He said he couldn't do something and... Ken, where are they?
Well, I'm afraid they're just in your head, Martha.
Oh, no, you don't. Just because you didn't hear them, you're not going to make me out to be off my rocker.
Come on, Martha. You're nervous, you're upset, and who wouldn't be? So am I. Okay, let's play one game of Scrabble and get to bed. I piled enough blankets on that bed to smother us, never mind keep us warm.
All right. But I heard them. They've got to be here somewhere. Ken, wake up. Ken, come on, will you wake up?
What? What is it, Martha?
Look.
At what?
Can't you see it? The flickering? The fireplace in the living room is burning.
Oh. Well, it's probably just part of a log that wasn't all the way burned up. Smoldered for a while and then caught again. Go to sleep, Martha.
No, that's a fire, a whole fire. We couldn't see an ember or something from clear back here.
What are you doing?
I'm going in there to see what's going on. A fire like that just doesn't build itself out of ashes. Somebody built it. Don't you want to catch them? All right. Now, don't talk. We'll just sneak up to the living room door and see what's going on, okay?
Okay.
Did you hear something?
Not a damn thing.
Don't talk anymore. Just let me get a look through the door and...
Good Lord.
I can't understand why you're so glum this evening. You seemed happy enough this afternoon.
Ken, it's Claudia. Can't you see her? She's come back. It's Claudia.
Dear God. It's Claudia, all right.
Be quiet, they'll hear you.
I don't think so, Martha. I don't think they can hear us.
It's not as if I'd dragged you out here or something.
You might as well have. You knew I didn't want to come.
It can't be. Ken, that man looks like you.
Yes.
But it can't be.
Apparently it can be, Martha.
Ken Harris stands beside his wife, watching a scene in which he, Ken Harris, sits in front of the fireplace talking to Claudia Ralston. That adds up to 2 Ken Harrises in the same house at the same time. Impossible? Well, very unlikely, except that there it is. And Claudia, the long-absent Claudia, is she real? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. It is held by some that events of great dramatic impact may leave their imprint so deeply stamped upon the scene of their occurrence that it is never totally erased, not by the absence of the participants, nor by the passage of time. Perhaps this is what we're witnessing here in the living room of the Harrises' summer cottage. Perhaps something is about to happen which has happened before and left its indelible mark on Shadow Lake.
Ken, how could it be you? You're standing right here beside me, and yet you're sitting there in the living room talking to Claudia. I don't see how it could be.
It's something beyond our understanding. They're not really here, Martha. I mean, not really in this place at this time, I don't understand it either. I just want to get away from it.
She's talking again.
It isn't easy for me either, Ken. Not one bit easier than it is for you.
I told you in the beginning, weekends are out. I hate lying to Martha. You know that.
So we steal a weekday when we can. We come out here and have a cold, miserable afternoon and a short evening together and then go back to the city and wait for our next chance to sneak away.
We said in the beginning, and you agreed that...
I know what we said in the beginning, and I can't stand this hole-in-the-corner business much longer.
That was all it was ever meant to be. You should never have let it start.
Well, we did let it start. You can't undo that. And now it's not enough.
It's too much. I think we have to stop now. It's gone much further than we meant it to.
They just faded away. They're gone.
They were never here, Martha. They weren't real.
And the fire is dead. And everything is just gone.
It was, I don't know, some kind of illusion. We imagined it.
It was something that happened before, wasn't it? Something that actually happened. You and Claudia out here together.
Martha, if you're just...
Which weekend was it, Ken? The time you had to go to Chicago to close that deal with whoever it was that time?
That's enough. We're going to get dressed and get the hell out of this place before it drives us both nuts. Now, where did...
No, we're not. We're staying right here.
But, Martha...
I'm scared. But I have a feeling they'll be back. And I'm staying till the end.
All right. If you want to see the end, we'll stay. You'll be sorry, but we'll stay.
Operator.
Hi, Mabel. This is Lou Potts.
Hello, Lou. What in the world are you doing up this time of night?
Oh, inventory. Have to do it sooner or later, and I wasn't anxious to leave the store in this kind of weather.
Oh, ain't it awful? Still snowing, looks like, out the window.
Yep, still snowing.
What can I do for you?
Do you happen to know, is the sheriff still in his office, or did he close up and go home?
In his office 5-10 minutes ago. Why? Want me to ring him?
No, I just thought if it turns out he's still in his office, maybe I'd stop by and say hello.
Some kind of trouble going on, Lou?
Wouldn't you know it before I did if there was?
Lou, what are you doing out on a night like this, for Pete's sake?
Oh, got something bothering me. Gosh, it's cold out there.
It happens every winter, seems like.
How come you're still around this late at night?
Oh, waiting for folks like you to show up. Got something bothering them. Well, what is it you got on your mind?
Well, you remember the Harrises? Got a summer place up there by the lake?
Harris? Oh, sure. Pretty little thing she is.
Well, they stopped in at the store this afternoon and filled up with a box of provisions to take out to the cottage with them.
Today?
I told them mightn't hear in so many words they was damn fools. I've been watching all day, waiting for them to come, and I ain't seen them. I would have, too, if they drove past.
I must be stuck up there. Yeah, I guess there's nothing for it, but I go on up there and see, or try to.
I knew it, Ken. They're coming back. I knew they would.
We shouldn't be here. We should have gone away.
Shh, be quiet.
You want us to stop seeing each other. You've had your fun, and now you're ready to go back to Martha. Is that it?
We agreed in the very beginning that it would have to end this way, Claudia.
I may have agreed to that at the start, or seemed to. But I won't have it that way now.
I don't really see that you have much choice.
You don't?
No. I love Martha, Claudia. This was never more than just a
little affair. Is that what you mean? A little fun. Something you could toss aside whenever you got tired of it.
Claudia, we both agreed.
Oh, you and we're both agreed. I don't give a damn what I agreed to.
All right. What do you want from me?
I want you to tell Martha tomorrow that you want a divorce. That's simple enough, isn't it? And if she asks you why, tell her.
I won't do any such thing. You know that, Claudia.
Do you want to bet?
I won't.
All right, then. I'll tell her myself. Her and Stu both. Let them do the divorcing. And don't you think they won't. I only hope Stu doesn't blow your brains out.
You're not going to do that, Claudia.
Do you think you can stop me?
Yes. I think I can. You're not a very nice person, really. Yes, I'm quite sure I can stop you.
They've faded away again. Just faded away, as if they were nothing but air.
Less than air, Martha. They're nothing at all. They're a memory. Okay, you've seen the end of it. Now, will you come away with me?
Oh, no. That wasn't the end of anything, Ken, and you know it.
Martha, I told her I love you. You heard me tell her that.
Oh, yes, sure. After you